And good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Give me 1 second. Immediately have a technical problem. I just realized that we do not have a light on. I've got a little bit of a bad spot on my green screen. There we go. Okay, sorry. Had to fix that. Had a little bit of a area over here that wasn't being properly lit up, so there, got that fixed. All right, awesome. How are y'all doing this morning? I have had to take yesterday off because I woke up with a really, really bad sinus headache yesterday, so I was dealing with that all yesterday. Had to go to emergency doctor people to try to get some prescription medicine, but hey, all that's done now. Get to jump into the game. I actually woke up, actually got some sleep after that too, so yeah. Alright, so a little bit off stream yesterday after I took care of my stuff. I did fly over to the panicless system. I did land at the new station, Forester's Choice, and got that new decal. So make sure that if you're trying to get that decal, you come over to this location sometime before the 16th. Otherwise, you will not be able to get it after that. So just be aware of that. Why is it? I swear, every time I'm ready to do my stream, doing all my setup is fine, and then it warns me, hey, your batteries are low. Dang it. Alright, guys, give me a second. Gotta do a little bit more stuff here at the beginning of the stream that I didn't mean to do. Let's see here. Pop these batteries out. I do have to say, if you're looking for wake scans, this station is a really, really good place to do that. There's a lot of ships jumping in and out, so very, very useful for that. Be right back. Gotta love rechargeable batteries. It is one of the annoying things with these Oculus Touch controllers. If you are playing a game that doesn't really use them as much, you still get the low warning notifications that block your view until you change the batteries out. So, yeah. Alright. Here we go. Alright, let's see here. Do we have anybody in this instance? Yes, Admiral Meat is in this instance. The Golconda itself is... Where is the Golconda? Right over there. Night vision. Yep, right over there. Alright, let's see. Yep, there they are. Let's see here.
Docking request denied.
Oh, come on. There's probably a... Yeah, it's the Python coming into land. Seidenbauer, yeah, today woke up a lot earlier than normal. I figured, you know, might as well... If I'm up and all that kind of stuff, might as well, start doing my stream early.
Docking request denied.
Don't know why the Orca's here. It's a large ship. It's definitely not landing. Are they on the medium pad? They are on the medium pad. Night vision. Lights. This is one thing that I wish changed a little bit, would be if the game detected that there's a lot of traffic to a specific system and it's got like outposts and such, it would be a really cool thing to if it has traffic for a period of time, the stations got upgraded over time, and for example the outposts would get 2 medium pads or something like that, right? That would be kind of a cool thing.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Why was my multi-cannon spinning up? Multi-cannon should not have spun up there. That was kind of weird. It's like, are you aware that you're on the pad? Oh! And Chaos Theory TV, thank you very much for the raid, dude. How you doing this morning? For everyone just coming in, we're just trying to land on the new outpost that's near the Golconda, but there's somebody on the medium pad, so I can't land right now. Trying to get their attention a little bit.
Scan detected. Scan detected.
This is one good thing about the really quick scanners. I can do a lot of scans really, really fast. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, this guy probably just AFK'd on the pad. And Federal Security Services bounced off the station. Working on vet grinding, nice. You do have the reputation for it, right? Because, right now the reputation is double. Federation reputation is doubled. Yeah, there he goes. Landing gear.
Docking request denied. Landing gear deployed. Docking request denied.
Oh, come on! That was Why did the NPC ship just show up on the pad? What is that? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? The Type 6 just appeared on the pad.
Docking request denied.
Wow. Distance to Merope.
442.4 light years from Merope.
Alright, so I can request docking the moment the hologram thing vanishes. Nav panel. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Oh my god, yeah, the Type 6 just appearing, and it's like, what? What happened there? Alright. Commodities market. Buy. There's some of the rare stuff. Let's see if the Thargoids want any of it. Get a few of it. And Grahu, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing this morning? Commander Biohaz is still here. Alright. And Chaos Theory, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Let's get out of here. Alright, cool. So, let's see here. There was one other thing that I did want to do before we went any further. This is another thing that I do like to do from time to time. I use the EDSM Twitter. So the EDSM Twitter let me clarify. EDSM_net Twitter. They post a thing every now and then, about once a week, where they list the station that has the oldest information update. Right now, that is the Monge Penal Colony in HIP 62809 that was last updated 400 days ago. So, we're going to change that. We're going to make it updated today. Paste. Alright. It also might help if I do that. That's useful too. Cool. Engage. Let's get out of here. Oh, Luna Auroras, 400 days isn't anything. Like, last week, we actually started going around and I had a list of the oldest stations in the game. I want to say that I updated the oldest station a while back. That was last updated 924 days, but then I went and updated it, and I've been doing this every now and then, and yeah, been trying to get these oldest stations and get them updated so the databases have the newest information and everything like that. Oh, Chaos Theory. Ooh, yeah. If you've... Hold on. See, now we gotta see if we can find a Horizons landable planet. Hold on a moment. Do we have anything here? Please be a small planet. No, you're definitely not a small planet. Shoot. Okay, we gotta find a small moon. Yeah, we need some canyons. Pause music. Alright. Alright. Yeah, usually, like, a lot of people think that I just like just a general V-shaped canyon, right? I like just being able to dodge and weave and flow through areas. I like when I go to a canyon, I prefer the canyons that are more like skate parks. If you ever watch, like, someone on a skateboard or rollerblades or bike or something like that, when they have a proper skate park, the skate park allows many different lines and it allows them to kind of flow around, right? Those are the kind of planets that I love. Alright, let's see here. We do have a moon. The moons tend to be small, so that'll be perfect. Apple Dash discovered that one. Let's go over to moon. Not that far away. But, yeah, usually the planets that have the kind of canyons I like, you can go into an area and you have your choice. Do you want to go left? Do you want to go center? Do you want to go right? And then the entire area just allows you to flow around it and just have fun. Yeah, moon. I have one time had a moon, but I do not remember where the hell that one was. That one was... They're extremely rare. Alright. But yeah, I've been playing Elite Dangerous since October 2014, so beta of the game years ago. I bought it specifically because it had VR support. At the time, I was running my Oculus DK2, and I've always had a HOTAS since day one because I was into flight sims way before even Elite and everything like that. So I kind of jumped in feet first into the whole immersion kind of thing. Grahu, the music that I play when I'm near the ground is the main theme from the 80s TV show Airwolf. The one that I use is actually an extended version that's about 6 minutes long. Oh, Luna Auroras, there's a bunch of really funny stations. Like, for example, have you ever been to Snow Moon? Where you can sit there and come up and be like, that's Snow Moon. Because if you actually go into this and type in Snow Moon. Yeah, Snow Moon is in this system. See, that's Snow Moon. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of references to that kind of thing for sure. There's George Lucas Station. There's Leonard Nimoy Station. There's a lot of the places are named after astrophysicists or people who are famous due to aviation and such. So I mean, there's a lot of things like that people come across for sure. All right, so we have our little tiny moon. Let's see here. It's not exactly the type of canyons I prefer, but this planet has very nice color variation. Ooh, it does have some really good canyons though. These are the line canyons rather than the ones I really prefer, but hey, it'll still work. Alright. Oh yeah. Alright, so here we go. Or maybe, ooh. Ooh, those are some nice canyons right there. Lights. Night vision. Night vision. Lights. Okay, just making sure that everything of mine is working. Cool. Alright, awesome. I've got a lot of voice attack commands, so if you hear me talking to my PC or doing that kind of test, I'm just making sure that all my commands are properly working. Alright, gravity is 0.07 G. Pause music. Airwolf. Now I gotta find where the canyon's gone to. Let's bounce a little bit. That works too. That's what shields are for, right? Yep, Sagan Dock. There's actually a few stations and mega ships named after Carl Sagan. That's for sure. Oh, we got somebody. Somebody's over here. I wonder. Hold on a minute, guys. Yep, there's my switch. Cool. Side screens are not blocking my view. Oh, I was trying to skim it. Got a little bit too close there. Did it again. Yeah, that's a hell of a view right there. Classified camera. Classified camera. Uh-oh. Time.
3:19.
Nope, that's working. Why is my other command not working? Hold on a minute. Classified camera. There we go. Gotta adjust the camera a little bit. Alright. Let's get back in the canyon here. I can see a ship. Way off in the distance there. Yeah, I love the Phantom and the way that it has that Millennium Falcon style engine cluster on the back. Don't do that, camera. Can't see anything. Oh, a little bit of a shield hit there. Can't see anything. Glare is too bright. Engine color? Engine color. Nope, I like the blue ones. Classified camera. Grahu, yeah, you know what? Hold on a moment. Let me do a thing. Let me do a thing. I've got to double check now to see if this new camera that I have will actually reach down there, though. That's where the catch is. Bear with me one moment. We do this, and this camera goes down that low. Yes, no, maybe. Magnet's getting away. No, get away from that. Don't want the magnets near all the... Okay. I have no idea if this camera can actually see my feet or not. Bear with me a moment. Kinda, sorta. It's kind of angled really weird. A little bit. I might have to set up another control. I'm gonna leave that there for just a little bit. Let's see if this will actually, so you guys can actually see what I'm doing with my feet all the time. It is a thing. It's really, really hard to kind of explain what I'm doing, but I am using the foot pedals all the time whenever I'm flying the ships. Next track. I don't even own Crocs, so it's really hard for me to be wearing that. Alright, adder's up there. Just because someone might send it to me doesn't mean I'm going to wear them. Oh crap. See, another good reason to have shields. Another really good reason to have shields. Ouch. Alright, real quick, let me, oh, I'm trying to think now. Do I use pedals for what? I use pedals for yaw. So, it does that control. I also, in fact, we're now going to do something stupid in an SRV. Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Now I gotta find somewhere flat. How about right there, maybe? Come on. There we go. A little bit back, a little bit back. There we go. Alright, and no problem, dude. Yeah, it's another weird thing, like, for my SRV, I use the pedals for the wheels, or the steering. So, with the SRV, whenever you see me doing all the crazy stuff that I do in my SRV, I'm doing it like this. So I am steering the wheels with that, but then when I'm this is still joystick. So the rolling and pitching controls are still the joystick, but the steering controls are my feet. It's a really, really weird setup, but it's what I've kind of figured out how to do things. So, I mean, with a lot of practice, I've been able to like learn how to, you know, catch slides and all that kind of thing. So, and Dietrich, good morning, dude. How you doing today? Can do a little bit of like some rally racing style stuff with this. It's just, again, it's something that I got used to. Like when I've gotten my commercial and private rotorcraft certification, so I've been, you know, I learned how to control a yaw on a helicopter with my feet. And when you're dealing with a real life helicopter with a lot of wind or something like that, you are literally what people are calling dancing on the pedals to keep the helicopter facing the way you want. And that, it's all just kind of translated into Elite for me. But yeah, main reason why I tend to use pedals. My control stick itself does not have twist grip, so there is no twisting of this thing. Back up. But yeah, a lot of times I tend to do this like nose down maneuver. Because with a helicopter, you do this a lot. Well, maybe not necessarily this, but you kind of nose down to accelerate up. And Robin J, yeah, up early today. Ooh, we've got somebody on the ground over here. Oh, it might help if I put my landing gear up. Might go a little bit faster. Hello, Adder. What are you pointing at? What are you doing? Hold on. For some reason, this adder is pointed at the ground, and I'm a little bit curious to why. We're not near a blue zone. What are you looking at? Oh yeah, I mean, it does have those little bits at the top, but my god, the actual cockpit is super, super nice to have. What are you looking at? Night vision. No.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Nope, that's not a... I don't know what they're pointing at. That's weird. Okay, we do have a blue zone over here, though. So something is on the ground over here. Is that it right there? Nope, it is not. Oh, I see something. I think. Oh, it's a probe. And Krillamax, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing today? There we go. Something gonna pop out? Yes, it is. There we go. Cool, that works. I saw another thing. Wait, what is this? Is this another thing on the ground? It is. Huh. Okay. That works too. Alright. Sorry, I was heading at the ground really, really fast there. Yeah, skimmer popped out of the ground. A lot of times, they're like protecting these crash beacons, so the skimmers will pop out, like so. The problem is
you have entered a trespass
right
zone.
there. That's why. Okay.
Trespass zone cleared.
Alright, so I got those two things scanned. What is over here? Captain Malibu, what's up, dude? How you doing today? Are you wanted? Yes, you are. Target power plant. This is not going to last long at all. 3, 2, 1, go! No more power plant. No more ship. I have been playing with a PlayStation controller on my PlayStation account. I can definitely see how, the problem with using a controller like that is simply the, lack of a 6th axis. You have the choice of using your yaw or your side thrusters. Cargo scoop. Oh, there's a building over there. Huh. Nope, don't hit it, don't hit it, don't hit it. Got it, good. Yeah, this kind of stuff, like, I'm doing reverse thrust.
Warning, you have entered a trespass zone. Trespass zone cleared.
And another boop. Shields are very useful for practicing stupid maneuvers and doing crazy stuff, figuring out what works and what does not work. Alright, so we got a lot of stuff here. Again, trespass area, so you gotta be careful here. Of course, they've got a ton of skimmers.
Warning, you have entered a trespass zone.
There's 2 occupied escape pods there.
Trespass zone cleared.
But yeah, like, I've lost most of my ships because of me trying stupid stuff that doesn't end up working and blowing the ship up. Practicing maneuvers, like, for example, if I'm trying to, like, stop over an area, to do a maneuver where I'm going a direction, and I start the maneuver, boost, and then do, like, a spin around like that just to kill my speed, again, it's all down to timing and lots and lots of practice to figure out when exactly you do the boost. Like, if I did that and I boosted at the beginning, if I did the boost at the beginning before I started the turn, now the extra thing doesn't... See, at this point, now the boost is stopped, and I don't have enough power to stop the ship. If I use the boost... If I'm going along and I use the boost too late, what ends up happening is that I ended up boosting the other direction. So, like, I'll start doing my spin. If I boost too late, instead of killing my speed, I end up just going the other direction, and that's no good. So, it's definitely a practice thing. The timings are going to be different per ship. Like, for example, like a Mamba and an FDL. An FDL has really good side thruster strength, so it can sit there and use its side thrusters to make quick direction changes because of that. But a Mamba, its strength relies on that big ol' engine on the back. Like, if you're using just the main engine to make your direction changes, you can actually get that ship to be quite maneuverable, but you cannot rely on your thrusters as much as you would in an FDL. So it's going to be different per ship. I still have no idea what the hell this adder's looking at. It's pointed down at the ground for something. Lights. I just don't know what. I'm not seeing anything. I don't know. And I kind of do this weird kind of angled thing for orbiting the ground because the yaw in Elite is not exactly the fastest. If I sit there and I do full right yaw, that's as fast as it goes. Versus if I tilt, I can pitch faster than I yaw. If that makes sense, right? Looking for his dead DBX. I think no, that was something else. That was some other guy. But yeah, you'll see me do some like weird maneuvers for orbiting stuff. We like when I was doing my helicopter training, we did I wouldn't say experiments. We did practicing things where you'd take the nose of the helicopter and you would do a maneuver where you'd find a spot on the ground and then you would take the helicopter and keep it aimed at that spot as you orbit it, right? I tend to sometimes do that in Elite. The one that I don't do as much in Elite because, I mean, there's not really a use. In real life, when you're flying a helicopter, there's... If you've never seen a helicopter before, which I doubt anybody here has not, they kind of have bits on them that move around a lot. And you kind of don't want those parts to hit things, right? Especially when you're flying. So one of the things that we would practice in the helicopter... Let me pull out my helicopter for this example here. You would sit there and practice rotating the helicopter around where the tail rotor is, right? So you would sit there and like when you first start to fly the helicopter, you learn how to, turn the helicopter. Then you learn how to find a point and rotate the nose around that point. Then you find out where your tail rotor is and try to rotate around the tail rotor. So what ends up happening is like if you're in an area that has like a tree or whatever, and you know that you're here, you're trying to do maneuvers where you're trying to keep everything away from the trees, and you always know where your stuff is so you don't run into things, right? Because the moment your rotor hits something, that's always a bad thing. So it is a thing that we practice in real life, but I don't really do it that much with these spaceships, because a spaceship doesn't really care if I bounce things off the ground. There's no parts on it that there's no parts that freak out if I touch the ground, right? So it's a little bit more forgiving in that way. If we had shields in real life, yeah, it wouldn't be as big of an issue, but totally not Castania. Yeah, that's so let me show you that too if you guys have not seen this. So yeah, you guys know about my Asp Explorer, my 3D printed Asp Explorer. But yes, I did finish the NX1 refit ship, which is now my biggest 3D print to date. Yeah, it is quite awesome. I plan on actually finishing this, but yeah, it is not like the Asp used to be my biggest 3D print. Not anymore. It's not even as big as the friggin' saucer anymore. So yeah, it's a little bit. It's a tiny bit bigger, tiny bit. But yeah, same kind of thing. Totally, like I say, I like. When I first saw this design for the NX01 Season 5 refit, I don't know. I mean, I kind of just the lines of the NX01, the way that everything just kind of flows into each other, and the way they incorporated the engineering hull into it, I thought it was just such a cool design. Yeah, well, you can see side view and top view at the same time. But yeah, right now it's simply I've got a bunch of double-sided sticky dots holding the components in place. It's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts right now, but in the future I plan on gluing everything together. I'm actually going to plastic weld over all the seams. I'm going to use a soldering iron, and then I'm going to finish everything to make it one big piece. But I also went to the store recently and I bought a ton of neodymium magnets. The reason why for that, and I really hope the magnet's not going to screw up the USB drive now. The reason why I bought the magnets is for the same reason why I did this with the Asp Explorer, there's actually a magnet inside the Asp Explorer that will allow me to do a stand in the future. So I plan on embedding a bunch of magnets into the NX-01, a couple in the engineering hull, so I can put it on a stand like that, but also several in the saucer section, because in the future I do want to make a wall mount. And in the future, I want to build a whole bunch of starships from a whole bunch of different series and mount them all over the wall. I think that would be like a cool thing, but I'd like to be able to have a stand that can not only hold the thing on the table at its center of gravity and hold it nice, but also put it on the wall and be able to have just a wall of starships or something like that. And Coffee Freight, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing today? But yeah, big old ship. I've got a couple other 3D prints around. I've got like a Star Trek V assault phaser. This is another pretty decent print. I kind of wanted to sit there and see if I could actually make a better version of this. I want to make one that actually has a blue laser embedded inside of it. But, yeah, a little prop like that. And, yeah, for people that have never been to my stream before, I do a lot of, like, technical things. This is an old, broken Nintendo Zapper that I actually turned into a laser gun as well. I use it for finding problem areas on my green screen, because it makes it light up really, really nice for finding things. So, I use that. And it's got that classic... Oh, it's actually a little bit stuck here. It's got that classic twang of that Nintendo trigger mechanism, so it sounds perfect, too. Might have to take that apart and figure out why it's binding. Totally not Castania, right? I mean, it would be a nice thing, and the way that I want to actually do it is that I actually want to make, if I redesign this, I want to make the clip an actual piece that comes out, but inside that clip, that's where the 9-volt battery will go, so I can, if the battery goes out, I open it up, pull the thing out, replace the battery, put it back in, and that's how you replace the battery. That's what I want to do. But, in the future, maybe. We'll see. This one's modified. There's actually, the 9-volt battery is mounted right here inside the case. I bought this thing off of eBay a while back, and you can kind of see the little switch to turn the entire assembly on and off there. So that's controls the laser beam and all that kind of stuff. But it's just got a... I mean, this one I do have to completely take the entire thing apart to replace the battery. But then again, this thing has been modified to be a laser gun for the past 3 years, and the battery has not ran out yet. So I don't know. I mean, it might be worth it to just have it sit in there. I mean, unless I run around with the laser beam on all the time, I don't think it's really going to run out of power, to be honest. But, yeah. What song is playing? I just realized that command is not working yet. God, I gotta fix my stuff. Alright, guys, give me a second. Jack Smarrow, right? That's what I was kind of looking for, yeah. So, let me also give you guys a couple other updates on stuff that is going on. Sadly, my 3D printer died a few days ago. The board itself burned out. The wires that went into where the power supply goes in actually burned up, and it damaged the backside of the board pretty bad. So I am going to be looking for a new board in the future to replace it. I'm probably going to completely replace the power supply too, but that'll be a thing in the future. So right now there's no 3D prints going on, but I did, before this thing all burned out, I did order a bunch of components to work on the 3D printed thing that I had already made. If you guys have not heard about this, have you guys, for those again that are new to my stream, have you guys ever heard of a delta throttle? Okay, so let me try to explain what a delta throttle is. There is a type of 3D printer called a delta 3D printer. It is pretty much 3 arms, and by varying the height of each arm, it allows the head to move in an X and Y area, and it allows it to do it along the Z-plane, okay? So those kind of 3D printers are really, really nice, because it's only got 3 motors and it does all the work and it can figure everything out. However, a delta throttle uses that same principle of, if you know where the 3 positions are, you can tell where the head is in a 3D space. So the way that this delta throttle thing is that it's got 3 arms, but when you can move forward and backwards, and then you can also go up and down and side to side, or mixture of anything like that. So I want to build this delta throttle and get it working. So I ordered all the bearings for it. I ordered all the electronics for it. So I've got all that stuff on its way. The only part I do not have is I never 3D printed the actual handle grip. So I will have to, we're going to be trying to put as much of it together as we can, but I'm not going to have all the fancy like grip part. It's just going to be like a thing that we can mess around with. We can try to get the throttle portion of it, not all the extra buttons. So we will have to wait until I get my 3D printer working again before we do that. But the cool part is that this entire delta throttle thing is an open source project. The guy that developed it, I think he works at Tesla now, doing something. He's some kind of engineer or whatever. And he designed this thing and put it together and pretty much released it before he went to Tesla. But because he went to Tesla, he doesn't really work on it anymore. So it's kind of like we'll learn from it and see what we can do with it. But the cool part that I thought with it was that it's got the code included on the GitHub. It's got, and the cool part is that it's force feedback, kind of. It's got 2 different modes because it's actually got 3 electric motors all going to each arm of the thing. And the cool part is that the 2 modes that he has designed into it is, one mode returns everything to center. So it acts like it's spring-loaded, but in reality it's just the motors recentering everything. And the cool part with that is that when you push to the side or go up and down or whatever, it acts like it's spring-loaded and goes right back to center. So when if you're trying to flight assist off, you always know where your center point is. So you can use that resistance from the motors to tell what direction you're going and go from there. The other mode is a mode where it acts more like a throttle, where it will spring load left and right and up and down, but it will not spring load forward and backwards. So the nice thing with that is that you could push forward and then release it, and the electric motors know that you're on the forward and backwards axes, and it won't try to force it back. But if it detects that you're trying to go side to side, it will use the spring-loaded action of the motors to return back to center. So you could use it as a set and forget kind of throttle with that, right? So I think that's going to be a very interesting way of figuring that stuff out. And again, I'm also myself tinkering with code, and that kind of thing. So we might be able to go through that code and maybe enhance it to do even more stuff. So no idea. Can I find a working Novit Falcon? I don't even know what the hell that is. Is that something like that? Because finding a working one like that, I'm not sure of, to be honest. Interesting music. Okay. It is a 3D controller? Well, I mean, if we're talking about just pure 3D controllers, I mean, I could reach over here and I could grab this thing and... I mean, if I wanted an actual 3D controller, I mean, I could use a 3D mouse. I mean, there are things that can make a 3D mouse mimic a joystick, right? I mean, if you guys have never seen this, let me actually plug this thing in and show you guys this. I don't know. I'm hoping it doesn't require any crazy drivers. Hold on a moment. Let me double check and see if Blender recognizes it immediately or not. Blender, are you going to open or not? Hold on. Okay, sadly, yeah. Sadly, the controller doesn't recognize as being plugged in. I've got to do some driver stuff. But, yeah, 3D mice are really, really nice for doing 3D modeling and stuff like that. I'd like to... Might have to experiment with that thing in the future, too. But we will see. Alright, let's continue on. I still are on our way over to get this one station. Still need that data. Alright, let's see here. Oh. Might have to redo these headphone pieces when I get my 3D printer fixed. Alright. Distance to Earth. Distance to Earth.
87.5 light years from Earth.
There we go. Uh-oh. Yeah, this thing's losing audio. I might need to do a redesign or something. It's a little bit frustrating. Let's get a little bit of fuel. Core jumps away. Alright. Now, since we're talking about 3D controllers, if you guys have not heard, the Kickstarter for that one 3D controller finished on the 5th of December. They did successfully make it. And now the pirate tries to come after me. They did successfully kickstart that new 3D controller. It's actually the 6th thing that I've ever kickstarted ever. Every single thing so far that I've ever kickstarted has gone on to become an actual product. So I seem to have a pretty good track record for things being finished and released. The Novat Falcon? Yeah, I believe like that was the big thing about the this new controller, is that they were showing videos of how you can use it to control a drone and using to control a 3D robot arm and stuff like that. Like you do a maneuver and it will move along only those axes to do a thing. That kind of controller would actually be really good for like even like medical industry, for those like Da Vinci robots and such. All right, give me a second. I want to take a look at this one because I don't remember if I've seen this controller or not. Let me double check here. The Novat Falcon Next Generation PC Gaming. So this one's only $90, but bear with me. I'm trying to. Is this a thing that's almost like a big sphere so it can tell? Ah, yeah. Okay, so yes. Hold on a minute. Let me just double check here. It's currently in San Antonio. Bear with me a moment. I'm trying to make sure that nothing here is showing my... Alright, so let me pull this thing up so you guys can actually see it. So, let's see here. Alright, so, yeah, if you guys have never seen this, when I zoom in on that part of the picture, you can kind of see the little orb at the end and see how it's got 3 arms? Well, the thing is with this device is that, like, it knows where that center point is, but when you go forward and backwards and side to side, due to all the sensors and everything in it, it can tell where you're moving it to. You can kind of see the little monkey in the corner showing how you kind of grab a hold of it and can maneuver it around. That's kind of what we're making with the Delta throttle. So, yeah, so kind of like that, yeah. So here's the thing, is that here's the components of the Delta throttle that I have right now. So I've got everything in a little bowl here. Let me do this. So here's like the main center section, right? And it's got a series of pieces that... I'm trying to remember how this thing goes. Like, this is the part that everything attaches to. This is the part that will move around. This is where everything attaches to. But it's got all the little gear teeth and crazy stuff. And this thing ends up being... Let's see if I can kind of mimic how it goes together here. Because it has a bunch of these... bunch of these. All right, so you've got these little triangle pieces, and these little pieces. Let's see here. No, like that. So these are going to go together at these weird angles. Oh my god, I don't remember how this thing goes. No, it goes together like that. There it goes. So you've got three pieces like this that end up the 3D printed bits. They go together like so. So this is like 120 degrees exactly. This then gets this piece attached right there. So you've got all these... Okay, that way? Yeah, so all these pieces attach in a certain way. And yeah, there it goes. So you've got that assembly right there. A bit hard to see. I still got to get all the hardware to actually screw this thing together too. But got a lot of reinforcement for the inside. This part then gets bolted to... How does this get bolted here? I believe like that? Yeah, like that. So that entire assembly goes there, like so. This gets multiplied by 3. Then you've got your arm pieces that go inside of this. They're all supported by the ball bearings. Yeah, it's not exactly the easiest thing to hold together and everything. But yeah, this entire thing, once it starts going together, it's a pretty solid bit of kit. It looks like it's definitely going to be a fun thing to experiment with. We will try to... I'm hoping I don't need any more parts 3D printed, because I've got to get the 3D printer working again before we do anything like that. What are we listening to? I don't know what this song is. The entire playlist, I believe, is the Rebel Galaxy playlist. Or Rebel Galaxy 2 playlist, I believe. So it's kind of all over the place. I kind of figured another space game, music on it would work pretty good. Let's head over this way, though. Uh-oh, what is this? Oh, that's that pirate. Never mind. A funky violin solo? Might have been the ending of another song. I don't know. Volume 30? I found out the reason why during my last video my stream computer was not listening to all the music commands was because it wasn't using this microphone. It was using one of my camera microphones, so that's why it wasn't hearing me that well. Now that I actually changed it to actually use this microphone, it's doing a lot better. Alright, so there is a penal colony in the next system that has not been updated in over 400 days. We're going to go over there and update the data on that one. It's the oldest station that has not been updated, so we're going to go do that. Ah, that's one of those bugs that is going to be fixed in the January update, right? The little number tabs not vanishing when you read it. Clear text. Yeah. All right. Set settlement filter. Alright, we gotta do a quick check here. I think this is where the thing is, but... One human thing. Two human things. Yep, Mange Penal Colony. That's the one that has not been updated in 400 days. We're gonna go fix that. That is another thing I do need to do, guys. I think at some point I do need to sit down. We're gonna do a technical only stream. I'm gonna do a complete explanation on all the programs I use, the way that I've got my dual PC set up. We might actually do a little bit more technical things to set up some more stuff on the network. And the Reapers, dude, thank you very much for the resub, man. How you doing today?
How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. Lol.
Yes, that is exactly what you do to make holy water. How are you doing this morning? Alright, let's see here. Let's get our approach, because this is a planetary station on the moon. I'm actually going to try to swing by the planet, use that to kill a lot of speed. There we go. Good braking maneuver there. But yeah, doing okay. Just last few days, I've just been up and down, sinus headache and all that kind of stuff. Yesterday was not good. I woke up just horrible sinus pains. Today, woke up and I was like, oh my god, my sinuses are clear because I went into the store and I bought like just a ton of medicine, right? Ended up going to the doctor and they gave me some prescription stuff to try out too. So that's the stuff I've been using, and yeah, I woke up this morning, my sinuses were clear. I'm like, I'm doing a stream today. KTX Paradox, what's up, dude? How you doing today? And oh, look at that. This is the kind of planet that I love the canyons on. These are my favorite kind of canyons. These ones, again, look at it. They might not be super deep, but look at that. See what I talk about? How it's a skate park. You can just go wherever you want. That's why I love these kind of canyons the most. And this one's nice because it's got a station right nearby. And Dream Squasher, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing this morning? Button Pusher, that's actually what I used the Guardian Ruins for years ago, and that's why I do what I do with SRVs now. Gravity is 0.13. Landing gear.
Please head directly for Bay 06.
Landing gear deployed.
But yeah, me jumping off of the Guardian stuff, that's where I learned how to do what I do with the SRV. I just used it for a practice place. Got some more photoreal scenery in X-Plane? Sure, dude. Skating at the skate park? Right. Alright, so this area... it's a little bit hard for prices to be updated here, considering that it has no thing. However, we do need to go into outfitting to update that. So there's that now updated. Yeah, a little bit hard for it to have an economy when it has no economy. Just making sure there's not a... Nope, there's no other penal colony here. That was it. Huh. Show this system online. Let me take a look at this. Ooh, Paradox, very nice. Yeah, the photo real scenery does look super, super nice for sure. Yeah, that looks awesome. Yeah, I've been doing all the satellite imagery on my game too. We need to jump back into that again. We're still doing that tour of we're flying from the southern tip of South America to the northernmost airport in Canada. So that's that in a helicopter. So that's an ongoing thing, and I've been trying to get the satellite data before we do that leg of that day, but it's going to be an ongoing thing. We need to do that again, though. All right, let's see here. So this is what I'm looking at right now. This is the system that we're in. I am going to open up these 3 locations. So the penal colony was just updated 1 minute ago by me. This was updated 252 days ago, so we might want to swing by that one. And this one was updated 2 hours ago, so we don't need to worry about that one. So let's head over to the Yushalov settlement and update that one, because again, that one 252 days ago, so 2/3 of a year. All right, let's do that. Not that far away, only 2,000 light seconds.
Ship detached. You may leave when ready.
Alright, let's get out of here. Gotta get away from this planet. Gravity's gonna slow me down for a while. Gravity slows you down so much. All right. Alright, the moment I break the light speed barrier is when I'm going to start turning here. And Cap Law, what's up, dude? How you doing this morning? Time.
4:09.
Yeah, I started my stream off real early today. I might have to slightly break one of my rules. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to actually show it on stream. I might have to get a little bit of food to just get my stomach full. But, I'd like to do a longer stream today, because I haven't I hate these weeks where I'm ill and I don't stream those days. Grahu, will I buy a new Valve Index? My problem with buying anything is simply, it's all down to money. Right now, no, I don't have enough money to focus on getting an Index. Right now, my priorities with financial stuff is fixing the 3D printer, getting a new video card because the one that I have is like having major issues, and then after that maybe an Index, but again, that's something I got to save up for. I'm still trying to get some stuff with the VA fixed. If I can get the VA stuff fixed, yeah, the Index might come a lot sooner. Also might include, you know, getting a house that then I can modify the hell out of my own place, you know? I'd like to build an actual stream room. But, yeah. But Caplot, doing a lot better. I've just been up and down this week with not being able to sleep, being sick, power failure this weekend, internet failure this weekend, just a whole bunch of problems this last week. It's just been crazy. Oh, Paradox, no, I'm not too worried about that. I think one of the things I might do, though, in the future for the flight sim is, because I've got a laptop up in my bedroom that isn't doing anything all day, there's a couple things that I want to kind of make it do. One of them is to possibly log into Elite and sit in that seat, not only giving me an extra point in that, but also, because of using NDI and running video through a network, I may be able to get that laptop to give you an external view of my ship at all times. So, might be a thing that I try to do in the future. Alright, the station, we're good on speed. Let's line up. There we go. But I kind of want to do the same thing with the flight sim and give an external view of the aircraft that I'm flying. So, again, some stuff I want to do, I just haven't done it yet. I've got to figure out a better way to control it from downstairs, though, is the problem. Especially, Elite, because Elite, oh yeah, X-Plane's not going to be a problem. I can do that one, no problem. Landing gear. It's Elite that I'm really wondering, because I've got to get it to be smart enough to detect when I'm, because it resets the view inside every time I go to hyperspace or frame shift change or something like that, so. Shoot. Please open. There we go. It does help to actually click on the thing. Alright, so let's refuel there. We're going to go into outfitting. We're going to update the outfitting. Awesome. And then we're going to go update the commodities market. So cool, that is now updated. Updated now rather than 250 days ago. Awesome. Let's get out of here. Target Merope. Distance to Jackson's Lighthouse.
164.5 light years from Jackson's Lighthouse.
Target Jackson's Lighthouse. Yeah, if Jackson's Lighthouse is closer, we can actually use that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's gonna be nice.
Landing gear deployed.
Let's get out of here. Yeah, X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Sim and stuff like that, they all have the stuff necessary to, if you're running multiple PCs, you can send the data to those for those to render other views. So it would be a very, very cool thing to get Elite having that functionality. I would love to have a view of that all the time. That way you guys are seeing a behind me view that includes all the shadows and all that kind of thing. It would be a really, really awesome thing to see for sure. Or just to mess with people. It would be cool to have a green screen to each side, and then having cameras facing each side, and then do a view where it shows. Oh, I just smacked that camera. That's good too. Having the. Oh, I'm not gonna do this. Having the shadows react accurately would be such a cool thing. Let's see if I can do this now. If you get the shadows just right, you can actually see the pilot using the control stick and such. And Muddy Pax, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing today? There we go. Let's see there, you can actually see the controller moving around. Kind of a neat bit there. Alright, let's get over here. Stumbled upon the channel, just starting your adventure in Elite Dangerous. This is, again, something that I've been saying for the past few months, but I feel actually a little bit jealous for people that are getting into Elite right now, because we're expected a big update late 2020, so a year from now, right? So, you just getting into the game right now, you're learning things. By the time the new update comes out, you'll be like a master of everything that's in the game, and then you get all that new stuff then. So, yeah, I think like right now is around the perfect time to be joining the game and learning about stuff, because for people like me that have been playing this a while, we are kind of in a little bit of a lull waiting for new stuff. They've kind of reduced the number of big updates because they've got the majority of the team working on this big update coming late next year. So it's definitely, we're getting bug fixes and little like tweaks to stuff, but it's not drastic, huge, game-changing stuff. So yeah, I feel a little bit jealous for you guys. Now also, you just getting into the game, understand too, I have been playing this game for a long period of time. I was in the beta of the game back in 2014, so I've been playing for a long while. If you have any questions, please ask, because I do things where I don't even think about doing them anymore. It just, I have like 5,500 plus hours in the game now, and I just do things without thinking. So if I do something and you have a question, please ask, and I'll try to go into detail about why I'm doing a thing and all that kind of stuff. For example, we are about to jump to a neutron star. Being that you're new, I don't know if you've ever seen a neutron star before. So yeah, what you're about to see is not something an early player will normally go to on purpose, but yeah. And Artis, with that, yeah, it might be a little bit difficult, but trust me, keep on with it, because it is going to be your muscle memory for a while that is going to be the pain in the ass. The muscle memory is going to make you feel as if you are worse than playing with a controller. But once you get past the muscle memory and you learn your new controls, yeah, the new controls will be the way to go. Alright, so with a neutron star, I'm going to go right in the edge of the cone, as far away from it as possible. It's going to throw my ship around a bit. Come on. Come on. Might take a little bit longer here. Now this is one of those things, do as I say, not as I do. You never want to, it ejected me. Still in it. You never want to fly at the neutron star, like I'm kind of doing right now. You don't want to do that. There we go. Now it's supercharged. Let's get out of here. No, go away from the neutron star. See, the cone likes to suck you into it. You don't want to... You never want to drop into normal space while inside that cone. But yeah, that... If you've never supercharged off a neutron star before, that just multiplied my jump range by 4. So I now have a jump range of 176. My normal jump range is 44 light years, so it makes it really nice. So 176. Let's head this way. Can I make it to 98K Tari? 176? Not really. $139. 211. 189. 168. That works. There you are. Muddy Packs, yes, I use voice attack. It's one of those things, like, because I play in VR, I started making my own voice profile. So I've got a lot of things that are customized for VR use. But if you want to download my voice profile, you can. It's right there. There's nothing on it that necessarily you have to have VR to use it, though. So, the nice thing with mine is that I've got features where I can come in and be like, set station. And it will go through and select only the station, right? So I try to do a lot of things to try to make things a lot easier to select. But one of the big things that I did not like is I didn't like taking my headset off to type stuff in. So ended up writing a series of commands where I can come in and be like, target Earth. And by me saying the thing, it will actually type the thing out and go to that. So if I want to go target Thargoid Site 1, it will type out that system name. So I don't need to do a ton of bookmarks, right? So I've got every single Thargoid site, I've got every single Guardian site, I've got all the generation ships, all the INRA sites, all this extra stuff, right? So yeah. Target 98K Tari. That's my other neutron star I like to use. Let's head over that way. Distance to Colonia.
22,213 light years from Colonia.
Paste. So you got all the stuff where it'll vocalize it. It will actually put it into the clipboard. You can ask it about things. It will tell you how far away you are. If I want to come in and say, location of Galconda. Location of Generation Ship 16. Oh, I did that during a hyperspace jump. Location of Generation Ship 16. It will... there it goes. Come on, pirate. You're ruining everything. Ace Hopebringer. Location of Thargoid Site 212. Of course, I say that just as... Are you kidding me? Just let me jump. Come on, steer back toward my target. Steer back towards my target. Steer back toward my target. Come on, no, this way. This way. This way. This way. This way. Ah, whatever. Location of Thargoid Site 123. Every time I ask it, it's doing a hyperspace jump. Eventually, I'll get it to actually work. Hold on a moment. Location of Thargoid Site 123. There it goes.
Complete.
So you can ask it a location, it will tell you what it is, what system, what body, latitude, longitude, all that kind of information. If you, like, there's some generation ships that you have to go to a certain system, go to a certain body, aim at another star and go towards that star for X number of seconds to find it. It'll even tell you that those things too, so... I've tried to include all the things, so I don't want, like, if you download my profile, the way that I'm trying to get it to work is, instead of having to require you to go to websites to find this information out, instead I want it to be something that you can ask about, and it will give you that data where you never have to leave the game. In my case, because of the headset, the less I have to take the headset off to find a thing, that's the way I've been trying to do it. I want it to be a kind of almost an AI. I keep forgetting about those damn stars. But yeah, this is why I like 98K Tari. It's got a hyper neutron. Neutron that is spinning really rapidly, but it allows me to get anywhere inside the Pleiades area because of its jump range. Ah, I did it again. Try this again. Come on, supercharge. There we go. There we go. Now, do be aware, by using the neutron stars, you do damage your FSD a tiny, tiny bit every time. For example, those 2 jumps each damaged it 1%, so we're down at 98% FSD health. If you're doing really, really long range stuff, it does help to have a thing to actually repair your modules. So, target Thargoid Site 1. Target Thargoid Site 1. There it goes. Do that again, please. I want to do it in 1 jump, not 3, please. Target it directly. There we go. Alright, now, another thing with my profile. Interesting thing with it is, when you enter a system that actually has something that is on my spreadsheet, it will actually give you an audio alert, too. Pause music. So, when we enter the system, we'll enter in, and then I want you to listen for an audio chirp. We might actually have to make it louder.
23% fewer.
Right there, that audio chirp. Again, that is a little bit low in volume. What is here?
Thargoid Site 1.
See, you can ask it what's here, and it will actually tell you. So Thargoid Site 1 is in the system, so we know that there is something here. I tried to make it so if you enter a system and you don't realize that there's something actually there, by it giving you that little audio alert, you know, hey, there's something of interest here. I might want to check it out. So even if you're just bouncing around exploring, you can still come across cool things to find, right? All right, let's see here. So we know that there is a Thargoid site here, but where? Because I don't have this system scanned, apparently. There is 38 bodies here, several of them being gas giants. Let's get all these scans. Distance to Merope.
93.7 light years from Merope.
Cool. And the Grim Reaper, dude! Thank you very much for the resub, man. How you doing this morning?
Hey, keep up the awesome work. Thumbs up.
Oh, man.
And Merry Christmas.
You too, man. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Got a whole bunch of moons here. And one of these bodies in here has a Thargoid site. Pause music. Ooh, we got a water world. In fact, I'm going to go scan that because that's an easy 1,000,000 credits. Always like getting 1,000,000 credits for a little bit of data. See, I tend to use exploration data a lot to make factions friendly with me, allied and such. So, on a 34-hour reset. What do you mean 34-hour reset? Trying to reset your internal clock kind of reset, or? I've had to use the last couple days myself to try to reset my internal clock. Oh, the truck driver reset. Okay. Okay, I see. My grandfather used to do the truck thing too. I didn't realize that's what you were talking about for a moment. Ah, okay. Fasting is a good way to reset my internal clock. Funny thing you mentioned that. I just struggle to... Sometimes I'll go and without even know... Like, sometimes I will be doing a thing and then I'll realize, huh, I haven't eaten in 3 days. And then I'm like, I'm hungry now, and then I have to go eat. just without even thinking about it. And, like, that usually happens when I'm, like, extremely sick. But I ate yesterday, so I'm not in that kind of thing right now. But yeah, when I'm ill, I have trouble eating and all that kind of thing. Oh, Catblaw, I wish I could be like that sometimes, dude. The thing is, like, I eat when I'm hungry. I mean, that's pretty much it. And yeah, I've had some times where I'll just be like, huh, when did I eat last? And then I realize, oh, it's been like 48 hours. There's our Thargoid site, so we know it is on planet B1C. Let's do a confirmation here. Location of Thargoid site 123. Shoot, hold on. We're not at Thargoid site 123. Location of Thargoid site 1. Yeah, B1C. That's the one we're actually at. Pegasus, I might have to try that next time then. There's our other gas giant over there. And its bodies. Here we go. Come on, scan. Totally not Castania, right? That is definitely a thing. Bunch of nothing on those moons. Alright, now all the other planetary bodies in the system. We have 7 more. Nothing there. Nothing there. More of nothing. Next track. Yeah, this playlist is kind of all over the place. They've got a whole bunch of different music, so... But yeah, I get like that too. When I'm like really focused on a thing, I forget to eat as well. Used to be real good for me when I was in the military, because in the military they have, you know, dedicated lunch hours, so it kept me on a schedule then really well.
System scan complete.
Alright, we're gonna go scan that water world, get a bunch of credits for turning in and making people happy and love me more. That scanner ready. Yeah, that for me, that was the big thing. Is like when I was in the Air Force, I want to say about 70% of my time in the Air Force, I was actually working second and third shift. So the big thing is that like they had the people that dealt with brass on day shift. And then they had the people that actually did the work on swing shift and mid shift. So, I worked the corrosion shop. Pretty much we did all the painting things. So, a lot of the work was done on second and third shift because then we could get things done without management interfering with stuff, right? We actually had time to do the things rather than dog and pony show all the time. So day shift was always showing things off to people. Mid and swing shift was all down to getting things actually done. So, yeah. It was pretty much my first year in the Air Force, and then my last year's when I was getting into my retirement stage was when I was day shift. So, Drift Apprentice, yes, I woke up at about 1:30 this morning. 6 probes. Let's do this in 4, please. There we go. Time?
4:35.
Yep, it is 4:30 my time. Come on, probes, do your job. And you'll note I try to hit the back side first, and then the front side, because then at that point, all the probes hit about the same time. Totally like Castaneda, I mean, this, right now, the sleep pattern I'm on right now is my normal sleep pattern. So I kind of did get everything reset, but now we've got to... Now my problem is maintaining this. Alright. So now that we've got that going, target third old Thargoid Scout. Let's go there. Back on eco mode. Route plotting failed. Wow, have I really gone to that many places around? Wow. There we go. Cool, that works too. Guys, give me a moment. I gotta do a slight hardware tweak. Bear with me one moment, guys. I gotta go to the garage. I'll be right back. Alright, let me explain what I'm about to do here. Let's actually go... Can we do a close-up view, please? Close-up view, yay. Alright, so... Sorry, this is just one of these little things that started to bug me. My little lever here, my big lever that I use for the pinky switch, there's actually a very small... Like, I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you guys see that little tiny wiggle that it has right there? I don't like that. I like it to be nice and tight. There's actually a really, really tiny set screw right there that I'm going to actually tweak here. Apparently, let's see here. I'm going to tweak that a little bit. Tighten it up a little, tiny, tiny bit. That one is a little bit too big. Hoping I have the proper size for this thing. There we go. There we go. Nice and a little bit of a tweak. Sorry, I don't know, like, I just came across that thing, and then I'm like, that's starting to be really, really annoying. Come on, please plug that in. There we go. Awesome. Cool. That works. There. Sorry, guys. I know I definitely get into a bunch of squirrel moments. That was definitely one of them. Wanted to make sure that I've actually got that thing. Oh, yeah, there. Now it's not jiggling around. I could feel it jiggling underneath my pinky, and it was being a little bit annoying. Alright. Let's see here. I did scan the system, right? Right? I think? Yes, I did. On to the next system. Alright. Wrong screen. Oh yeah, that, I've actually got, let's see here. I had it, I lost it, there it is. So, yeah, this one, my gray one is metric. Red is imperial. And then I have a blue one, which is torques. So, yeah, I bought a whole bunch of them years ago. They're really, really nice. And the really, really funny thing, Random Sum, is that the way that they're all done is that if you have the entire kit, the metric one has imperial hex drivers, while the imperial one has metric hex drivers. That way you use each one to tighten the other one up. So I thought that was kind of an amusing thing that they did. Like, if you have an imperial one, it's kind of hard for the imperial one to tighten itself, but you can use the other one to tighten the other ones, right? So I thought that was kind of an amusing thing when I noticed that you could do that. All right, let's jump back in here. The Thargoid Army Knife. In the future, I do want to try 3D printing a Thargoid ship. I would love to have a Thargoid model that had motors in it that made it spin around and stuff like that. Are there probes involved? There could be. No, I don't know. I don't think so. I'd like to make a Thargoid probe and light it up and all that kind of thing. That would be a really, really cool 3D model. Have it do a bunch of pulsing and randomly make a sound or something. That would, oh my god, that would be an amazing thing. If I could make a Thargoid probe with clear parts on it, with lights inside that glowed, and then have it react to like subs and stuff, that would be such a cool thing. That would be awesome. I might have to see now. You're gonna make me do a Thargoid probe. I'm gonna find some. I'm gonna look into multi-material 3D printing and clear 3D printing material, and oh, you're gonna make me buy a whole bunch of stuff. Do it. Now I really want to. Yeah. See, there's a lot of little things I want to do. Like, I've been looking at, for example, when I built that Enterprise model, one thing that we have been looking at is one of those bases that uses magnets to make it hover over the thing. I would love to make a stand that could hold a model that big and have it hover. The biggest one that I've been able to find can hold about 2.5 pounds, though. I want to find one that can reliably hold 3 to 4 pounds and make it hover, because in that way I will try to design 3D printed model ships that will be no heavier than that. That way I can make it work. But have one base and put proper magnets in all the ships that make them hover properly, right? And then be able to change them out as need be. But I would love to have like a Thargoid ship that hovers, or a Thargoid scout that hovers, or just stuff like that. I think would be a really, really cool thing to have on stream.
System scan complete.
There we go. That system is done. On to the next one. All right. And again, this music playlist that we have playing today is the playlist from Rebel Galaxy. I don't know if it's the first one or the second one, but I think this is the second one. But yeah, its playlist kind of jumps around a lot. We don't talk about the probing? Nah. I do need to redo some of my commands to, when I ask it for what song is playing, it can actually detect what song is playing through the network, and actually those commands will work again, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. What do I think about the supposedly leaked Thargoid design sketch? When you talk about the leaked sketch, are you talking about... Let me see if I can now find my pictures here. I really need to just use a voice chat command to open up the Elite picture folder that I have. That might be a little bit easier to do. Elite stuff. Are you specifically talking about this one? That one there? Or are you talking about this one? So there's a couple different models that have been kind of put out there. But yeah, that's the most recent. The kind of problem with this model is that this is definite concept art. The funny thing is that these models that someone found in the game files about 3 years ago, This was only came out about a year and a half ago or something like that. The problem with this is that this is just a concept art thing. There is no... You look at that is not polygons. There's too many curves. There's not enough flat things to be able to sit there and say that is a actual 3D model. That is a concept art. So there's no actual 3D model of that yet. It would be very cool if that was a Thargoid. Again, this is the thing, is that when someone sees that, right, it has a person slightly fearful of that, right? Because it is alien. It is not what we consider normal. But at the same time, again, that might be the most peaceful race in the galaxy that we know of. We might have space red pandas. They might be the evil one. Okay? This is one of these things, for example, when it comes to spiders, a lot of people are very fearful of spiders. All right? But when you really start understanding a spider, okay, if you actually do the research on a spider, spiders are not that aggressive towards humans. Again, you have to piss the spider off before it will bite you, right? Most people that tend to get bitten by a spider, they might roll over when they're sleeping and the spider out of defense bites a person, right? There's a lot of people that have tarantulas as pets and stuff like that. I've seen videos of, if you know what you're doing, you can mess around with a black widow all day long and it will not bite you. But the moment you do something to piss it off... But yeah, this is again like one of these things. If you have a black widow and you're continuously trying to get it to climb on you, you are irritating the spider, and yes, it will bite you, okay? But if you know what you're doing, you can deal with spiders all day long and not have to worry about it. Okay? And that's the thing, is that a lot of people see something like this, and because it's a natural fear kind of thing. Or it's a fear that a lot of people, when they jump into Elite Dangerous, they definitely have that whole, but Hollywood said that all aliens are bad and we must kill them, right? So, I think that's where we are in Elite right now, too, is a lot of people have the Hollywood version of aliens where all the aliens are bad. It's Independence Day. It's a summer action flick. All the aliens need to blow up and everything like that, right? But in reality, I think Frontier are trying to do more of The Arrival, where it's a thinking game rather than a action flick. And I think they knew that players were going to act like it was an action flick, and that's why they're attacking the Thargoids. But in reality, when you look at what the Thargoids are doing, they have never attacked first. So... Oh, Drift Apprentice, yes, and that's the thing, though, too, is that when you really start thinking about it, the Expanse books are really, really a lot more detailed than the Expanse TV show. That was one thing that I was a little bit disappointed in the TV show. They only kind of showed this one point off in the first couple episodes and never talked about it afterwards. Oh look, we have the pirate again. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this, and I'm going to turn, and I'm going to let the pirate run into the star while I refuel. Contact's another one, too. Would you like to do your part, citizen? Desire to know more intensifies. Do I need to, shake rapidly when I say that? I don't know. But no, here's the thing is that, come on, run into me, please, before I overheat. Now, so here's the thing is that with The Expanse, again, the very first episodes were the only ones that ever touched on this. Pause music. So, for the Belters living out in lower gravity or close to no gravity, the humans have adapted to that lower gravity lifestyle. Their bones are a lot longer. They're weaker because they don't have to hold as much G-force or whatever like that. And again, they focused on this the first couple episodes, but after that, they do kind of have the problem of there's not exactly a lot of actors that are super tall like that one guy was in the very first episodes. But in the books, all of the Belters are like that. They're all really relatively tall, and their bones are relatively weak because of that. So, yeah, it is a thing, but they don't really go into it's a problem with, you know, you can't CGI all the actors to have really long bones and be taller than everybody else, right? But that is a thing that was more focused on in the books. Can you please hit the star? I don't... Whatever, I'll just have to get away from the guy. Whatever. Actually, no, I'm going to let him be an idiot, and I'm going to point this way while scanning everything, because then he can't get behind me. There, I'm just going to scan everything while he's passing me rapidly. Yep, there's passing once. All the gas giants. All the gas giant moons. Random some, yeah, I'm hoping that with the added budget from Netflix, they do get some of that extra stuff for sure. Or Amazon Prime. It's not Netflix, it's Amazon Prime. But yeah, all that extra money and stuff like that to be able to do some more stuff with it for sure. The problem too is that anything with forced perspective like that, it is a little bit irritating when you're having, because again, in Expanse there is a lot of times the characters are interacting with each other, and it would suddenly be weird to have one of the main actors, I can't remember her name now, she's a Belter, and she should be a lot taller than the other characters. So it is definitely a... you're on this. I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to try doing this. Can I go over that way for a long while and find it? Whoa! Never mind. We're going to get interdicted first. I think it's Dominique. Yeah, I think so. I can't remember her name now. There we go. Good. I guess that'll move me away from the star a little bit, too. Yeah, Naomi in the show is... In the books, she is a Belter, and she is much, much taller than a lot of the other characters on the ship. Because... But that's the thing, is that the actress... a little bit more difficult for her to do that because, you know... She was kind of really born on Earth, and it's a little bit hard to do that kind of thing. And it would be a little bit odd to suddenly have her really, really tall compared to the other characters on the ship with no explanation just because Amazon has a little bit more money to throw at special effects. That would be a little bit... Yeah. That is true, yeah. But again, like, in the books, she was tall. She was close to 7 feet, I believe, in the books, if I remember correctly. Even though she had lived under simulated G-force because of the ships and such. Pause music. Volume 20. But again, there is some limits to when you're translating a book into a TV show or a movie or something like that. Some things do get lost like that, and that's one of them. I mean, I forgive them for why. I mean, it is a big logistical thing. It's really difficult to find actors that are, you know, that tall to try to be screen accurate to the book and everything. Okay, that was weird. I'm not going to scan that planet. There we go. all the moons, all the planets. Alright, there you are. Oh, I didn't scan the ones around that gas giant. Okay. Geological 19.
System scan complete.
And what do we have here? Water geysers, so probably geological. Antimony 0.8. Kind of want some of that. And optimized night. Thank you very much for the host, dude. How you doing today? 43 geological sites with antimony. Ooh, I kind of want some of that. The nice thing with a place like this is that you're pretty much guaranteed 5 pieces of antimony per geological site. So that's 5 times 3. 25 per thing. I can go to 4 of these sites and get all, like, quite a bit of antimony. How much do I have right now? Oh, wow. I've already got 99 of it. Can always get a little bit more. I'm actually doing pretty good for a grade 5 material there. Of course, I need to get more biotech conductors at some point. I don't think I ever use them, but yeah. I don't know if I've ever picked one up, to be honest. I don't think I've ever discovered one. Distance to Merope?
107.5 light years from Merope.
Well inside the Thargoid sphere of influence. Can we please use this planet for a little bit of a gravity break? Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Come on, 3-second approach. There we go. Alright, actually I need to slow down a little bit. I do need to scan this little moon. I want something that's on the daytime side for sure. 4 probes. Can we do it in 2? 1, 2. I think I just missed that one. Oh yeah. Kind of moon that I love though too.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Yep, I totally missed that one. There we go.
Surface scan complete.
Alright. That one is down in the canyon. Ooh, we got a couple down in the canyon. Sweet. Actually, no, we're going to go for that one on the flat area. That way I don't have to dodge a whole bunch of stuff. Our carrier's delayed. Catblaw, yeah, they made an announcement a month or so ago that carriers are being delayed until 2nd quarter of next year now. So, May, June-ish. They're not coming out this year. It's one of those things, like, Frontier, I know, like, talking to the people inside and understanding the way the company is, Frontier are not like other companies that, that do the whole grind trying to get a product out before a certain time. When you have relaxed workers, productivity is better, and you get an actual better product, right? So, Frontier are definitely doing it that way, rather than stressing everybody out and making them have to crunch before the holidays. Landing gear. Yeah, crunch time is always a bad thing. I like the fact that a lot of video game companies are trying to move into that kind of thing to get away from the crunch, because I mean, studies have been done, a lot of companies have looked at this, but putting people under a deadline like that is never good. And the other problem is simply, if you release something early like that, and it comes out and it's bad and has problems, a lot of times companies cannot recover from that. Versus delaying a product, the delay might make people a little bit upset at the time, but when the product comes out and the product is actually good, the good product is what is remembered, and people enjoy the game more. Alright, so let's do a little bit of scanning here. Why am I so far forward in my SRV there? Recall ship. Alright, so now the problem is finding the stuff. Volume 30. Volume 30. I guess it already was 30. Wow, I'm not finding... I found like one thing to shoot. How am I not finding anything else? This one just spread out over everywhere. Where are my needle crystals? Huh. Selenium, which I don't think I... Oh, I do need a little bit. Germanium, do need a little bit of that. Yeah, I want my needle crystals. I want the rare stuff. Huh. I have no idea where the stuff is. This is actually a little bit weird. This one is actually really, really spread out, too. Hold on. Whoa, 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 hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Wait, do I have a... This is geological. But wait a minute. Hold on. Why is my... Wait, why did my scanner get turned off? Weird. Oh! Water ice fumarole. Hold on a minute. That's water ice, then why do I have lava right next to it? Hold on. I'm confused. Why am I not getting a scanning sound? Weird. I mean, this is glowing, but yet I'm not getting hot or anything like that. I mean, it is water ice, but then again, who knows? Maybe due to temperatures and everything, it's releasing light, and we are dealing with weird pressures and stuff like that. The U-turn was fitting. Hit the big old rock there. Needle crystals! That's what I was looking for! Alright, so now that we found a needle crystal, that is going to definitely be our antimony. There's our antimony. Love having needle crystals. Now there should be 5 of them. And the weird thing is that usually all 5 of them are within, like, they form a chain. So now my problem is, now that I found the first one, where are the other ones? Let me now run into all the big old rocks as I try to find this thing. There should be 5 of them total. I've only found 1 so far. So now the catch is just finding where the next one is. Crystalline cluster. Weird. Cadmium. Always need cadmium. Yeah, this area, there's a lot of particle effects, so my frame rate is just diving right now. More fragments. Oh, there's more needle crystals. Those are what I want. There we go. Alright, so I have a rough idea where all the needle crystals are. Wow, now everything just... Wow, look at my radar now. I just found where everything is. Always need iron. Wait. The thing just... Oh, there it is. I'm like... I knew I saw it fly up in the air. I didn't just know where exactly. Come on, target, please. Oh, no, nickel. Don't need it. More needle crystals. So this will be 3. So we got a couple more. Again, problem is finding them. Cadmium. There we go. Selenium. Oh, hold on. Can remove that one from the listing. Because I do need that now. Come on down. There we go. Awesome. Alright, let's go back to where I was getting all that other stuff on radar. There's a ton of things over here. There they all are. Nope, don't need any sulfur. Do a barrel roll! Oh my god, these particles are killing my frame rate. Why is it that's all the grade 3 materials that I'm out of? Ah, big rock. And Skymaster, what's up, dude? How you doing today? Sure, we need a little bit of carbon. Don't need any sulfur, though. Nope, a little bit of carbon there. Any more needle crystals? Yeah, I've only gotten 3 of them. I should get some more. Germanium, I definitely need that. There we go. 600-pound quote to fix the oil leaks. In oil leaks in what? Car stuff or? Oh, yeah. See that and Skymaster. Personally, that's the things like that. That's the reason why I started to learn about mechanical stuff. Is I was like, I want to save money, so I started doing like my own research into what do I need to fix my car, and that's how I learned how to change my own brakes and all that kind of thing. And for example, oil leaks like that, learned how to. If the oil seals on the engine, I learned how to take the engine apart, replace the oil seals, and it all came down to me saving money. Sump gasket and cam cover gasket. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that kind of thing. Like, if I was over where you were at, I would sit there and say, hey, let's plan a weekend and we'll do that. Come over to your place and we'll take your car apart, put it back together kind of thing, but sadly, a little bit too far. Yeah, button pusher. It's usually, like, that's the big thing, is it's the time needed to take everything apart and put it back together. That's where everything gets... that's the hard part. Yeah, there's a little bit of water between us, and all my tools are here, and I have to get them over there, and then there's all that problem too. But yeah, most of it is labor. Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is that when it comes to the BP series motor, pretty much Ford and Mazda are the ones that are running those motors. It was back when Mazda and Ford had a partnership and they kind of shared development and stuff like that. But when it comes to anything with the BP series engine, I don't even need the books anymore other than torque values. Other cars, yes, I might need to read a little bit about what is going on before it, but I'm pretty confident that I could take apart any motor and put it back together, no problem. Oh, I see more needle crystals. Right ahead. Ooh, yeah, then, yeah, at least here in the US, BMW is a brand that is a lot more expensive because of getting parts and everything like that, but, yeah, BMW, you gotta get all those things as well. Yeah. Yeah, that is another thing as well. Again, peace of mind, having someone that knows the vehicle, that is certified for the vehicle, is a definite good thing as well. So yeah. I mean, myself personally, I know, I trust myself, okay? When I do a job on something, like, I try to do it to the best of my ability. I try to do all my research to understand what is going on with the vehicle before I take something apart. So, yeah. And there's our 5th needle crystal right there. Sweet, we got all 5 of them. Recall ship. There we go. Got all 5 things of antimony. So we're now up to 114. Up from 90-something. Come on, ship, where are you going? Well, I mean, different vehicles use different materials for gaskets, depending on what it is. Some cars, like, for example, the head gasket on my car is 3-layered steel gasket. Some people have moved to fiber gaskets. Other people, like, for example, you don't want a fiber gasket if you're running a BP series motor turbocharged, because it can't handle the extra pressure. But if you're running it naturally aspirated, you can use a fiber gasket and it will actually help transmit less heat from the block into the head. So I mean, there's people that over time new materials are developed and stuff like that. So again, it's very dependent on what you're doing. Aluminum or aluminium gasket would not be good for that kind of motor, again, because it becomes the weak point. I know there have been a lot of people using a phenolic gasket between the head and the intake, because the phenolic, it's kind of like a composite material, but its big property is that it prohibits the transfer of heat. So it makes the intake manifold cooler, so the air has less chance of warming up while going through it, allowing the air to be colder and make more power. So there's a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, materials like that, it's really dependent on the vehicle and the way everything is arranged and all that kind of thing too. Oh, random what annoying things like with modern cars like that. Things like that are when the designer does not talk with the mechanics that are going to end up be using the vehicle in the future. Okay, this is where you get vehicles like that is incredibly difficult to work on because the designer didn't think about that. Right? Like, for example, let me see if I can pull up a picture of a vehicle and show you this thing's engine bay real fast. There was a vehicle released in the United States, made by Plymouth. Or no, I'm sorry, not Plymouth. Pontiac. In the 80s, they made a vehicle called a Fiero. And, they had what was called the Fiero GT. And the Fiero GT was a V6 engine mounted in the back of a car. It was a mid-engine car. And, yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of this thing. So, if you guys have never seen a Fiero before, they look like this, okay? I mean, this is your 80s style vehicle, right? Now, the problem was that with the GT, the car came with a 4-cylinder motor, an inline 4, and it also came with a V6. The problem with the Fiero V6 was, with the V6, you had 3 cylinders facing one way, 3 cylinder facing the other way. And to change the plugs, the spark plugs on this V6 motor, you had to disconnect what was called a dog bone that prevented the motor from shifting, and then you had to remove the engine mounts, and then you had to put a jack under the engine to jack the engine backwards just to access the spark plugs. It was one of those things of they didn't really think about general maintenance stuff, right? And I'm trying to find an engine bay picture of this car. Because, yeah, the engine was in there like this, and you couldn't get to that side of it. It was like shoehorned in there to try to, here you got extra power, but you couldn't get to anything on the back side. It was such a pain in the ass. And the reason why I know this, I used to own one. So they were such a pain in the ass to work on. Yeah, it was, Yeah, I know random some. Again, this was back when the big thing was the designers design the car and they don't consult the mechanics during the design process. We had the same problem with U.S. Air Force aircraft. You'd have the designers would build the airplane, and general maintenance on the aircraft was the last thing that they were thinking of. Aircraft now that are designed are actually designed with maintenance personnel in the design process to make it easy to actually work on things. So, yeah, like F-16s, F-15s are not exactly the easiest airplanes to work on. Like, there are areas where you're having to work on stuff and you're having to cram your hands into little tiny gaps and you can't see what you're working on. You're just doing everything by feel. So, yeah, crazy stuff. And then, like, for example, if you've ever taken a look at the Volkswagen Beetle, okay? Have you guys ever looked at the procedure needed to change the headlight bulb on a Volkswagen Beetle? To get to the headlight bulb, you have to disassemble pretty much the entire front end, take the bumper off, and all this other stuff just to change the light bulb. It is one of the most known disconnects between the car being designed and just doing what you consider being a simple maintenance thing, right? But I mean that's one of the reasons why I love my Mazda MX-5 is that I can do everything on it without having to take half the car apart. It's so nice. It's like if you like a car to modify, get yourself an MX-5. you can just do everything on it without having to take everything apart. It's so nice. I've heard Hondas, yeah, a little bit like that. I've heard they have a little bit of problems if you're trying to do anything with the transmission or the rear end, though. Oh, random some. Yes, I've done that. I've had repairs where I have to change out 4 hylocks. Okay? The entire repair is to change out 4 hylocks. But to do anything on it, you have to drain one of the wing tanks, you have to remove the fuel bladder to change out 4 hylocks. Oh no, Caplaw, no, what I mean is, like, for example, on my Miata, I can put the car up on 4 jack stands and work on anything on the transmission and the rear end. For the S2000, just because of how small they fitted the transmission tunnel around the transmission, you can't get to anything on top of the transmission without taking the transmission physically out of the vehicle. While my Miata, I can reach around the transmission and unplug stuff and all that kind of thing, right? Again, it's a packaging problem. It was just simply, they made the transmission trunk tunnel exactly the size that it absolutely needed to be with a 1/2 inch clearance. While my Miata has like a 2 to 3 inch clearance around the entire thing. So I can actually cram my hands around it and unscrew the reverse light switch and put a new one on without having to drop the S2000 to get to the reverse light switch. From what I understand, you have to disconnect some of the mounts and you tilt the entire engine transmission assembly down to change it out, and then put it back in, and then put it back in, put the drive shaft back in, and go like that. So that's what I mean, is that, again, it's there are some other things you have to do with it, but it's not exactly as easy to do as like the MX-5. So, but again, that was, again, that when they made that vehicle at the time, they have to focus on packaging the car. They only need to have it fit tires that are X size. They only need to have it fit a transmission that was that big. Aftermarket is the people that decide, hey, I'm going to put a V8 engine in this thing, and I need to make the transmission tunnel wider for the big transmission that will go into it. And yeah, I mean, if I decide to ever put a V8 engine in my Miata, yeah, I've got to do a lot of modifications. Because you can't fit the transmission, like, you can't fit a T56 transmission into a Miata transmission tunnel. So, yeah, there's a little bit of other stuff involved in that. There you are. Oh, how did I not get you? There you are.
System scan complete.
Yeah, you're like, when the cars are being designed, they are focusing more on, you know, ability to carry cargo, so they're trying to fit as much, they're trying to cram as much stuff in there as possible. Pause. Next track. Alright. But I mean, nice thing with the Miata V8 engine kits is the engine bay is fine. You have to change out the engine cross member for one that can hold a V8 engine. But you can drop the Miata one out, you put the V8 one in, and then it will fit the engine. The transmission tunnel is the biggest modification. You've got to early kits, and what you can do if you really want to is take a BFH, or big frickin' hammer, and you can use the hammer to just beat the hell out of the transmission tunnel and make it wider. Okay, you can do that with the Miata, and that will work. if you want to do it properly, and the way that I want to do it, is where the transmission tunnel would wrap around, you would sit there and that entire wraparound area, you'd cut that open, you'd remove kind of like a V thing, where it starts off at removing very little in the back, and you remove about 2 inches when you get up to the front, and then go back to nothing going up. And then you take that entire bit of metal and widen it, and then you re-weld that entire seam just to kind of do that, right? So that would be the transmission tunnel widening. And then the only other modification you got to do with the V8 swap with the Miata is you got to remove the rear differential, and you put the pumpkin, you put the rear differential from a Cadillac CTS in the back instead. Oh, Torzen, let me get to that, dude. Here, that's the craziest thing about the V8. If you put a Corvette V8 engine into a Miata, this is the amazing thing, is that when you've done the entire swap, the car weighs 40 pounds more. That's it. There's very little weight distribution change. You're going from an inline 4 iron block to a V8 aluminum block. So you're not gaining a whole bunch of weight. And the nice thing, again, is that that weight is distributed evenly over the entire car. You're putting a bigger differential in the back. You're putting a bigger transmission in. You're putting a bigger engine in. So that weight is still distributed evenly, but the entire vehicle weighs 40 pounds more, but you're getting a lot more power. And that's like, a lot of people are like, the car is still balanced. It still has that 50-50 weight distribution. It goes to like a 51-49 weight distribution if you decide to keep your air conditioning. That's the only thing. But a lot of people use a V8 Miata as a for fun vehicle, so a lot of times they don't put the aircon back in. Myself personally, I still want aircon because I want to daily drive one of those. That would be amazing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people you get a lot more torque, so you definitely have to be aware of that. But at that point, because you are changing to a much bigger transmission, a much more aftermarket supported transmission, most people tend to not have that big of a problem with the amount of torque that you're getting from a V8, because all the different gear sets and rear differential changes that you can do. Like, for example, my car right now, if you put a V8 upgrade the fuel tank to, no. Catlaw, that's the funny thing, is that most people, again, if you've never looked at a Corvette and the way these V8 engines work nowadays, Drift Apprentice, yes. Yeah, I mean, there's kits. There literally are V8 engine. Like, I mean, yeah. Here you go. These are all V8 Miatas. The engine fits right in the engine bay. No, I mean, very little modification to the bonnet. A lot of times they even use the stock Corvette airbox thing. Oh, talking about the BMW inline 6s. Oh, if you're talking about that kind of thing, hold on a minute. Hold on. Miata V12 Jaguar? Yeah, here's this guy. This guy put a Jaguar V12 in his. He did have to cut the bonnet open a little bit to have the velocity stacks come out of the hood. So, yeah, I mean, that one, yeah. So, now there are people that have done crazy stuff like this. At that point, you've done something different. This guy's got 2 V8 engines in a row. That doesn't count. That's when you start getting into monster stuff. Yeah, no. But yeah, like if you're talking about the V8 engine, there you go. It fits in the engine bay. It can close the hood. I think there's a little bit of trimming on the hood, but it doesn't actually puncture the surface of the hood.
It's just a little bit of trimming to allow the airbox. This guy's got a Mustang carbureted engine in his. So then you got people like this that do, I don't know what the hell that is. I really don't know. I have no idea. Here's one of the newer pictures of the guy that did the Jaguar V12. He did some kind of weird thing here. Yep, Drew Wager's actually got a supercharged one. It's a pretty... Supercharged is the way to go if you're doing like autocross kind of stuff. I went turbocharged with mine because I street drive my vehicle all the time. I like having 30 miles per gallon in town, so... But, okay, going back to the whole V8 fuel mileage thing, a lot of people are like, oh, V8 engine, you're twice as many cylinders, your fuel mileage is going to go to crap. My grandfather had a Corvette. He got 35 miles per gallon all the time. Do I call it a Yunus or a Miata? In the U.S., it's a Miata. If I was in Japan, it would be a Yunus Roadster. If I was in Europe, it's an MX-5. I tend to call it a Mazda Miata MX-5 on stream simply because I know the audience of people watching and I try to give it all of the names so people... Because again, if I say Miata, people in the US know what it is. If I say MX-5, people in Europe know what it is. So that's why I kind of go all out with the entire name, right? However, funny thing is, I used to live in Japan. I saw plenty of actual Yunus Roadsters. I actually have a couple of Yunus Roadster badges that I bought years ago but never put on the vehicle. I don't know. At one time I was in a phase of wanting to put all the Japanese stuff on my car, but I got it. I never put it on the vehicle. So, yeah. But now my dream engine, if I could put any engine at all into a Mazda Miata MX-5, is I would love to do a 3-rotor non-turbo 20B with RX-8 rotors. That would be my dream engine. Now, Catblot, that would be ultimate terrifying, crazy, out of this world engine. Yes, I want a 20B non-turbo. That would be, I think, the perfect streetable engine for a Mazda MX-5. Yes, that is a Wankel engine. That is a rotary engine. Yeah, it is a radial. Not radial. Radial is an airplane engine. Rotary is the Mazda one. Now the reason why I say 3-rotor non-turbo with RX-8 rotors, they're higher compression, and non-turbo would make the engine bulletproof. A bulletproof engine with RX-8 rotors with that kind of... I've seen a guy that built one of these motors. It made 350 horsepower. Non-turbo. It's bulletproof because there's no boost going through it. In fact, the guy actually... He put a turbo system on it, but he built it as an aircraft turbo system. Okay? Now you're probably wondering, what the hell is an aircraft turbo system? On a car that is turbocharged, a lot of people tend to sit there and they want to force a lot of air into it, right? They want to make boosts. They want to, go all crazy with that. With an aircraft. In aircraft, a turbo system on an aircraft is not boosting the engine. It is only bringing the air pressure into the engine back up to normal sea level pressure. So that is the equivalent of, if I have a car at sea level, it is 101 kilopascals of air pressure outside, right? But if you come into the mountains where I am right now, I'm only at 88 kilopascals where I live because I'm 6,000 feet above sea level. An aircraft turbo system would put enough air to return it back to 101 kilopascals, but no higher. So you could tune it for sea level air pressure, and no matter where you drive, it would be making that sea level air pressure all the time. So you have power even up in the mountains. It's the best for reliability. That's why aircraft use it. When it comes to aircraft, you want as much reliability as possible. And aircraft, they tend to fly really high. you want that engine to make sea level air pressure even when you're at 15,000 feet. That is an aircraft style turbo system. And that's the way that guy designed his 3-rotor non-turbo to run at that specific air pressure. And see, Riku Clayton, and that's one of the problems. You fly lower, air is thicker, more resistance, you actually get less fuel mileage. So flying higher, having the air suck in and pressurize and make more power, you actually get better fuel mileage the higher you fly when you're running things like that. Same thing with turbine engines. Turbine engines are more efficient as you go higher and higher. It's one of the reasons why they fly so high. But yeah, that would be my dream engine of doing that. Do a 3-rotor non-turbo, or 3-rotor with an aircraft turbo system to just make it act like a non-turbo motor. And then, again, the joke with rotary engines is boost in, apex seals out. We're going to start talking about rotary engines now, aren't we? Hold on a minute, guys. Let me put my shoes on. I just so happen to have a rotary engine in my garage that I can come out here and show you guys some stuff about it. So bear with me. Let me go grab it real fast. It is heavy, so I'm going to put my shoes on because I do not want to drop it on my foot. So give me a second. I'll go grab this motor. It's actually a ripped apart motor, so I can actually show you how this thing works. So, yeah, rotary engines are kind of an interesting thing to how they work. So let me do a couple things here. I'm going to clear off my table. Problem with the rotary is the torque. Yes. I mean, the thing is that you kind of can, if you're doing I guess it would be the equivalent to variable valve timing on the motor. If you've got the thing to tweak the ports, so you can definitely get some more torque out of it. I mean, I've got an 87 RX-7 out in my garage. So I do have a rotary engine. I got a working rotary engine in that one. But give me a second, guys. I'm going to go run to the garage and grab this thing. I'll be right back. Trying to make sure that I don't have things to trip on here. Oh my god. Okay. Heavy thing is heavy. Alright, let's set that down right like that. Alright, if you guys have never seen one of these before, fun bit of kit here. Oh my god. Alright, let's do, this is going to be we're definitely getting into a squirrel moment. Let's do a close-up picture here. Alright, so if you guys have never seen a rotary engine before, this is how they look when they're running. Okay? So what's happening here is that this rotor is running on a geared bit on the inside, and this gear is a 2-to-3 ratio. Okay? So what happens is that for every 3 times that this eccentric shaft spins, the rotor only goes around once, right? Now you might notice right here, there's a couple openings. This is where the air comes in. That port on the side is where the air goes out, right? So what ends up happening here is, I'll take this.
So that goes like that. And now this goes right through there. Come on. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Hold on. Yeah, sometimes this thing can be a pain in the ass to get back together. For sure. Alright. There we go. Okay, so, what ends up happening here is that at this point, look how large the combustion chamber is here. Okay? It's really, really small. So there's no air in that. As this thing goes over, and I'm going to take my laser pointer to try to make this thing show up a little bit more. I'm going to put the laser in where the air comes in. You might be able to see a little bit of red there? Right there, the air channel is starting to be exposed. Okay? You can see it back there. At this point, look at this chamber. It's now getting bigger. This is where the thing is sucking air in through that side port. In fact, there's two ports. So both of those ports start sucking air in. Okay? This area is now getting bigger and bigger and bigger. This is now the intake stroke. Okay? At this point, as the thing starts to move right there, this is the biggest that port will be. So at this point, all that air and fuel is being right there, and now, look at that. It now starts to getting compressed. This is now the compression stroke. And Osu Dezor, this is a rotary engine. We kind of got into one of those squirrel moments with me talking about engines, and we're now discussing an engine, how this works. This is now in compression. So this is the compression stroke. Okay. Now there's two ports on the side because this combustion chamber is so long. It actually needs two spark plugs, and it actually does the spark plugs in an order where it ignites the top one first and then the one at the bottom. So the combustion chamber ignites like this, right? After that, this is now your power stroke. The fuel has now exploded, and this is where, as it's getting bigger, it is getting all your power, okay? And then, when this little tip of this rotor is crossing this opening, that's the end of the power stroke, and now, again, this is getting smaller, and it's squeezing all that exhaust out of the exhaust port, right? Now, the crazy thing with this is, again, we've got three sides to the rotor. So, because this is a two-rotor engine, each rotor is 180 degrees out of phase of each other. And then the power strokes overlap each other, and it's one of the reasons why this kind of motor tends to be an extremely smooth revving engine, right? Oh, dude, thank you very much for that, man. Again, we talk about random stuff on the stream all the time. But yeah, I mean, you pretty much got all three sides are doing the same thing all the time. So when this one's intake, this one's compression, this one's now in power, this one's still in intake, this one's exhaust, this one's now compression, this one's exhaust, starting to get intake, that one's power, now it's exhaust. So it's all kind of overlapping, right? But you also notice, let me now do this. See how this one's got two little circles on this one, and this one does not? Okay. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to move this one. Okay. So this one, mark, no mark. Okay. So we're going to have this one up there. What I'm going to do here now is I'm going to take this load, and we're going to turn it 1, 2, 3. So it took 3 turns for this to turn around one more time, right? So again, this is another thing. When you have this engine spinning at 9,000 RPM, the rotor is only spinning at 3,000 RPM, right? So this is, again, one of the reasons why this engine revs up so high. This engine has 3 moving parts. The rotor, the eccentric shaft, and another rotor. That's it. 3 parts. That's the only parts that move in this entire motor. Those 3 things. Versus a piston motor where you've got the crankshaft, you've got the
the rods, you've got the pistons, you've got the cams, you've got the valves. This rotor acts as the piston and the valve together. So and yeah, let me turn this thing so you guys can see it. There we go. That's where the 2 spark plugs go. Right in there. So you got, they're sparking in a slightly out of order. So they can combust the entire chamber, because again, that chamber is extremely, extremely long. So you have to have two spark plugs. But yeah, this is and everything, I'm trying not to scrape my table. All these little ports, this is where the water would flow. So that's what keeps the engine cool. It flows from, I can't remember if it flows front to back or back to forth. Actually, no, I believe it goes one way on this side and this way on the other way. Let's see here. Those things at the height of the Lincoln injects fuel. So why did it not become the norm over a regular engine? So what's the downside? Okay, so the downside. There are a couple problems with right about here. At this point, the exhaust and the intake are open at the same time. And what ends up happening is just like a very big V8 engine, sometimes you can have air being drawn in and the gas air mixture goes right out the exhaust. So it's not exactly it's not exactly a fuel efficient design. Usually if you have a rotary engine idling, you will smell fuel. That's kind of normal for them. A lot of people had problems because with all this stuff, right? It's hard to lubricate a lot of things. So a lot of these motors actually injected oil into the combustion process to lubricate things inside. And what a lot of people did not realize is that by doing so, it was actually taking oil from their oil pan. And suddenly their engine seized up because their engine's out of oil, because they just think you just run the car and keep going. They never check the oil, even though there's a big oil warning light on your thing, right? There's that problem too. Mazda actually, over the last few months have actually put in a bunch of patents for new rotary engine technology. One of the benefits for rotary engines is that they can be a nice, small, compact power source. The problem is that they're most efficient at a single RPM. Drift Apprentice, yes, it's actually one of the big things is actually removing the oil squirters so it does not add oil to the fuel. And what a lot of people do is that they disable that entire system, and instead they run premix in their, they just put 2-stroke oil in with the gasoline. A lot of people have been doing that. I've actually seen some people that actually don't even do that, and what they've added is they've added a system onto their fuel system that they have a separate premix tank, and then it meters the oil just right as the fuel goes by and does it and everything like that. So, yeah. So one of the things that has been a rumor is that the next RX-7 might be a hybrid, meaning that it will use a rotary engine, but it will be the rotary engine running at a certain RPM to generate a electric generator, which then the electric motors are what powers the wheels. So it's been one of those rumors, but nothing's been confirmed yet. So, all right. So guys, with that, let me go put this thing back out in the garage. I'll be back in just a little bit. What I'm actually going to do is that I have not taken a break yet today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, put this thing away, use the bathroom, grab a drink, all that kind of stuff. I would recommend, if you've been watching me this entire time, do that yourself. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and then we'll continue playing some Elite. So be right back, guys.
All right, and we are back. Now, bear with me one moment, guys. Apparently, my connection just dropped like crazy. Are we dropping frames, or I cannot tell now. It's going back into green. There might have been a few drop frames there. Hopefully, everything's backing up and working again. All right, how far did we get? Only 2.1 million. Got a little bit away. That's like what? 1/8 the way to Hutton? Can we talk about jet engines? Sadly, I don't. However, Go Blue. I do have an old turbo in my garage. I would one day like to take it and turn it into a jet engine, maybe. I need to get a welding equipment and learn how to... need to weld a combustion chamber up if I'm going to do something like that. Maybe one day. Alright. Alright, 11 bodies. Yeah, see, funny thing with that is it's so irritating because, like, everything that he does, making all that stuff, that's what I did in the military. That's the kind of stuff that I did. And it's a little bit frustrating because, like, if I had my own personal tools of all that kind of, I could do that kind of thing. I could build that kind of stuff, but I can't afford anything like that. And it's a little bit frustrating because I want to build some crazy stuff, I just can't. Amanda Washburn, what's up, dude? How you doing this morning? When is the next Lave radio meeting? So you're coming and I'll bring you to meet in my car? Oh, you talking about the Lave Con, or... I think that is earlier in the year. March, April, I think? Ish. Oh, Button Busher, yeah, we do a lot more garage streams and some crazy build stuff. If I had a welder, oh yeah, we'd be trying to put a V8 engine in my car.
System scan complete.
Yeah, Ransom, again, my entire problem with that is that financially, my next big purchase is a house. So I'm kind of focusing on stuff necessary to do that next. Once I get the house and get the payments on that, then I'll start saving up to get all the other crazy stuff. But part of the things that I want to make sure that the house has, I want a proper large basement, open basement that doesn't have like supports in the middle of it, and a proper garage. I would like to get a garage big enough where I could, have some work areas and stuff like that, and set up a separate computer out there to do streams from the garage. Next track. I didn't even check. I don't think the system has the planet. Yeah, again, like, when it comes to my personal finances, right now, my personal finances are enough for me to have roof over my head, food on the table, maintain my car, anything else I need to buy with that. When it comes to my stream finances, pretty much anything that financially comes in from my stream goes directly back into the stream. So what I mean by that is everything that I get from Twitch, everything I get from Patreon, everything I get for donations, that either goes for me getting new equipment or getting to conventions. Last year it allowed me to get to Fantasticon
It allowed me to get to TwitchCon. I want to try maybe next year to try to get to LaveCon, for example, because I know that is very elite focused and trying to see people that go to that. Yeah, I mean that's the way that I try to do my stuff. So, all right, scanning some stuff here. There you are, planet. Oh, random sum. Yeah, that would be a thing. I would probably want to set up some automated stuff where it puts... Have a switch on the floor. When I step on the switch, little motorized filter that drops down in front of every camera. Or splurge a little bit and get some of those light-activated helmet things that go in front of every camera. So they all are protected from the welder light and stuff like that. Or just move the welder off to the side or something. Yeah, Ransom, I know. It is a... Welding can definitely damage the sensors in cameras, but again... Yeah, definitely try to do that right. I'd like to be able to do stuff like... if you've ever seen My Old Tony, or This Old Tony, he does a lot of camera work with a special camera with a filter on it that actually allows him to allow the people
System
watching
scan
to actually
complete.
see the welding bead and stuff like that. Yeah, safety squint, no. No, none of that crap.
Cannot comply.
Alright, we're gonna scan some of these water welds. Again, more money. Million each. Button pusher, yeah. Some of the glass that has a light sensor, and when it detects the welding spark, it automatically darkens everything. Is my stream buffering? Crap. Hold on. So, wow, hold on. Wow, I lost connection on everything there for a moment. Funny thing is that the only people that won't see this are people that are going to watch this stream afterwards on YouTube, because I am doing a separate recording. Okay, OBS is now reconnecting. I don't know why it does that. Happened at 6:04 a.m. Weird. I have no idea why it did that, guys. Super weird. Yeah, again, the funny thing with that is that the only people that won't have that issue are people that are watching the stream after on YouTube. That's super irritating. Huh. Super weird. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have anything that updates at 6 in the morning. Hold on a moment. Hold on. It's December 6th. 1 second, guys. Now I gotta do a double check here. Oh, you piece of junk. I know exactly what happened, guys. I apologize. Windows on my stream computer just decided to do an update. Pause updates again. That is annoying. I apologize for that, guys. Yeah, my stream computer decided to do a download. So, yeah, fun. It's now paused until the 9th of January, so hopefully it won't do that again for another month. Random something you want it. That's the funny thing, is that my active hours are the morning time. It's not supposed to be doing that stuff, and still it doesn't listen to me. And Fox Magnus, nice, dude. Drift Apprentice, everything on my ship is gimbal.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Whether or not you use
Surface
fixed or
scan
gimbal
complete.
is all down to your personal skill. Me, because I'm kind of lazy when it goes to combat, I let the weapons gimbal a little bit more. But that's just me. Time on target and all that kind of thing. If I wanted to focus on pointing at a specific thing and all that, I would do fix, but I'm not super focused on doing that kind of thing. Now the problem is finding the other water world. There it is. Alright. Yeah, at least it downloaded a thing. It's not forcing me to do a reboot. Right? If you want a lot of really good practice for combat, just jump into the combat mode in training that gives you wave after wave of enemy, and just practice with it. Try to get further and further on it. I mean, it is definitely one of those Kobayashi Maru situations where you're not supposed to win. It's supposed to be really difficult, but if you can make it, say, to the Anaconda at the end, you're doing pretty good. If you can beat the Anaconda, yeah, you shouldn't have as much problem in combat. But I would definitely recommend really learn how to do your power management for sure. And it also might help if I'm on the correct PC. There we go. If you can learn your power management stuff, that's a big key to winning those combat things. Knowing when to put power into systems, when to put power into your weapons, all that kind of thing. Alright. Big ol' ice cap on that one. Yeah, this water world's a little bit colder. Big ol' ice cap on either
Surface scanned
side.
by 50%. Surface scan complete.
That would be such a cool planet to go fly down to and land on that ice cap. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, VR voice tag POTUS on Linux. Ooh. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been trying to get it to work on that, but yeah. Had to get focus crystals, so killing was on the schedule. Drift Apprentice, from what I understand, the best way to get stuff like that now is actually jump around, set your map for economies. Just jump to every system that has like a boom or any kind of economy and look for high-grade signal sources. Fill up on high-grade signal sources of all those materials, and then material trade for what you actually need. That seems to be the fast way of getting stuff now, rather than actually going to kill things and getting them that way. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin with. Linux at all. So, asking me about that is this is one channel that you're not going to be learning about that, because I don't know anything about Linux. The only thing that I have running Linux in my house right now, I believe is my Octoprint server. And for that, I read some step-by-step on how to do it, and it works. I'm not touching it anymore. So... Alright, gas giants, where are you? You are over there. 34 bodies in the system. Do I own an Android device? I have one. However, it is my cell phone that I bought in Japan, so it's mostly Japanese. I don't... Its big thing is that it had the thing to connect to local Japanese digital TV. So... But it was an Android device. That's the only Android device I own. So many things here. Volume 20. Can you go over that which you just said about going to a boom system to attain materials? Okay, so the Virgil. If the go-to thing for gathering manufactured materials is now to set your map filter for economy, just jump around primarily boom, famine, Outbreak, Federation, and Empire systems, and just go to high-grade signal sources. And you gather the high, like, you jump into a system, you scan around for the materials, you find your high-grade signal sources, you go there, you pick them up. If the system is out, you just jump to the next system. And the high-grade signal sources spawn so much more now that it's actually worth it to do that and then material trade for what you need rather than trying to just go direct and get the... Like, for example, focus crystals used to be go do combat, you get focus crystals, right? Now it's do the high-grade signal sources and material trade for the focus crystals. It's just, you get, time-wise, you can get a lot more grade 5 materials doing the high-grade signal source farming than anything else. So hopefully that answers your question. In fact, we can do it a little bit. Give me a second. I am out near the Pleiades, so there is no high-grade signal sources where I'm at right now. But I can show you the general process. In fact, I do need to get some pharmaceutical isolators. I do need that. So... we're going to specifically be looking for a specific type of grade 5 material, but I can show you just the general process. My problem is, of course, I've got a ton of... Oh my god, how many moons are around this thing? Oh no, those are planets. No, those are asteroids. Okay, much better. I was about to say, that was a lot of things lighting up there. Do they now? I was not aware of that. If data courier missions are giving that is a good thing as well. Which, by the way, if they are, right now, because of the double Federation... oh, I forgot about that! There's double Federation rank going on right now. I might have to do some of that. However, also, do be aware that Federation ships are at a discount as well. So, if you want to buy a Corvette for cheaper, I have not checked the prices yet. We might need to go buy another Corvette. We might need to go buy 2. I might need to transfer, make a cheap combat Corvette, and then I might need to make another passenger vet. And now I got hiccups. Now, is that 101 million at a Li Rong Yui station with its added discount? What headphones am I using for the Rift S? I am using a custom 3D printed solution. It's a little 3D printed wedge here. And then I soldered a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm actually using my old CV1 headphones. right? Now, however, my 3D printer died a couple days ago, so I've got to fix it. But I did start working on this. Okay, a little bit hard to see, but what you have here is a set of, it's a little clip with a set of headphones that I got off of Amazon that all the extra wires stored inside this little box, and then it attaches into the thing. So this little box has a bunch of wire. I don't like this because it's a little bit too cramped. I kind of want to redesign this box to be a little bit bigger. But the general concept works, so we might expand on that once I get my 3D printer working again. But this is like an early concept thing. It works well. I don't like the fact that these are not like spring-loaded, so I do kind of want to do a little bit of redesign with that. I did kind of like this 3D print design where this bit here flexes a little bit. So I might do a mashup between that and a little bit of flex into it, right? I might actually mess around with a little bit of some different filaments that have like a rubberized kind of property to it, to make it a little bit more forgiving. So, alright, let's finish scanning the system. Bunch of nothing. Another gas giant. Alright. Now, catch is, I am a Rear Admiral in the Federation, or whatever rank is needed to get the Corvette, right? However, I would like to become a Fleet Admiral during this next week. I believe the cheaper ships and the rank thing is good until the 16th of this month. Today is the 6th, so we have 10 more days. Dreadnought, no, haven't. Well, we had the stream drop once, so we had one thing break, but that was it so far. Oh, we have a water wall.
System scan complete.
Let's go scan it. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so after this, we are going to go back to fastest route. We're going to go... just go to a system that's over here. That one is in... Hold on. We want economies. Alright, so that one is an extraction. Why am I doing that? No, I want to go to states. There we go. Let's go to that one. Make sure that if you're plotting from an area that has that... There we go. So that's going to be our starter system. After I scan my water world. Shoot. I swear, I've been doing better with this cough, but... Suddenly today I'm just coughing like crazy. Alright. And James the Craft Boy, thank you very much for the post, dude. How are you doing today? For those just coming in right now, I am finishing up a little bit of scanning in this system, getting this water world. Easy 1,000,000 credits or so of exploration data. But we're about to go back to the bubble, show off a little bit of some high-grade signal source farming, how to do that, but then we're going to be taking advantage of the fact that there's a discount on Federation ships and buying ourselves a nice, cheap Corvette. That is the long scanner. There we go. 7 probes. Can I... Nope, nope. Throttle down, throttle down, throttle down. Don't go that fast. Can we do it in 4? There we go. So we're going to see if we can buy a replacement for my combat Corvette to lower the rebuy costs. We're also going to buy a second Corvette that we're going to later on turn into a passenger ship. Because the Corvette, due to its internals,
Surface scanned by 50%.
is specialty fitted for
Surface
a
scan
kind
complete.
of... What kind of passenger fitting? It was first class passenger carrying. So, alright, cool. So we're done with that. Let's go on to the next system. We've got... Oop. About made a bad mistake. I want to go into this. I want to go into visited stars, and I only want to go to places that I have been to. Because I don't feel like scanning stuff right now. Alright, so we have 4 stars, 4 jumps until we get to our beginning of our high-grade signal source farming. And then we'll have to look around to where Li Wang Yui and Corvettes are sold. And start pricing some stuff out. Watch me now as I try to leave Thargoid space, they try to pull me over. Knowing my luck, this is where they'll pull me out of hyperspace. Distance to Merope?
122.9 light years from Merope.
Alright, this might be their last chance. Volume 30. Alright. Yeah, this playlist jumps all over the place today. A little bit of classical here. Right, button pusher? Distance to Merope.
151.7 light years from Merope.
Yeah, 151. We're just out of their space. Distance to the bug killer.
162 light years from crashed Anaconda, the bug killer.
We might have to stop by there on the way back or something, I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to build 3 Corvettes. I've already got the combat fitted one, so that one's just pretty much going to be a module-based one. I'm going to build a passenger runner, and then the third one is going to be a very heavy science ship. Can never have too many science ships. So I'm almost afraid I'm going to drop below 2 billion credits again today. Yeah, we might. Oh, we got to buy a drop ship, an assault ship, and a gunship too, if the price is lower than what the ones that I have. Might as well take advantage of those cheap prices. 20 billion, nice. Yeah, you're not gonna have any problem at all when the fleet carriers come out, I don't think. Yeah, very true. Well, I'm just pretty much I'm trying to lower my rebuy as much as I can. Is my general thing. Alright, so here is the first system that is in a boom state. I am now going to go to the nav beacon. The reason why a nav beacon is because of this. If I try to just do a basic scan, here's where the problem is. I do the scan, yes, there's 16 bodies, but there's 39 signals, okay? I don't feel like scanning all of those signals, so I like going to the nav beacon to do it much faster. So, Caplaw, no, for that it's more of I want to just have one of every ship, and I might as well make even the ships that I might not even use, I want them cheap as possible too. Alright, so coming into the nav beacon, I'm going to drop out, scan the beacon, get it, target it independently. Okay, system is downloaded. Let's get out of here. Get away from all the things so we don't get mass locked. And Virgil, no problem at all, dude. Alright, so at this point, I am now going to go back into Super Cruise. I now have set signal source. You can use something like that, and now you can look around, and in this system, there is no high-grade signal sources. So, because of that, I am now going to go to a different system. And again, this is all you're looking for now, is that you now have your filter. States, make sure that you've got this apply filter to route button on. And what you can do is set yourself a course. We're going to go over here. And it will now only go through systems that have the type of economy you're looking for. So, because this system had nothing, we're just going to jump to the next one. So this is the general procedure. You look around, if there's no high grades, on to the next system. Distance to Ceos?
361.8 light years from COs.
Volume 20. Alright. So again, nav beacon is really nice to go to. Again, you don't have to do the nav beacon if you want to. You could go to this. You can do your scan. And heck, I'll show it this way anyway. You can go to this now, and you can... Oh, look at that, the very first one. There's a high-grade emission. It's got 26 minutes remaining. It's within 6,000 light seconds, so it's plenty close. Oh, look at that, 2 of them. Very nice. I mean, you could do it this way, too. But again, like I said, usually when you've got a bunch of different signals in a system, this takes longer than just going to the nav beacon. Look at that, 3 high-grade signal sources. This is an excellent system. And the cool part is that even after you go get those 3, see that one's only 1,000 light seconds away. Even if you grab those 3, by the time you get that 3rd one, you go back to Super Cruise, another one might have spawned. So you might end up going to several high-grade stuff before you even leave the system. But give me a second, I did have some other ones that were closer. Get all these things. A little bit of weapons fire there. Stress call. A little bit weirded out because there's... Oh, you know what it is? I haven't scanned the planets. Again, this is one of these things. Scanning the nav beacon gets all of this stuff, so this is what I talk about when I mean about nav beacon ends up saving time. I'm just kind of doing this as like an example just to show you that about why the nav beacon is this time saver. Because yeah, that was a little bit longer than I wanted to actually take to scan things. And you have to have the planet scan before the signal sources around it are able to be targeted and all that kind of thing. Yep. Imperial shieldings, you'll actually, if there's an Imperial presence in the system, you can get that too. And Father Bill, thank you very much for the raid, dude. How are you doing today? For those that's coming in right now, what we're doing is we're showing off the general procedure on how to do high-grade signal source farming. So, kind of just going
System
around
scan
the system and finding a bunch of high-grade signal sources and all the other stuff. And Damien Studio, thank you for the follow. How you doing today? Bunch of stuff here. There we go. So there we go. We have 3 high-grade emissions. Plenty of time to get to them all. I think like 20 minutes or whatever. And MechVF84, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing this morning? Alright, let's see here. Coded, distress call. There's another high-grade emissions over there. special pattern. We'll have to see if we can find the other ones. Shoot. I'm definitely have to go through my voice stack scripts and see if I can re-add the necessary programs for it to read off what song is actually playing. I don't know which song this is. The problem is that even my bot can't grab the song because of the way that I set up my computers. GUI side up, yes, the high-grade emissions, during the last update a couple months ago, they actually completely redid the spawn rate of them, so it definitely changed the way the most efficient ways of gathering materials now. So the high-grade emissions being so much higher is a on-purpose change. So there we go, we got some proprietary composites. See grade 4. Oh, don't run into them. Night vision does help to do that, to see them. So these are a bunch of good grade 4 materials. Cargo scoop. Core dynamic composites, grade 5, very nice. Let's get out of here.
Comply.
There we go. I'm just going to keep my night vision on right now. Was it an eagle? It might have been. I wasn't exactly paying attention, to be honest. It was just, but to me, it was just a bunch of debris right now. Alright, so closest one is 3,000 light seconds away. It might have been an eagle. There might have been some eagle parts in there, but keyword was. Where'd that other high-grade missions go to? Oh, okay. It's behind me. My opinion and what do I do on my Mamba? I know that some people have used the Mamba as a really, really cold-running science/exploration ship. Other people use it as like a... It does have a very nice weapon placement, because all of the weapons are on the top. So if you've got all the weapons gimbaled, if you see the enemy, you should be able to hit the enemy. So that's a good thing with the Mamba. The FDL has the huge on the bottom and the mediums on the sides. So the problem with the FDL is that you really got to pay attention to where you're pointing. You got to have them exactly in front of you, because if the enemy's too far to one side, the weapons on that side of the ship can't hit it, right? So the Mamba definitely has that going for it. It doesn't have as good lateral and vertical thrusters as the FDL, so you do need to use the main engine more to help it turn. So you kind of have to do that whole overcorrect and use the main engine to do your turn more than rely on the thrusters. But yeah. Deacon was not here. Did I explain why you chose to manually scan instead of downloading the nav beacon? It was mainly just to show you the speed difference. Explain why I actually recommend using the nav beacon rather than scanning. Because again, the scanning took a long while the nav beacon got everything all in one go, and I didn't have to worry about all of the... I did it again. I don't have to worry about doing all that manual scanning if I didn't have any of the planets and everything scanned. Because again, you guys kind of saw that this system took a lot longer to scan manually than that previous system did when I just used the nav beacon. So it was just kind of to show off why it's a time saver. Let's see. I was thinking of getting the pulse lasers with rapid fire and scramble spectrum on both small positions. Will they stack on the opponent? Skymaster, no, they will not stack. However, instead of a 10% chance, if you have 2 weapons firing, it ends up turning into a 20% chance. So you will get a malfunction applied quicker than anything else, but they will not stack. You won't get 2 malfunctions applied. You only get 1 applied. It comes sooner. Cargo scoop. More proprietary composites. Now that being said, my FDL does have 2 scramble spectrum pulse lasers on it, so that is the way I did it on that ship. But do remember that FDL is a legacy engineering ship as well. Everything on it is to show people how engineering was at the time, and then compare it to the new engineering. So that ship is never being touched again. It is keeping all that legacy engineering. Now, myself personally, though, if I were to do a Mamba, I would run multi-cannons on the small hardpoints, and one of those multi-cannons would have a larger clip size corrosive mod. That's the only weapon that, you want that one to be the smallest weapon possible. Maybe do a huge multi-cannon on the back with overcharged and the what are they called? Incendiary rounds. That way that multi-cannon also does a lot of shield damage, right? And then your large weapons, I don't know, I'd almost run a pure multi-cannon build on that ship, to be honest. That's if I were to build a combat one, that's probably the way that I would go. There's no medium on the Mamba. There's 2 small, 2 large, 1 huge. And last, high-grade emissions. But yeah, the thing is that if you're worrying about trying to output as much damage per second, I tend to do the smallest slot. The smallest slot gets a multi-cannon that does that corrosive mod. And the thing is that with that, in that, so that's the bit I'm worried about, is that if you take a large multi-cannon and apply a corrosive mod to it, you've just greatly reduced its damage output. Because it doesn't matter if it's a large with a corrosive or a small with a corrosive, they both have the same chance to apply the corrosive mod, corrosive thing to the enemy. So that's why it's usually recommended to put the smallest hardpoint with a corrosive mod. And then let your big weapons do what they're designed to do and have them output the damage. All that small one is there for is to apply the corrosive mod to the enemy. And then that makes all the other weapons do 20% more damage. So if you have larger weapons that are doing more and more damage, you have that little small one that applies that corrosive thing to the enemy, all the other weapons get a lot more damage output to the hull, and it can rip things apart. And again, I kind of want to run a Mamba multi-cannon with incendiary rounds on everything, so not only does it do damage to hull, but it also do damages to the shields too, because it becomes a thermal weapon at that point. So I kind of want to run that. And that ship being how maneuverable it is, how do you cool it off? That's the crazy thing about the Mamba, is that the incendiary rounds don't heat up your ship. It just applies a thermal thing to the thing. It doesn't make the guns run hotter. And the Mamba itself, if you're running an A-class power plant, which you're going to be anyway, it's already a very cold running ship. You don't need to really cool it off. And when it's done, it should have an overabundance of power. You can actually make that power plant run even more efficiently and make it run even colder. This isn't like a FDL, which needs like something to vent the heat out of the ship. I don't think you necessarily need a thermal vent laser or something like that. That is true, but at that point, you do start getting into the skill level of the pilot. For a lot of people, the frag cannons are just. A lot of people don't get that close all the time, or they can't maintain that close flight all the time, and that's where the multi-cannons shine a little bit more. It allows you to be a little bit more relaxed. You got a 3,500 kilometer range rather than just 3,000, and yeah, it just makes it a little bit easier rather than having to worry about getting within a kilometer. Now, if you're a pilot that knows how to maneuver the ship and can keep that up close and personal thing with being in combat, then yeah, frags would definitely be the way to go. But again, a lot of people just can't do that. Alright, Protolite alloys, sweet. More grade 4s. Should be some grade 5s mixed in here too. Cargo scoop. Radiolytic alloys. That's a grade 5 material. I definitely want those. And Sinhaf, yeah, go ahead, dude. Alright, so we got all 3 of the high-grade signal sources, and just for the hell of it, we have had some more things spawn. So let's just double-check. See if there's any new high-grade signal sources that spawn. Because there might be. Sadly not. So now we can go on to the next system. And yeah, there is a thing in the upper right corner of Coriolis that will generate a short link. So it won't give you that huge thing of stuff. It looks like a couple chain links, but it's like 2 links, so it's a short link rather than a long link. Half a sack, nice, dude. Now, was that a thing that you bought from a, what was it called? Was that also a Li Rong Yui system? It was awesome. Awesome. You might need to poke me what system that is so I can buy mine too. Do you happen to know what is the total savings on that compared to the regular one? Because I know Li Rong Yui is a flat 15%. What is the Alright, so there's a thing. The system is decoded. We're going to get out of here. I am carrying cargo. This is a compromised nav beacon. There's definitely going to be a pirate coming after my stuff. So, let's now look for high grade. There is no high grade here, so after that, on to the next system. Gertrude. Awesome. And there's the pirate. Ooh, that was a hell of a voice for that guy. beacon, which happens to be on the other side of the star. Anything new going on in the game? EQ, the current rewards for the last Interstellar Initiative are live. There is a decal if you go land at Forester's Choice in the panic list system. There's also a Federation rank has been doubled, and there is a discount on all Federation ships. So we're probably gonna go, like, Happisack gained, what was it, 38 million by selling and rebuying his Corvette. He sold it for the old price and bought it at the new price. But he got 38 million back. $101 million, nice. Very nice. I found the beacon. Let's get out of here. Yep, all the Federations, yep. Alright, so we're now going to look for high-grade emissions. There we go. I mean, that's the general procedures. You find the high-grade emissions, you go to it. This one is a war state, so I don't remember what war state high-grade emissions actually give, though. We'll have to double-check that. Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. Anyone got a tip for Federation rank grinding? Right now is the time to do it, because it is doubled. The place to go is Ceos Sothos. CEOS. You go there, you get a bunch of data delivery missions to Sothos. You go to Sothos, you deliver them, you pick up a bunch of them again, you go back to Ceos, drop them off. It's back and forth between two systems. The only problem, target Ceos. Ceos and Sothos are pretty far outside the bubble. Again, they're two systems that are out in the middle of nowhere, and compared to the bubble, that's the bubble, that's where Ceos and Sothos is. Now again, the fact that they're remote is the reason why they get the missions going back and forth between each other, because there's nothing close enough to them to get back, right? So you do need to get out there, but yeah, that's like the go-to place. And while you're out there, a lot of people tend to also, at the same time, by doing missions for Sirius, you can also get your Sirius rank so you can unlock the Sirius permit too. And I overshot still. I did all that to slow down and still overshot the thing. Oh well. Come on. Yeah, but Commander Bernino, the problem with that is that system, it sends you everywhere is the problem. And that's where a lot of people they don't prefer to have to read all the stations that you're going to and pay attention to how far away it is and all that kind of stuff. Ceos Sothos, for a lot of people, just tend to be more of a, you just pick up the missions and go, because you only know that they're all going to the same system. Cargo scoop. It ends up just being one less thing to do. Even though technically it might end up being faster, because you don't have to think as much, people don't like doing it. So, core dynamic composites, that's the Federation one, grade 5. Gotta love getting those grade 5s. Grade 4s. Alright, so back into Super Cruise. I'm going to do one last little check before I leave system. Make sure that there's no other high-grade signal sources spawning. Oh, apparently. How did I not... What? That's weird. Very weird. Okay, next system. Oh no, we're here. Wait a minute, hold on a moment. Oh, I'm in... Derp. Wait, this is a... outbreak system. What? Okay. Go there instead. And yeah, Virgil, no problem at all. This is the kind of thing, like, if anyone has a question about doing something like this, please ask. Now, the system that you guys are getting all the Corvettes in, which one was that? Hello, nav beacon. Okay, so these are all Lee Rong systems. Awesome. Yeah, pretty much. I've got to see just which one's closest for me then. Gertrude. Sorry, I kind of do this thing where I look away and untarget what I'm going at to have it dramatically drop the speed off. So sorry when I do those real quick motions like that. Sadly, no high-grade signal sources there. On to the next system. Distance to Diaguandri?
35.7 light years from Diaguandri.
Oh yeah, I'm right in Lee Rong space too, so I just gotta find out which system is physically closest to me. Oh yeah, I hear you beeping. You know what, Button Pusher, that would actually probably be better, yeah. Show the system online. Alright, so let me do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the system I'm actively in. I'm going to go into stations. I'm going to say paste. Okay, so there, that's where I'm at. I need to look for Long Yui, and I want... No, you go away. What's going on with that? Hold on a minute, guys. Stop doing that, you piece of junk. Okay. Can I please get... Try this again. There we go. Okay. So I want a... Where are you? Federal Corvette. Federal Assault Ship. Federal Drop Ship. Federal Gunship. Okay, cool. So that's all the federal ships. With those things closest to me. And looks like Beatrix is the closest one. Cool. So 70 light years away. Last updated 9 hours ago. And yeah, it's not super far from the main station. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. That'll work. Oh, we can you stop by this beacon first, though. Paste. Yeah, that's close. Oh crap, I passed. No, nav beacon. Nav beacon right now. And Garthy, good morning. How are you doing today? Who here plays a game called Kerbal Space Program? I have a feeling most people that play Elite have also played Kerbal Space Program. I think an easier question would be, who has not played Kerbal Space Program? That might get you less people in the people that watch this kind of stream. You've not played Kerbal Space Program? What? We'll have to do some Kerbal Space Program one day then. Show you guys that. Because once you understand like how to do some things, it's like, oh, I really want to do this stuff now. Probably start with KSP2. We'll have to do some Kerbal Space Program then. Shoot, I didn't realize there was that many. So we have 2 high-grade signal sources here. One is a non-state, the other one is a non-state.
I've come a long way from what's in your home. Don't try to run.
So that guy's chasing me, great. Ooh, they've also got a combat aftermath. I have to go check that one out too, because sometimes they have some good stuff. I believe Kerbal Space Program, yeah, it's only available for PC, but weren't they talking about releasing it on the consoles at some point? I don't remember. I think they're working on it. But yeah, Kerbal Space Program is pretty much how I learned how orbital space mechanics work. That and watching Scott Manley. Kerbal Space Program, a little bit of teaching by Scott Manley. Scott Manley clarified a lot of stuff, but yeah. I got to meet him a couple of years ago at TwitchCon. Awesome, awesome dude. What scared the hell out of me was my second TwitchCon. I met with him again at my second TwitchCon, and then he knew who I was, and I was like, what? So that kind of like blew my mind. Have I ever played Space Engineers? Yes, I have. I think I have Empyrean. Chroma, see, that's a hard question. I don't know. Because I don't know how much, like, do you like a building game and space kind of stuff, or are you into first-person shooters? I don't know how much you are in first-person shooters, so it's kind of hard to... Yeah, kind of hard to... Really? You're a Viper Mark III. Really, dude? I've got a pirate and a Viper Mark III attempting to come after me. He's gonna have a bad day. He's gonna have a really bad day. Time for him to have a bad day.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Let's see if I can collect this stuff before he jumps in. That would be funny. Cargo scoop. Can I get everything before he jumps in? Oh no, there's 6 things. Might be a little bit difficult. Hello. Oh no, no. He's elite, he's elite, he's elite. And he is wanted.
Warning. Impulse attack. Trajectory disruption. Under attack. Frame shift charge detected.
Yeah, no, you're not leaving.
Target cargo dropped.
Ah! Yeah, they're not gonna last long. I do need to finish engineering a Viper. Yeah, I'm grabbing these ones first because these ones are on a timer. The other ones that were in the instance earlier are not on a timer, so I can grab those at any time. And he did drop cargo too. Ah, it's only titanium. Drift Apprentice, I am running 2 large beam lasers, 2 multi-cannons, so...
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Multi-cannon, engineered with high clip size corrosive. That's what gives you the green color. This multi-cannon, overcharged thermal, which gives you the red color. That one, it's a multi-cannon that does thermal damage to shields too. The 2 beam lasers are both beam laser efficient with thermal vent. So as long as I'm hitting the enemy, I'm actually transferring heat out of my ship to make my ship colder. And the more I hit them, the harder it is for them to lock onto me with their weapons. So that's my general weapon loadout. Now there is definitely different loadouts that will do more damage. For example, I have been given a build that actually uses cannons that has a higher DPS, but it does you do need to start running a completely different style of fighting where you're leading the target and a lot of other kind of stuff too. But there are higher DPS builds out there for sure. Oh yeah, Commander Barnito, I understand. This is not a min-maxed combat ship. This is a science vessel. It being a science vessel, all that kind of stuff, there's a reason why I'm running efficient. With efficient, my weapons are balanced at the point where if I go into a fight versus a Corvette, for example, if I have 4 pips to weapons whenever I'm firing, and when I'm not firing I have at least 2 pips to weapons, my ship is balanced to the point where I can take out an NPC Corvette where I will run out of weapon power distribution right as the Corvette explodes. It's balanced for that kind of level of thing. Again, it's a PvE ship, not a dedicated combat ship. It's primarily a science vessel, and to be honest, I use the beam lasers as pointing devices when I'm at like a barnacle or something like that. What is better, beam or pulse? Each one has its strengths. Beam can do more damage, pulse uses less energy. So there's... Yeah, it's going to greatly depend on what your power requirements are and stuff like that. So, pulse will use less power. It'll also, over time, use less power distributor. But the beam can put out more damage overall at the drawback of it possibly putting out more heat. It's all pros and cons with a bunch of other stuff. That's when you start getting into the whole Coriolis Tetris. Can the ship shed its heat effectively? Are you running heat sinks? Do you have engineering on it? You know, there's a lot of other stuff like that too. How do I not go out of ammo on the cannons? Because I go over here, I go over in inventory, and I have synthesis. So, my science ship, I'm in and around populated space where I can rearm the weapons a lot that way too. But if I was out in the black, the fact that I can synthesize ammunition with iron, nickel, and sulfur, which is the 3 of the most common things in the game, I'm not too worried about running out of ammunition either. Yeah, pulse. Burst, you definitely need to be like on target more often because it does that boo boo boo, like 3-round burst kind of deal. So yeah, engineering is definitely a nice thing to have. Alright, so we are in a combat aftermath, and I'm not seeing anything. Probably an enemy going to jump in here in a moment. Might as well get my...
Power plant capacity exceeded.
I got a feeling somebody's going to attack me here in a moment. Usually combat aftermaths were a good spot to pick stuff up, but I'm not seeing a thing here. Oh well. Engage. I love that command. Puts everything away from me. I have heard that so many times. One day I am going to change it to crayons and just see who notices it. Funny thing is that somewhere in this house, I think I have a single crayon. Single crayon. Can't pronounce it. I can't even pronounce that properly. Oh my god. Because it was something when I was going to college, the teacher gave everyone a little project and everyone got a crayon and we kept it afterwards. I think it's somewhere here in the house. So I have to find it. I don't know. Night vision. Alright, so we're going to the Beatrix system to buy ourselves a couple Corvettes. And it is Jones Port that we're going to. But yeah, Caramba, myself personally, I would lean towards Kerbal because I don't do first-person shooters as much. Again, this is one of those things, like, what do you like to do? What do you think that you're going to play more? Set station filter? And the other direction. There you are. Jonesport. Grievous Harm a little bit. I mean, this is kind of like my normal stream schedule. I do, my body seems to be more on a European schedule than an American schedule, to be honest. Time.
7:10.
Yeah. Buster Bunker, I am using an Oculus Rift S. I have in the past used an Oculus CV1 and a Oculus DK2. But yeah, Rift S is on my head right now. And just because you're new and asking questions, do not ever be afraid to ask a question here, please. I don't want people to ever have to worry about that. I probably need to change my rules. Big capital letters. Do not be afraid to ask questions. Yep, I've got a DK1 in my closet as well. However, Elite came out when it was still the DK2, so yeah, I never ran the DK1 with Elite. All right, so we're gonna curve around this. The station is pointing that way. Yeah, I've been running the Oculus Rift S for a few months now. Now, myself personally, going from a CV1 to a Rift S, the Rift S is better in every way than the CV1 is, except in one thing. The audio is worse. I did not like the audio on the Rift S. Oh, I probably wasn't expecting to load that. Alright, let me get down and land and I'll explain here in a moment.
Delay feed Mike Alpha.
Pad 37.
Visual flight control will continue.
3 o'clock
Please
mid.
submit a docking request before entering the station. Permission authorized. Assigned to landing
Landing
pad
gear.
37.
Ah, it's
Landing
overshot.
gear deployed.
Boop. Up and over. Completely overshot that one. Alright, so here we go. So again, the audio was the part that I felt was a step back, okay? Now, however, if you're somebody that has your own headphones or you like running like in-ear headphones or something like that, audio will be fine, okay? There is an actual audio jack here on the side of the Rift S, so you can plug in your own audio to it. Now, you'll note that I just plugged something in. What I did was I 3D printed my own mount. These are actually old CV1 headphones. So I made my own kind of headphone mount, and that's what fixed my audio, okay? This, to me, is now a more superior device than my Rift S. The resolution is higher. They did go from a 90 hertz screen to an 80 hertz screen, but the resolution increase and the reduction of the screen door effect is really, really nice, right? Now, with this kind of solution thing, I have been experimenting with making another 3D printed bit of kit that allows me to make some 3D printed parts that are easy to assemble, and you buy a set of headphones off of Amazon, and you literally pop. Let's see, I gotta find them now. You pop the headphone off of the over-the-ear clip that it comes with, and then you pop them onto the 3D printed part, and then this snaps onto the Rift, and then this little box holds all the extra cable, and we're experimenting with making a little kit, right? My 3D printer died a couple days ago, so I'm kind of at I can't go any further than what I've got printed here. There's probably gonna be a little bit of a redesign from this, but yeah, my 3D printer the magic smoke was released, and that's not good. So I'm gonna have to fix that before I can do anything else with the 3D printer. But yeah, that's where that's going right now. And Punker Buster and Rah Rah, thank you very much for the follows, guys. Appreciate that. Gino Garon, can you imagine when we actually get spaceships and stations have to watch us dumbass pilots bouncing off landing pads and blowing up? I think in the future, there'll still be... I think space flight will be taken more serious, like piloting is right now. and then in the future, when maybe aircraft piloting will be more like a car nowadays, and then space flight will still have some things that people have to follow. I don't think it will quite be like Expanse level where everyone's like flying ships, right? And Drift Apprentice, no problem, dude. Thanks for stopping in today. Take care. Punker Buster, yes, it has inside-out tracking. There are 5 cameras on the Rift S that are pretty much tracking your room. And yeah, I mean, that tracking, I've not had an issue with it. I mean, I can get up and walk into my kitchen. Okay? Right now, the only problem that I have right now is simply my length of my cable. I kind of got a little bit trapped up there because apparently I've got a box sitting on my cable, so it's about 6 foot shorter than what it normally is. But yeah, I walk around with no problem at all. The inside-out tracking, I have yet to have it freak out. If I'm playing a game like Beat Saber or whatever, I've very rarely had the controllers freak out on me. If I'm doing, like, even when I put the controller behind my back, from the last point that it can see it, it's still using the accelerometers to kind of guess where you're at. So, I mean, they work pretty dang good. So, open the Oculus window. Let me do that so you guys can see this. But, I mean, the controllers, to me, work fine. I think you guys are seeing this. Yeah, you are. Okay, good. But, I mean, yeah, the controllers for me work fine. I don't really have an issue with it going behind my head. You can still see that the indicators are still working. I mean, that's way... Like, I physically can't move my arm more than that. Like, my arm doesn't bend that far, and the controller's still tracking everything, as you can see. So, yeah, I've not had an issue. I mean, these side things work pretty well. Let me actually show you another really cool feature with the Rift S. That really annoying thing, though. I have to do this every time. It is a safety feature of the... There it is. Show my pass-through on stream. There. Okay. So this is a thing that the Rift S can do. Please close. If I now double tap this little control, you get something called pass-through. And the pass-through allows me to actually see my room. And because it is actually using the 2 cameras on the front, I still see this room in kind of like a fake 3D kind of thing. But yeah, I can use this, and if I need to reach over here and grab my remote, I've got my remote there. So, double tap it, goes back to the game. So it's a really, really nice kind of feature there. Yeah. Classified camera? No. Classified camera. Now, okay, so time out. Let me answer your question too. Yes, with the Rift S, if you're someone that wears glasses. Now, I used to wear glasses in the past. So, I had laser eye surgery in 2006, so it's been a while. But yeah, if you're wearing glasses, you can wear this with glasses, no problem. The Rift S definitely, they redesigned a lot of the components to fit around glasses, but at the same time, do be aware that there are actual companies that if you have your prescription, you can order special lenses from companies, and the lenses will physically snap into your headset, becoming part of the headset. So you can take your glasses off, put the thing on, and it will actually have your prescription inside the headset. Now, again, if you're wearing glasses, again, like you can see how wide these are, but it's I still have a little bit of wiggle room when I do that, so you can kind of get an idea of. I mean, if you're wearing larger glasses, I used to have a pair that were more like aviation shades until they got stolen, but they fit underneath the thing just fine too. And 1 second, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. My roommate just got home, so I just spoke with him. All right, so real quick. Laser surgery in the eyes makes me uneasy thinking about it. What if it goes wrong, etc. Nowadays, with the amount of technology and stuff that they have with it, very rarely does it go wrong. The crazy thing is that even when I had my laser eye surgery, right now the big procedure that a lot of people use is something called LASIK. Okay, a lot of people know what that is. Close Oculus window. There goes. Okay, there we go. So here's the deal: is with LASIK, they make a U-shaped cut on your eye, flip the skin up, laser your lens, flip the skin down. You can be in and out of the thing in 40 minutes and continue your day. And the rest of the day, you've now got, you can see, right? It's like a 40-minute procedure for both eyes, in and out, right? I had my laser eye surgery done in 2006. I had a procedure called PRK, or photorefractive chirometry. I can't pronounce the entire word, right? But PRK is a procedure where they put a thing over your eye, pour acid onto it to dissolve the skin. Of course, your eye's numb, so you don't feel it. Then they laser everything. Then they put a bandage contact, and you have to wait a week to have the skin regrow. Now, the reason why I had that one done is because that is a procedure that pilots have. Because having the LASIK procedure where they actually make a single cut, that single cut, yes, it heals very quickly, but it becomes a weak point, and because pilots are going up and down in altitude, air pressure causes your body to expand and contract and all that kind of thing. And you don't want that scar to rip open when you're flying an airplane. Bad stuff happens with that, right? So I had the procedure done where it forced my entire eyeball to regrow the entire skin. So that's the reason why I had that done. I know recently Bike Man also had a laser procedure done. I don't know if he had, I don't remember which one he had. I think he had one that had bandage contacts, I think. But the crazy thing with the laser thing is that when they're doing the deal, you've got the thing, they're doing an eyeball, and they tell you, look at the red dot. Well, when you've got your eye open, you stare at the red dot. That's it, right? The cool thing about technology nowadays is that when they're doing the entire procedure, it's the computer doing it all, right? The computer can react quicker than you can. So, what happens is that even if you move your eyeball around, you've got cameras that are watching your eyeball, and if you move, the laser will still laser the correct spot, even if you've got little tiny motions, right? Even if you're looking around, the laser is still lasering the right spots. Chuckle Plug, yes, they used acid to dissolve the skin. They numbed my eyeball before, so I didn't feel anything. But they did a little bit of acid to dissolve the skin to get to the lens, lasered the lens, and then I had to wait about a week for it to regrow. Does the laser reach the retina? No, it's like the type of lasers that you use for burning metal or wood. It's multiple lasers, and it only is focused on one spot, so the laser affects the surface and nothing in front of or behind it. So the light actually entering the eye is completely harmless. You don't even see the laser because it's infrared anyway. But yeah, so, but I had mine in 2006. I went from having 160 in one eye and 200 in the other eye to having 20/20 vision in my left eye and 20/10 in my right eye. What kind of angle would that be? The machine that they had for me wasn't a laser. What it was you had multiple lasers doing the thing, and it's like the Death Star. It was only at where all the lasers converge is where it actually had enough power to actually do the burninating and stuff like that, right? So it was kind of like a Death Star style focus kind of thing. So the light entering from this side and the light entering from this side and the light entering from this side didn't do anything, but at that one focal point, that's where it was actually doing the fixing your lens to be focused. Right? So, yeah. What would it cost approximately to have my eyes zapped? That I don't know. I was lucky enough. I had it done while I was in the military. The military did all that. So that is one kind of thing. In the military, you're allowed to have one elective surgery. My elective surgery that I got was my eyes. So, yeah. I know there's a lot of people in the military that they do like birth control and stuff like that, so I decided to have my eyes done. Alright, so we are here to buy some ships. My ship is slightly damaged because I was using a little bit of some neutron jumps earlier, so let's fix that up. Alright, so we're going to do a couple checks here. Let's first go into the shipyard. Okay, so hold on. Pause music. So this Corvette is 101 million at this station. Let's see if we can figure out the exact percentage of savings here. So let's see here. Open Coriolis. Alright, so bear with me as I try to get this stuff set up, guys. Alright, so here's Coriolis. I'm going to get rid of that so you can see the entire thing. Standard for a Corvette. Make sure that all of the discounts are turned off. No discount. No discount for anything. Sweet. Okay. So with no discounts whatsoever, a Corvette on its own is 187 million. Almost 188. Open calculator. So if we do 187 million, 968, 450 credits. Okay, so that's our base price. Okay. Alright, so here's the thing. If we're saving 88 million credits on that, oh my god. I'm trying to remember, how does this math work? If I do 180 divided by 101, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 4. That's not right. That's not right. 46% discount? You can get it even cheaper at 94 million if you go to the right faction. Captain Wayne's, where is that? Oh, I did the wrong order. Okay. What faction is that, dude? Because I'm unaware of that. Okay, so let's try this again. 101, 256, 794 divided by 187, 968. 8,450. Okay, so it cost 53%. So multiply by 100 minus 100. So yeah, it's a 46% discount. Yeah, where is this 94 million place? Because I definitely want that one instead. 46% discount. I mean, still, that's almost half off. That's still a big chunk. And again, remember, see, that's the problem. I'm in a legal on UE area, but that's the catch: is that if you're aware of a place that sells it for, no, Isola Prospect is 20% more, not a discount. So that's why I usually recommend do not buy it from Isola Prospect, because that is a added money rather than a discount. Am I pledged to him? He doesn't give extra bonuses for being pledged to him, though. His bonus is a flat thing. Oh, the dropship? Yeah, the dropship is a lot cheaper. All right, cool. So, what we're going to do here is that we are now going to buy 3 Corvettes. 3 Corvettes. So, instead of us buying it for 180 million a pop, yeah. So, 1 Corvette. Cool. So there is... Now, outfitting does not have all the other things. Outfitting, we're still limited to 15% because it is a Li Rong UE system. So I'm not worried about outfitting it right now. I'm just worried about getting just the ship. All right, so what we're going to do here, we're going to go into my livery. Dictation. Cheap Corvette 1. Bah. That works. There, got a good name. Button pusher, yeah, that was a thing, but that was also because of a thing. There was a what was it called? There was an event going on at the time. That's why you were getting that. All right, 1 Corvette. 2 Corvette. So there's number 2. I'm just making sure I'm going through these and naming them all properly. That way I know which one's which. Please load. There we go. Why are we buying so many? Until the 16th, there is a discount on all federal ships. Dictation. Cheap Corvette 2. Wrong 2, but okay. There we go. The Dorito of Doom for my PvP build. Is anyone using a Corvette for a PvP build? I thought the big ships were not worth it. Alright, so there's that one. And now the third one. So yeah, the Corvette is currently 46% off if you buy it from the right place. Corvette 3. Dorito of Doom. I don't know. I mean, isn't Dorito of Doom supposed to be the FDL? Because it's the more Dorito-shaped one. But yeah, again, all federal ships can be 46% off if you go to a Li Rong UE system that sells them. So that's, if you're really trying to lower your rebuy costs, you have this for the next 10 days. 10 days to get enough money. Also be aware that there is a federal rank is doubled, so you might be able to even get a Corvette if you get the money and you get the rank before the 16th, but yeah. Yeah, definitely get some rank this weekend. Corvette is something that needs rank. All the federal ships need rank. Dictation. Cheap Corvette 3. Not cheat Corvette, cheap! Oh my god. Cheap! Alright. Yep, rank is doubled, so that's where a lot of people are going to CO Sathos and making a ton of data delivery there. Alright, cool. So we now have 3 cheap Corvettes. I am down to... Oh no, I'm not a 2 billionaire anymore. And Chrono Archaeum, thank you very much for the resub, dude. How you doing today?
Heyo, it's been a while. How you feeling? Malice of Science.
Doing okay. We just bought three Corvettes. We're in one right now, and cheap Corvette 1 and 2 are in storage. We've got... Oh, you know what? I'm still a 2 billionaire. Because I still have a Corvette to sell. No, I don't need a 4th one. I've got a combat vet. I've got a hauling passengers vet. And then I have a 3rd one for if I ever want to make a science vet that wants to carry all the science gear. It has more than enough space. Alright, so let's see. Where is my other... There is my Corvette. It is... Takes 23 minutes to get over here. Might as well sell it. I need to bring it over here so I can take the modules off of it is the problem. So it's going to cost $5.2 million to transfer it. Whatever. Confirm. There we go. Ooh, Explorer Vet too. I mean, that'll be my science vet. All right, cool. So there's that. Awesome. So now here's where my other catch is. Many years ago, there was an event that happened, and then at the end of it, the federal dropship variances went on sale. Okay, so the catch with that is that I ended up getting a dropship, a assault ship, and a gunship for what was it called? It was at the time 24% off. However, due to the thing going on right now, at this station you can get them for 46% off. So let's let's buy some of those. So the gunship, how much is a gunship normally? See, now I got to do some testing with that. Is the working head tracking function in the camera suite a VR only feature? Because I use Trek R5 and can't use it in camera mode. MacGyver, yeah, that looking around is a VR only thing, yeah. Alright, so let's see here. Let's go to a federal... What was I saying? Gunship. So if a gunship is normally, with no discounts, 35 million, you can buy one here for 19 million. That, oh my god, yeah, that is a big chunk of change being saved. Forever Gamer, where is the best system to level Federation rank right now? Can someone, the one that was in the bubble, can you put that one back in chat? The one that I tend to do is CEOS. CEOS. That one, though, is about 400 light years outside the bubble, and medium ship or smaller. Alright, so we're buying ourselves a gunship. So there's a cheap gunship. Oh my god, I have not been in one of these in a long while. Hey, they got the coffee makers. 2 of them. Alright, so there's our gunship. Then we've got... So these are going to be my extremely cheap. Again, I'm naming everything to do this. Dictation. Cheap gunship. There we go. Get rid of that period. Accept. Cool. I'm simply just naming these ones so it's a little bit easier for me to tell which is which when I go to my shipyard. Because the other 3 that I have, I'm probably going to be selling. Okay, so there's the gunship. There's the assault ship. No, cheap gunship. Now, look like I got a choice between Zachary Hudson or Felicia Winters. What part, Greg? So this one, same kind of interior, a little bit more red trim. I mean, that is an interesting design feature there. Okay, cool. So we got ourselves a cheap gunship, or assault ship, sorry. Let's see here. Dictation. Cheap assault ship. Okay. There we go. And the last ship that I'm going to buy is... And yeah, one of the reasons why I'm doing this is you got to remember, whatever you buy the ship for affects your rebuy costs. So the fact that I'm buying it for 46% cheaper than what you normally can buy it for, that is a big chunk taken off of the... that is a huge chunk taken off of the rebuy costs. Alright, so there's our drop ship for 7 million. Store current ship. What pledge do I think is best for Federation Rep? You don't have to pledge to anybody to get Federation Rep. Do not confuse power play with reputation. The system I'm in right now is the Beatrix system. Beetrix. Jonesport is a station that has all 4 of the Federal ships. That's why we came here. To buy all 4 of them for extremely cheap amounts of money. Again, you can buy a Corvette for 101 million each, so... And when I sell my old expensive Corvette, I'll probably make enough money to go back into 2 billion credits. So that'll be good. Alright, cool. So we now have bought all of those Federal ships. I'm going to go back in my shipyard. We're going to grab my crate Phantom again, please. There we go. Killadine. Okay, so yes. I was able to go to my doctor's appointment yesterday, get that done. It was only step 1. I've got another doctor's appointment in 2 weeks. Again, not yesterday, Wednesday. I was able to do that doctor's appointment on Wednesday, so... why is everything sheep today? Not... Oh, crap, I forgot. I forgot to change the name of that ship. Back to the drop ship. Yeah, see, I didn't give that one a name. Dang it. Forgot to name the drop ship. Pause music. Next track. There we go. No. Livery, please. But yeah, I've got another appointment with a doctor in 2 weeks. It's an ongoing thing, like my lungs and everything. Just it's irritating. Dictation. Cheap dropship. There you go. Cool. Return to surface. There we go. No, I didn't want to go to return to... No, I didn't want to launch it! I don't want to fly the thing. I just want to have it to have it. Well, it looks like I'm getting some mileage on this ship. I have to fly a completely stock dropship now.
Landing coupler disengaged.
Oh my god, it's so slow! Can we please go a little bit faster? Let me get out. Barrel. Thing is so slow. Oh my god. Pad 18.
Permission granted. Assigned to landing pad 18.
Pad 18.
10 o'clock far.
Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Why do I mail slot sideways? Why not? It's just, I don't know, it's just one of those things, like, it's, for me, any maneuvers that I do just to screw around, for me, it's practice every time I do it. If I try to ride the razor's edge all the time, I'm getting little bits of practice all the time. Alright, let's try this again. For me, the way I look at it is, you could, like, okay, let's say, for example, if you have a car. If you're someone that drives the car from point A to point B, never going to the limits of the vehicle ever, okay? When, let's say something happens and somebody else on the road touches the rear of your vehicle and you start to slide and spin out. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to react to it. You can't counter steer. You don't know what to do and you'll freeze up and you end up wrecking the vehicle. However, if you're someone that drives the vehicle from point A to point B, but then every now and then does an autocross or does a high-performance driving event where you're pushing your vehicle to the limit, if you ever go back to the main road and you're doing your point A to point B and something happens where you have to, the limit is approached, say somebody's craning off the thing and you have to do a maneuver or something like that, you then know what to do. For example, when I make sure that there's nobody around me, sometimes I will do a full getting off an on-ramp or off an off-ramp, do a full braking maneuver where I almost lock my brakes up because my car has no anti-lock brakes. So I practice threshold braking to make my car stop as quick as possible. I practice it every now and then. I don't plan on using it in day-to-day activities, but I still get that practice in. That way, when it is needed, my body reacts without thinking because of muscle memory, right? So, in Elite, you see me do stupid stuff because I practice getting to that razor's edge of doing things. That way, when I absolutely need it, yeah, you just kind of do it without thinking, and you want to get it to be muscle memory rather than have to sit there and go, oh, I'm spinning, what do I do now? And you, like, that thinking, having to think about it is what makes people like wreck their cars, and because they're having to think the entire process through. If you get it to the point where it's instinct and you just react, it ends up being a lot safer for you. Darkest Dot, ongoing thing, dude. Ongoing thing with that, too. Alright, cool. So we've got that. The Corvette is on its way. How long till that Corvette shows up? Because I need to sell it now. Shipyard. It's 11 minutes away. We're not going to deal with that today. We will sell it later. My problem with it is that it has a lot of engineered stuff on it. I need to move it to the other ship. Alright, return to surface. Alright, let's see here. Now, what was the system that was in the bubble that people were recommending? Ashi? And I got a spam phone caller again. I hate that crap. And yeah, for people that have never driven in snow, if you get a chance to drive a vehicle in low grip conditions like that, it is... that is so weird. If you get permission, or not permission, if you get a chance to drive a vehicle in low grip conditions, you can learn so much for just screwing around and doing donuts in a snowy parking lot. The crazy thing too is, like, I don't know how it is a lot of times in Europe, but like, if you contact the local police and just let them know what you're doing and why, a lot of times they'll come out and do it with you too. That's the crazy thing. I've had times where I'll be like, yeah, I know that there's this back thing in the industrial parking area that there's nobody there on the weekends. Can I go out there? And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll come out. And it's funny because then you get one, if you want to get some cool pictures of a police car and you sliding around, you can do that. If they're cool police, they'll do it too. No, Skymaster, I've not ever had that happen before. A lot of times, if you explain why and you talk to them and they understand why, as long as you're being safe, as long as you're not doing something stupid where you're going to like hit a curb or something like that, yeah. And that's the thing, is like, you have to coordinate with them. That's the big deal. That's the important thing. Is it's all down to coordination and doing it legitimately. Now, you're probably not going to get that if you live in a bigger city. Where I live, it's more rural. They totally understand that stuff. For example, where I live... Let me quit choking here. Where I live, if I go 5 miles east, the roads there between November and February, you cannot get on those roads unless you have chains on your tires. Because it's so far up into the mountains that you cannot safely navigate those roads. So, being that this is a more rural town, they understand about the whole training somebody to drive in low grip conditions. So, and Commander Barnino, that's the kind of thing too. There's a reason why I have a dash cam. So, you get that recording. If they try to give you a ticket, there comes the recording. Alright, let's see here. Paste. Yep, if you got local racetracks, or hell, look locally for autocrossing. Autocrossing, you'll find a lot of people that love, that do high-performance driving, including, during wintertime, they set areas aside to do low-grip driving stuff. So, if you've got stuff like that, that is definitely the way to go, yes. There we go. Alright, let's get out of here now.
Ship restraints retracted.
But yeah, like, a lot of
Reinforced
the times when I do my thing where I spin around and fly backwards. For me, it's practice because I want to make sure that I know where my ship is. If I make that thing flat and I put myself directly between those, I should be able to go backwards out the docking port, right? So for me, again, that's just a practice maneuver. I know where the edges of my ship are, and for me, that's practice for me to, you know, keep showing that I know where my edges of my ship are. But yeah, something like autocross. Hey, we're going to Bob.
Station. Stay safe, Commander.
Engage. We're going to Bob. Killadine, yes. I have had that happen once. Hold on, what is autocross? Autocross is a thing. Let me show what it looks like, or what the majority of them look like. Come on, YouTube. Can you please load? So autocross is a type of high-performance driving event that tends to be a large parking lot that they fill up with cones, and it's just a big parking lot filled with cones and people driving around it at a high rate of speed. They generally tend to be lower speed, so you'll be lucky to hit 50, 60 miles an hour at all. But the nice thing with it is a very good thing because every autocross tends to be a different track every time, a different layout. Pause music. So, for example, let me pull up this video. Make sure the volume's not super high. So, for example, you can bring different vehicles there. It's a whole bunch of cones, so if you run over a cone, oh well. But they make a track out of cones. It's low risk. You're only racing a clock. You're never racing another car. And you get to push your car to the limit, make mistakes, you learn from the mistakes, and it is a good place to learn the limits of your vehicle, no matter what that vehicle is. So, again, it usually tends to be really open parking lot, so there's not really stuff to hit. A lot of times they set up the courses so you're not going at a wall before there's a real sharp turn. They have you maybe go, and then maybe there's a chicane to slow you down, and then you do a sharp turn. So you're never going at a barrier really, really high rate of speeds. It's, again, relatively low risk. Again, every time that they do an autocross, if the people managing it do it well, they also they change the layout every time. So you get you might have different things. So one track might have a lot more chicanes, might have a lot more hairpins. So you kind of learn a little bit about different emergency maneuvers. In this case, the chicane thing that they got here going back and forth allows you to learn weight transfer on your car. Because if you transfer weight too much or too quickly, you overload your tires' amount of grip, and then you start sliding. So you get to learn what your car is and is not capable of. But, I mean, different autocrosses do it in different ways. Sports Car Club of America, SCCA, for example, they do a lot of here. There's also, I think NASA does it. The NASA, the stock car one, I think they sometimes do it. Pause that, please. There's different places here in the U.S. that do different ones. But yeah, Sports Car Club of America are one of the more well-known ones. They have I think they have the biggest membership right now. Sometimes they do it at old abandoned airfields. Those ones tend to be a little bit different because they not only use the old taxiways, but they also use straightaways. So those ones tend to be a little bit more high speed. But again, I mean, it's something fun to do. And Nana Ninja, what's up, dude? How you doing this afternoon? Or afternoon for you. It's still 8 a.m. for me. On to System Bob. Engage. Next track. Gino Gannon, Gino Garon. I keep on wanting to say Gannon when I see your name. The catch, though, is that usually for a lot of autocrossing, you've got gearheads going to it. So a lot of the people there tend to do maintenance on their own vehicles. They're not really going to be sponsored by a mechanic place because the mechanic isn't really going to get that much business by people that do most of their own work on their cars. So... And Uni the Elder, dude! 2 years. Thank you very much for that resub, man. How you doing today? Sadly, the system of Bob does not have a planet Bob. Sadly. Otherwise, that would be an awesome Titan AE reference. But sadly, no planet Bob. That was one thing that I was really disappointed. No, the star's name is Bob. There is no planet in the system at all. Then again, maybe they haven't used the Titan project here. Oh, hello. Hey, look, my Corvette's there. Corvette showed up. We need to ask Frontier to put an ice crystal formation in that system. That would be amazing. Then it would be a hell of a reference to Titan AE. All it is the Titan project just hasn't happened yet. Just put a giant ice crystal formation. That would be hilarious. Alright, on our way over, we're going to try to make a little bit more Federation rep today. Yeah, like Titan AE, Treasure Planet, those kind of movies, that was around the time when they were kind of transitioning from hand-drawn animation to full CGI. And yeah, they were done really, really well, but it was like the end of an era kind of thing.
System scan complete.
Synhalf, right? Propellium metallic crystals. That would be hilarious. Next track. Alright, let's see here. Now, playlist we are running today is the Rogue Outlaw? No, what was it? Rogue Galaxy. Rogue Galaxy 2 soundtrack, I believe. So that's why there's some songs in here that the genres change like crazy. Is it Rogue Galaxy? Rebel Galaxy, that's it. Not Rogue Galaxy. Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, that's it. I'm getting all my stuff mixed up. And Kote Gasharu, thank you very much for the follow. I'm pretty sure I totally butchered your username. Please correct me, because I feel I got that really, really bad. But thank you very much for that follow, dude. Appreciate it. 17 bodies here. On to the next system. 2 jumps. And Lurkus Ignoramus, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing this morning? That one, I think I got the pronunciation right. Ignoramus? Ignoramus? Ignoramus. Something. Deacon, that's where we're heading right now, is that Ashashi system? Again, I cannot pronounce it. And Gunslinger Duds, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? There you are. Alright. They are in a boom state, and I got a feeling because there's going to be a lot of people trying to get Federation rep. There might be a few people in system. We have to double check. Now, myself personally, I don't need the Federation rep. I've already got enough reputation to get a Corvette. However, I'm curious to getting my Federation rep maxed. I want to be a fleet admiral. I gotta wait for the thing to finish. Alright, let's go to Perry's Folly. Settlement filter. Alright. Going to bed, Commander. Fly dangerous. Dude, take care. Thanks for stopping in today. Sleep well. Alright, real quick, let me do a quick check here. Alright, so yes, I am currently 94% Vice Admiral, so I'm actually really close to ranking up with the Federation again. What is after Vice Admiral? Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral. How many more ranks do I have before I get to Fleet Admiral? Oh shoot, I overshot. Two more ranks? Okay. Okay, so we're definitely going to be able to show off a couple things here today, too. There we go. Nice 3-second approach. Highest just Admiral? Okay, I thought it was Fleet Admiral or something. Okay. Oh well. This is an outpost, so it does not matter what side I... Right now, I'm Vice Admiral. Oh, just one more to go? What's after Vice Admiral? Or just do it, I need to max out the next one. Something. Double check, see, is there anybody here? No, there's not anybody here. Oh, that's it? Shoot. This might be a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be then. Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Alright, cool. So let's grab a whole bunch of missions for the Federation aligned people here. Mission board. Alright, so here there are four factions with Imperial Superpower Rep, as you can see with this little icon there. And we're going to go to the controlling faction first and grab all of their courier jobs. Oh, I should be paying attention to how far I got to fly, though. 25,000, a little bit too far. Wait, what is... Yeah, that one too. Yeah, there we go. Cool, so got those. Grab the next one. Yeah, I'm being a little bit cautious on the ones that are 74,000 credits, because those ones are a little bit further away. 24,000 light seconds. That's like a 10-minute trip. All these other ones are much, much closer. And again, you can get... You want to really be looking at this reputation. So anything that gives me reputation plus would be nice. Yeah, I guess we can grab them. Yeah, sure. Wait, what is this? Oh, we're not getting that. Go back to this one then. I do need this one then. Okay. I think they're all going to that Porsche terminal. Yeah, Porsche terminal. Okay, so now that we have multiple going to the same one, yeah, that's good. Just gonna grab everything. So that's pretty much every courier job that is federally aligned. I'm at 94% Vice Admiral. Alright, so... which one was Porsche Terminal? Shoot, now I gotta find it again. Williams Dock. Okay, HIP 67822. There we go. Oh yeah, this should be, again, everything's doubled this, for the next 10 days. So Federation Rep is doubled until the 16th, so yeah, right now is the time to do it. And we're out of here. Okay, we are already on the starport filter. Dreadnought, yeah, that might be the best thing to do, dude. And then get yourself a nice high jumping ship to take back to, or if you need to bring another ship to Colonia, you can bring another one that way.
Incoming mission critical message.
Oh, look at that. They're... wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Since when have they been highlighted blue? How come I've never... Shows you how often I've done missions. I did not realize that these stations glowed blue anymore. Or they started glowing blue. Since when have they done that? That's actually really, really nice. I was not aware it did that. See, I would have jumped in here, gone straight to Porsche Station, and not even realized that I would have passed one of the places I needed to drop stuff off at. Voya's doing really good, dude. How about yourself? Last week, I've been extremely ill and having to deal with bad sleep patterns, but today I'm actually doing pretty good. I'm still dealing with a little bit of sinus issues. Like, I was really bad yesterday. That's why I didn't do any streaming then. But, yeah, I got some more powerful medicines and feeling a lot better now. Shows you how, like, I haven't done missions in a while. I tend to do, like, everything else, not the missions. Alright, trying to kill a little bit of speed off of this planet. There we go. Lining up for that docking port. Put that docking port right there. Sweet. And right up front, please.
Incoming mission critical message.
Pad 11.
Mike Alpha Lima, your
9 o'clock immediate.
commander. Submit a request and enjoy your stay. Approved for access. Make your way to landing pad
Landing
number
gear.
11.
Try to kill my speed
Landing
as much
gear
as
to
possible
forward.
there. There we go.
Touchdown sequence complete. You may disembark when ready. Station facilities are at your disposal.
Look at that. In and out. Don't have to worry about it. Oh no, I'm going to the stations at 40,000 away. I am such an idiot! I am such an idiot! I am such an idiot!
Go for departure.
Note to self, make sure you turn the missions in if you're planning on doing this. Let's request docking again. Same pad.
Proceed to landing
Scan
pad
detected.
11.
Landing gear. Okay, if you're gonna do this, land on the pad, go into the hangar, open the starport services and actually turn the mission in. That is somewhat important.
Power down your engines. You're all checked in, Commander.
There we go. Reputation plus plus.
Incoming message.
Cool. Good. You. Reputation plus. You might as well get money.
Incoming message.
Yeah, I hear you. Anything else? Nothing else here. Now we can leave. Launch. No more blue. Now to Porsche Terminal. There we go. Yep, Federation rep started being doubled today, and it goes away on the 16th, so not the week, it's 10 days. Also, Federation ships have an extreme discount as well, so if you go to the right place, you can find Federation ships for 46% off. For example, you can buy a Corvette, which is normally 181 million credits for 101 million credits during the next 10 days. Alright, on to Porsche Terminal. Yep, I just bought 3 Corvettes for the price of 1.5 Corvettes today.
Message.
Yep. Take advantage of the double rep gain and also take advantage of the... And look at that, I'm already allied with the local faction. Sweet. Just by doing that little bit of data delivery. Cool. So at this point, we just fly over there for a little bit. This is the reason why I don't normally go after these, but we already went from 94 to 96% Vice Admiral, so we've already gained 2%. That's pretty nice. 2% on a pretty high level of rank, too. That mission probably would have done 10% at a lower rank. So, might actually have to log on to my secondary account and get rank for it. Might have to do that. Classified camera. I need to fix my paint. It's just gonna get more and more worn as I fly around here. I don't know. Every time I look at this, it looks like an owl. I feel like I'm looking at some kind of weird Pokemon. It's like a hoot or something. I don't know. Classified camera. Look at that. They like me. I'm cordial with them. Also cordial with them. Delivery bonus. If I can get there within the next 21 hours, I get an extra bonus. Sweet. What about you? Yeah, we'll get all the delivery bonuses. 21-hour time limit? Yeah, we'll get it. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're going to make a little bit of money with this, too. So yeah, for a new player, that's a hell of a bonus. All I know right now is I want to play some Dungeons & Dragons, but I want the story to involve an airship. Yeah. Airships are always fun. Stories that use that kind of thing. Final Fantasy, anything like that. Any kind of D&D that uses the thing like that. Yeah. Airships are always fun. Mad Dog, right? There's a lot, like, right now is the time to definitely take advantage of it. Yeah, this weekend might be a more Elite Dangerous work on your Federation rank thing.
I already went up from 74% reputation to 77% too. So you can see the big, well, not big, but the little blue arrow there show me that I'm getting positive rep with that. So that's always good too. How am I doing with the local? Cordial, neutral, neutral. Neutral, neutral, cordial, neutral.
A few of these might be allied when we're done. Now, Mitchcraft Me, thing with that is that, I mean, I don't know how your ship is outfitted, but neutron stars back to the bubble is a possibility of getting back here sooner. I have been wanting to get back into Final Fantasy XIV. My problem with Final Fantasy XIV is every time that I've gotten back into the game, the people that I get back into the game to play with, they play it like crazy, and then when I get back into the game, they immediately stop playing, and then I'm like left on my own. I'm like, well, dang it. So, that's how every time I've ever gone back and played Final Fantasy XIV, that always happens. What server do I play on? I believe my current accounts are on the Siren server. I think is what it was. But I had moved a couple of them from another server at one point. Final Fantasy XIV is the MMO, yes. See, I kind of wish that Final Fantasy did what, for example, Guild Wars and World of Warcraft does, is that it doesn't matter what world you're on, they kind of allow everybody to go together kind of things. I kind of wish they did that, but yeah. The one and only Little Richie, if you are into MMOs, yes, Final Fantasy XIV is one of the better MMOs that is out right now, yes. Oh, they do it? I mean, can you do just general questing around the world with it? Okay, that's a good thing. That's definitely a step forward. Better than WoW Classic? Yeah, it's they worked a lot on that game and they're making it really, really. I'll tell you one thing that I've always loved about the Final Fantasy MMOs that nobody else seems to do, okay, is you can make a character and be all the classes. Why don't other MMOs do that? And Greg, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How are you doing today? I've never understood. That is just a basic thing. Oh, Archage does it too? Okay, Archage then. The problem with Archage, I mean, they kind of fixed it with Archage Unchained, because they got rid of the pay-to-win function of it. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know why more MMOs don't do that. Okay, this is an outpost. Okay, there's our place. Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Come on, down, please. Why are you wiggling all over the place? Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, the economy in Final Fantasy XIV, I believe, is done well. They've actually got a thing called retainers that have a deal where you can sell stuff while offline through your retainers, if I remember correctly. Alright, so we're going to do... We'll just grab the money ones here. Get you. Reputation ++. Good.
Incoming message.
We're at Vice Admiral 98%. Reputation ++.
Incoming message.
99%. Sweet. So, here's the thing, guys, is that I am going to be hitting 100% here in a moment. Okay? If you're doing Federation rank, you don't have to do the rank up mission. Okay? If you get to 100% and you continue turning in the stuff, you are filling up the next rank. So you can do the rank up missions later on. Do be aware of that. You don't have to stop immediately and find a rank up mission the moment you turn it in. Does that make sense? Alright, next station. Yeah, see, that's my problem with Final Fantasy XIV, is that I'm not even to the first expansion. So I've got, I think my highest level character was level 47. Because again, I kept, every time I was playing that game, every time that I would pay to move my character from server to server, the people that I was trying to play with, they stopped playing the game the moment I swapped over. And I never got any further in the game, so... Yeah, I've got tons of story, yeah. Classified camera. Classified camera. I mean, I started playing Final Fantasy XIV before Realm Reborn. Okay? So, I was playing the beta of the original. And then I played the beta for Realm Reborn as well. So, I've been playing that game for a while. Again, my problem was just simply everyone stopped playing the game every time I went to go play it. Yep, I started playing the bad version of Final Fantasy XIV. It was so bad that they brought in a new guy and pretty much redid the game. And then it was awesome, and it's been awesome since. Oh. I'm now cordial with them. And cordial with them. Sweet. And Chicken Depths, dude, thank you very much for the host, man. How you doing today? Oh yes, it definitely paid off for them. Going to a completely different kind of. I mean, there are some things that I miss from the old version to the new version. For example, the Final Fantasy XIV now. Each zone is a separate zone. There's a loading screen between each one. In the original, the world was one big world and there was no loading screens between worlds. It was all seamless. I mean, I understand why they changed to it. It is one of the things I miss. That seamless world was a really cool... Why is my thing not dropping out? Time?
8:30.
Nope, voice stack is still working. Why is my dropout button not working? And Paula Bean, doing good. How about yourself? How come? Why can't I drop out? Hold on a minute, guys. Something's going on with my commands. It sees that I'm trying to drop out. What is going on? Oh, my lights aren't working either. Hold on a moment. Menu? So wait, is VoiceTech not pushing the buttons? That's really weird. No, for some reason, my voice attack... No! None of my keys are working. That one is. Hold on a moment. What the hell is going on? I can't even use the H key to disengage. Huh. I can't even use the escape key to exit out. Well, I'm gonna do something stupid here. Well, that's irritating. Okay. That's weird. Well, see, now the problem is I can't even access that desktop. I can't even do that. Wow, I don't know what just happened with that, but that is bad. That was weird. Huh. I have no idea why that happened. That's really odd. Okay, let's try that again, please. Sorta online, not allowing me out. Yeah, right? Where's my bag of chips? Something to snack on. Which version of VoiceTech am I using? The newest one. Not their beta. Okay, buttons are working again. Alright. Let's see here. Alright. Alright, let's see if this works. Alright, there we go. There we go. How far did it drop? Oh my god. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No, I left Porsche Terminal. Oh, it looked like the game disconnected from the server. Okay. And is it Ellipsio? Thank you very much for the resub, dude. How you doing today? Dude, thank you very much for that. How you doing today? Look round key to open the chat menu, hit enter, problem solved. Is that really the fix? Here's the weird part, is that we had actually jumped to Super Cruise and flown over to this settlement. The game logged us in back at Porsche Terminal. So the game must have had a server disconnect there. I mean, I have the button to open and close this. The problem is again, none of the keys were working. Like, any button presses were not registering at all, other than the discovery scanner. Really weird thing, I don't know. Crisps. Yeah. Have chips or crisps, however you want to call them. Yeah, that's the weird thing, is that, like, I wasn't able to do anything. I was not even able to hit the escape key to open up the menu. Like, even escape wouldn't work. Let's try this again. Let's do a check. Lights are working. Night vision is working. Sweet. Awesome. So it should be good. That's the weird thing, is that when it, like, all of my key binds were not working. And Wonko T saying, thank you very much for the resub, man. How you doing today? All the key binds were not working. That's not a key bind. That's an actual joystick input. So that's why that was working. But when I push this button here to drop out of Super Cruise, that's not pushing a joystick button. That joystick button is mimicking a keyboard press. So that's why that one was not working properly. So we'll have to experiment a little bit like that in the future to see if we get it again, we might have to make ourselves an emergency joystick key to do something. Chicken dips, no, we did have it. We did have it. It was just something messed up with the way the command thing was working. I'm gonna do this weird kind of Harriet thing around the things. Landing gear. Oh, and overshot. Meant to use the main engine to kind of stop me there. And again, if you're a player that is new to the game and you're doing these data delivery missions, yeah, they're super good practice for practicing landing. Because if you're going to all these different places so many times, you might as well do manual landing on it, because every time you land, you're getting practice in. Reputation ++. Reputation ++. Reputation ++. So again, we are currently at Federation Vice Admiral 100% rate. So we should be on the lookout now for any Federation people that give me missions. These are all assassinate, 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 so we don't need to do that. So now we're just going to go... We're going to just finish turning in those other ones. There we go. Good. Out of here. Dodge that stuff. And we're out of here. Greg, yes, they do. However, the thing that we're doing today, we're not worried about money. Today's not a money-making thing. Today is a reputation-gaining thing. And the data delivery, if you're just talking about pure time spent, it's the way to go for getting reputation.
Incoming mission critical message.
Mad Dog, if you have a link to that spreadsheet, I would love to see it. Add it to my known spreadsheet too. Because there's like the highest Taurus beacon that has ever been found was like Taurus beacon 700 or something. But there's a lot of Taurus beacons in between that they have not actually found them yet. And Sadie, good morning. How are you doing today? Take a look at this one. See if it's the one that I know of. Yeah, that's the one that I've been watching, yeah. Ah, shoot. Overshot. Yeah, there's still a lot of Taurus beacons that have not been found, though. Alright, this one is on the ground. Night vision. Gravity is already 0.5, still going up. This is going to be a higher G planet. Distance to Taurus Beacon 420.
173.5 light years from Taurus Beacon 420.
Yes. Complaining cargo or data delivery? Data delivery. If Taurus Beacon 420 is not something to do with Onion Head, I am disappointed. Probably is not. So, I'm disappointed. Gravity is 0.94. So, pretty close to 1G. I could have flown through that ship. That would have been interesting.
DeLacy, Mike Alpha Lima. It's good to have you with us, Commander. Please submit a docking request before landing. Request approved. Proceed to Bay 05. Warning, terrain alert. Climb immediately.
Landing gear.
Attention.
Got
No
close.
visual on landing.
Landing gear
There we go.
deployed.
I know, Draenei, if I can see it in time, I'm gonna try to steer it and fly through it.
Commander.
We might explode, but the part that made it really, really bad, and there's our reputation thing. So if I now do reputation ++, do you love me now? There we go. Oh, I hate that. You have to exit out, go back into it, and now the mission should be able to be accepted. Nope. Wait, where'd it go? What? I hate that. It vanished. Wow, it's gone. Oh well, I'm not too worried about it. I'm kind of doing it on purpose. I know that I'm well past 100%.
I'm heading back to
So... not too worried about it. What do I do wrong when I drop to normal flight at 50-kilometer height when I approach a planetary station? So there's a couple things that you need to be aware of. Let me, alright, let me get back into Super Cruise and I'll show you. There's 4 things that you need to watch out for when approaching the planetary settlements. So let's go back into Super Cruise and I'll go over all 4 of them. two of them are actually the same thing, just at two different points. All right, so actually, let me get further away, and then I'll go into more detail here. An Aviator Geek, dude, thank you very much for the resub. How are you doing this morning?
Squirrel. Happy holidays and thanks for having interesting streams.
Yeah,
Can we
definitely.
get a
Whoop. But yeah, I definitely have my squirrel moments for sure. All right, so the 4 things that you need to watch out for when you're coming into a planetary base. When you are over the planet, when you're going through that yellow-greenish line right there, you need to be steeper than 5 degrees, but you got to be more shallow than 60 degrees. Does that make sense? So you've got that angle. So that's the first thing. Okay? I'm sorry, that's the first 2 things. Steeper than 5 degrees, shallower than 60 degrees. Now, that's the 2 things that most people know. Now, this is the part that every time that I talk about this next part, there's always someone in chat that is not aware this is a thing. See my vertical speed indicator over there? Right now it's a big yellow bar that's filling up because I'm going faster and faster and out Spanish, okay? So check this out. That vertical speed indicator is another very important indicator that you need to be paying attention to. Your blue line and your yellowish greenish line, that vertical speed indicator, if you are in the red, when you cross that one of those lines, it will drop you out. And D Mad Dog, dude, thank you very much for the resub, man. Appreciate that.
best pilot in the game?
And a woo. So, I'm engaging. Woo! Does that work? Okay, yeah, he wanted to do it too. But yeah, so that is a thing that I don't think a lot of people realize, and that is the part that a lot of people do not realize that is happening when they drop out because their angle's okay, but they weren't paying attention to that vertical speed. So even if you're in that little bit of red, when you cross the line, if you're in that red area, it does not matter if you are good or not on your speed. If you're in that red zone, when you cross that threshold, too fast, right? So that is a vertical speed indicator. So you'll see me sometimes, I'll do this weird wiggle where I'll shallow out really rapidly right before I cross one of those lines. That is what I'm doing. Again, this is one of these things, guys. Like, if you see me do a maneuver like that and you're like, why do you do that? Ask me, I'll try to explain what I'm doing. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have my vertical speed as much as possible without going into that red. And that little wiggle that I tend to do sometimes is to try to cross that threshold, not being in that red zone. It is definitely a thing to practice, but it's also, once you're aware of it happening, you start going, oh, I see it now, and then you start making little changes to the way that you approach a planet. Because again, both that yellow line and the blue line around the planet have that thing. As long as you cross the threshold in the yellow area, you're good. The moment you touch that red, it'll drop you out, even that really, really far away blue one. It is definitely a thing to practice. But again, now that you know what's happening, it's something that you can look at. What impact does the speed indicator have above the throttle indicator? The actual number? If I have a forward speed of 100 meters per second, okay? 100 meters per second this way is a hell of an impact. 100 meters per second this way is a hell of a skid of a landing, right? So the speed over the indicator has nothing. Does not matter. The thing dropping you out has only to do with your vertical speed. So as long as your vertical speed is not in the red, you could hit that thing at light speed as long as you're coming in nice and shallow. If your vertical speed is okay, you'll cross that threshold no problem. Hopefully that answers your question. It's all down to vertical speed. And guys, don't forget, this liner's in the top 1% of liners out there. When you drop out of Super Cruise, you have to be in the blue zone. No, you don't. I think you're thinking about the 7-second rule. The 7-second rule is if you're just going straight in at a thing. For my approaches, have you ever seen the way that I do my approach? Hold on, let me make... You might have to go into a little bit more detail about what you're talking about then, because maybe I'm just not understanding what you mean about have to be in the blue zone kind of thing. Oh, that has nothing to do with glide. If I'm going to a planet, that has nothing to do with it. As you can see, I'm way outside the blue zone, okay? And I can cross that blue threshold, and you can see it right before I left, I was still outside that blue zone. That has nothing to do with it. It's all down to the vertical speed when you cross the threshold. See, again, I'm still... As long as I cross that threshold with my vertical speed being shallow. Well, yeah, that if you're naturally going down the planet, it's going to slow you down. At that point, that little blue indicator doesn't even show, so I'm pretty sure I'm well in that area anyway. But as you can see, I've got it full throttled right now. I'm outside the blue zone on the throttle. But my vertical speed is still not in the red. So I'm pretty sure that if the indicator was up, it would be showing, but I've got it full throttled and my vertical speed is fine, it's letting me drop that in. So, I don't think that has anything to do with it. A little bit of blacking out there. Let's go back up. Character just blacked out. There we go. No, I've not seen anything that has to do with the forward speed factor. Because, for example, like, your speed gets slowed down more and more the bigger of a gravity well you go into. So, for example, this planet being an almost 1G planet, it's going to dramatically slow you down a lot more than, say, a 0.7G planet, right? Yeah. You didn't know you could black out in the game? You can also red out a little bit, too. Let me see if I can hit one of those. Is that what is that? Oh no, it's just a mountaintop. Yeah, if it's an outpost, it only has medium pads, yeah. So yeah, if I nose over, there's the red out. Character just read it out. If you pull backwards, there's the blackout. If you black out with no control, you're just going to keep going in a spin. With flight assist off. See, blacked out, blackout, now I got control again. So... Mad Dog, I think what you're seeing is more of that extra inertia that the ship carries. Why do you black out red out? It's a type of hypoxia. It's, blacking out is when gravity is so strong that, your blood, because the extra G-force goes down to your feet, and it's a type of hypoxia where the blood is stagnant. It's a stagnant hypoxia. And your heart can't pump the blood from where it is in your feet back up to your head, so your brain doesn't get oxygen, and then you start passing out, right? And Iced UK, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing today? With a red out, it's the opposite thing. All the blood is pooling in your head, and your eyes fill with blood. That's why you see red, is because your eyes are filling with blood. And your brain is, it's not lack of oxygen, it's more of there's so much pressure because of all the blood going to your head that you pass out due to brain pressure and stuff like that. So it's, yeah, it's kind of some... With redding out, you can, like a human can... It takes less negative G's to red out than it takes positive G's to black out. Like, I think negative G's, you can do 3 to 4 negative G versus 10 positive G's, something like that. I'm not exactly sure with the negative G thing. I know positive G's, it's like 9, 10 G. Does anyone happen to know what the Google? Let's go to Google. Hold on. How many negative G can a person withstand? 2 to 3 G. 2 to 3 negative G. Wow. That's okay. I did not realize it was that low, actually. But yeah, it's the blood pooling in your head that causes you to pass out. Yeah, red out is really bad. They call it red out because the blood vessels in your eyes are full and expand. Yeah, again, like your vision goes red. This is also why you don't see a lot of people doing outside loops, where an inside loop is what most people are used to. You do a loop, right? An outside loop is where you go like this. It has been done, but at the same time, it's a lot more difficult. Airframes are not usually made to do negative Gs because, again, you're bending the wings in the frame the opposite direction of what it's designed to do. I want to say the F-16 is rated to do 6 negative G, which, again, the pilot can't withstand it, but the airplane can do it. Same thing, like, the pilot in F-16 can go up to 9, 10 G. The airframe, I think, is rated up to 12 or 13, something like that. If they decided to take an F-16 and make it into a drone aircraft, the drone aircraft would be able to turn harder than the manned aircraft would. So, pressure suit can help with positive G, but what can mitigate negative G? Not doing it. Negative G it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like, positive G is where, like, all the aircraft are designed to do, and everything like that. Washing out, yes, I have, yes. Yes, I have. Yep, the pilot is the limitation nowadays, yes. It's the reason why a lot of the aircraft that things have been proposing have been drone-based, because, oh my god, they can pull so many more G. Greg, a lot of times, this is a really, really annoying thing with War Thunder. A lot of people tend to run that game in arcade mode. And the people running it in simulation mode, not so much. And Batwing, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? Swaddle, I don't get a stable 80 FPS all the time. I have pretty much everything maxed. I don't have, except I don't have super sampling. I don't have HMD image resolution. Everything else is maxed, and then the slider. Let's see if I can pull this up real fast. The slider that I have for frame rate is, oh, it reset. That should be all the way to the left for frame rate. Maybe that explains why I'm getting frame rate drops. Because the game is focusing on terrain generation. But yeah, mine is pretty much, graphically, everything's maxed out. No blur. No super sampling, HMD image resolution, all at 1. Am I in 4K? No. Swaddle, yeah, but I am running a 1080 Founders that is slowly dying. If you guys have not heard the story on that card, I bought the Founders when it first came out years ago, and what happened was I got it, it ran hot from the day I had it. I used Afterburner to make sure the fan was running all the time. It ran constantly at 80 degrees. It starts to throttle at 80 degrees. So that's what it ran at all the time, right? I had it for 2 years. The warranty went up, and I decided, hey, the warranty's up. I'm going to open this thing up. I'm going to replace the thermal paste. I open it up. It never had thermal paste on it. So I got a Founders card that never had thermal paste. So I had it. Over the 2 years of using it, I guess I baked it or whatever, and I took the thing apart, cleaned everything off because there wasn't much there, and I put thermal paste on it, put everything back together, and it now runs at 60 degrees all the time. It runs nice and cool all the time, but I have a feeling of me running it for those 2 years have slowly baked it and made the components, so I've been getting worse and worse performance over time, so I have a feeling that has something to do with it. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I want to get a new video card. But yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise of, hey, this thing never had thermal paste on it. I never got a reply from Asus about getting a replacement for it, because again, the thing had been out of warranty right at that point. So AV, I wish, dude. It's all down to money. Alright, let's see here. More things to do. Oh, yeah, next system.
Cannot comply.
Night vision. But no, NVIDIA wasn't the maker. Asus is the maker. So it was Asus that I tried contacting. They never replied to me. So, and it's been like over a year. So I mean, the card's like older now. So
Mission critical message.
the Biblios. Okay, so when you talk about surviving 40 positive Gs, humans have survived up to, I think, 198 G forces. Understand, when we talk about 10 G, we're talking about 10 sustained G. Stuff like 40 positive Gs, that's like for moments. Like, that's like a car crash. Do not confuse sustained G with with momentary G-forces. There's a lot of forces involved in a car accident. And that's like a car accident is where people get injured because of, like, you know, that momentary stop while your insides are still moving. Yeah, we're talking about mainly sustained G. And Commander Nutter, exactly, like ejector seats can do momentary G-forces really, really high, but again, this is also one of those things of pilots that are using an ejector seat. I believe that there's a rule in the U.S. Air Force, if you're a pilot and you have to use an ejector seat 3 times,
Landing gear deployed.
you're medically retired mandatory after the 3rd ejection, because it will compress your spine every time, and yeah, it's one of those things. But at the same time, you got to think about, what is the point of an ejector seat? To make sure that the pilot survives no matter what. Even if it gives them a little bit of momentary discomfort or possible back problems in the future, they will still be alive. That's like the big thing, right? Yeah, the new ones have a series where it's a gradual acceleration that is on the limits of human survivability, rather than a get out of there as fast as possible. Same deal with modern airbags. Modern airbags, it's looking ahead at what's happening, and if it detects that a crash is going to happen, it allows the airbag to open up slower, so it doesn't punch you in the face. It gradually opens and cushions your face as you slows you down, kind of thing. So I mean, there's a bunch of crazy stuff with technology and things that they've learned, and stuff like that is nice. So alright, so all those are turned in. Let's get out of here. On to the next station. Ejection seats and rocket sleds are somewhat sustained. Not really. The rocket sleds, you're talking about ones where they go really, really fast, and the guy is sitting backwards in it, and the deceleration test that they were doing is when the rocket sled hits the water deceleration area. So they got the thing where the guy is decelerating very, very quickly, going kind of backwards, and that's when they get the test of how it reacts to the human body. And that all that stuff was kind of crazy when they did that. Like, really, really crazy. Evil Den, I'm not really doing the Federation rank grind. I'm showing how to do it. But, even before this thing even began, I already had the rank to get a Corvette. In fact, we bought 3 new of them today. We bought 3 Corvettes today for the price of 1.5 of the old one. So, yay. Oh, they did the 411 too? That sucks if he almost lost his eyeballs. That sucks. I know they did a lot of tests with the guy, and yeah, he had some medical problems afterwards. What was the price for the Corvette? A Corvette with no discounts whatsoever is 180 million credits. With the 46% discount, if you buy it at a Lee Wrong UE system and you have the extra 1.5% elite discount, you can buy them for 101 million at certain Lee Wrong UE systems. So again, 46% off. And you got to think, removing 80 million credits think about how much that's going to lower your rebuy costs. Not just the Corvette, all the Federal ships. So I bought 3 new Corvettes, a drop ship, a gunship, and an assault ship, all for 46% off. So it's kind of funny when you go back to that. The system I went to was, hold on, I gotta find it again. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Shoot, where is it? Shoot. I'm trying to remember where I went to. The Beatrix system. So the Beatrix system was the one I went to. So yeah, I've got 4 Corvettes sitting there, a gunship, an assault ship, and a drop ship. I bought 3 of those Corvettes and the other Federal ships. Ignore one of the Corvettes. Why 3 Corvettes? 1 to replace my combat Corvette, which is what that 4th Corvette is. I just got to move the modules over. 1, a first-class passenger carrying Corvette, because the Corvette is the best ship for carrying first-class passengers. And the 3rd one is a science ship, or a long-range Corvette. So, those are my 3 Corvettes. Might as well buy them all right now when they're extremely cheap. So yeah, the Beatrix system. It would be funny if it was Bellatrix, but no, Beatrix. So, one of those Corvettes will be going away. That's my current Corvette. That is now the expensive Corvette. I'm gonna sell it and recoup my money back. But yeah, I've got 3 cheap Corvettes in there. Shoot. Is it where the author of Peter Rabbit lives? Is that? I don't know. Is that where he lived? Beatrix? I don't know. Really? Beatrix Potter? Or, well, this one is B-E-E, not B-E-A. I don't know. You might have to check and see if Beatrix is an actual star system name. Commander Nutter. Funny thing with that, too, is that even before, if you were trying to buy a cheap Corvette before, so let's say you bought a Corvette for 17% discount, right? Going to the 46% discount, you can sell your cheap one and you still make 34 million back. So yeah, it is definitely worth it, even selling it and buying a new one, for sure. But again, it has to be a Lee Rong Yui system. The reason why we went to the Beatrix system, and I believe it is Jonesport in that system, is because that system has all of the Federal ships available at that station. So we went there for convenience, pretty much. Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Overshot. Meant to use the main engine to slow me down, but oh well. What caused the price drop? The Golconda community goal, the Federation 1, which, by the way, if you want it, land at Fisher's Choice, not Fisher. I can't remember the name of the station. Land at the station in the Golconda system, and you will get a Golconda decal. And if you have not seen that decal yet, give me a second, I can show you. Decal. I gotta remind myself to show it off. Reputation ++.
Incoming message.
Yay. Reputation ++. Cool. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into advanced maintenance. Fix all that stuff.
Well, hello there.
I can't show you the decal because there's no livery options here. Crap. Nick Middle Earth. That's a hell of a name. Huh. That's cool. Hope I'm well. Question, do you still get paid 1 million per ancient ruin scan from the Felice Dock mission? I don't believe so, Roast and Coffee. I believe that got changed from 1 million per scan to 10,000 per scan. I think the entire thing gives 10 million when you're done. I think. To be honest, I haven't done it in such a long time. I do not remember. Washing out, it lasts until the 16th of December. So you have 10 days. 10 days, including today. Forester's Choice, that's it. Thank you. You panicless system. Oh, Nick Middle-earth that's coming. He's the guy coming after me. Oh, okay. He's in a Mark IV Cobra. What does he expect to do? Commander Nutter, right? Yeah, flying a quick ship like that is really, really nice for the normal space flight portion of that, for sure. Is this PvP? No, you don't have to do PvP for this. This is just data transfer. They all love me. Oh, that was an NPC. In fact, he just showed up in front of me again. Yeah, that was an NPC. Players all have Commander and then the name. So, and they also have hollow dots on the radar.
Incoming mission critical message.
Oh, that way. Chicken Dips. I tend to use the mining website for that. I don't think anyone's been keeping track of the Void Opal hotspots themselves. Most people just use the miner website, the ED Tools miner tool, to find where to sell them at. Yeah, the ED Tool website. If you do !miner, I think it'll pop up the link. They do keep track of where the overlapping Painite hotspots are, though. The double Painite. Pretty much you tell it where you're at, and it tells you the closest places. Painite, though, does have the where the double spots are. Yeah, that's usually why the Void Opal ones are not really tracked. The overlapping Painite ones actually count, while overlapping Void Opals do not. The overlapping stuff only applies to surface mining, not deep core. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, as you can see, I'm doing this kind of spiral in where I'm keeping it in the yellow zone. I crossed the blue threshold. I'm still coming down to the planet as fast as I can. Plenty good, full speed, cross the next threshold without going into the red. There we go. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't increase spawn rate, it just makes it so you have more. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Right? Night vision. 0.23G. See a couple of medium pads over there. Roast and Coffee, for every 1 second that I drop from 7 seconds, I get there 10 seconds faster. So, for example, if you're doing a 7-second approach, and I do a 10-second... I'm sorry. Blech. If you do a 7-second approach, and I do a 6-second approach, I will get to the place 10 seconds before you. if I do a 5-second approach, I will get there 20 seconds before you. If I do my 3-second approach, I get there 40 seconds before you. Does that make sense? Landing gear.
Warning, deploy landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
So yeah, 40 seconds. Yeah, it's definitely a time saver.
Enjoy your stay, Commander.
Also, if you're in a bigger ship, definitely practice making sure that you're actually approaching the front end of the stations. So at that point, don't worry about your approach speed, and more worry about the trying to line up the HUD thing so you drop out in front of the docking slot, because then you save time not trying to wrestle the big ship into... That's another big time saver. So yeah. Yeah, it is definitely a skill to practice, and once you start learning how to do it, it is very, very nice. All right, let's get out of here now. All the delivery bonuses. Let's delete them all. Yeah, the Super Cruise Spiral also did that too. Like, for example, the best thing to show off the Super Cruise Spiral is 2 people racing to an outpost. Because an outpost, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what side of the outpost you approach on. Not until you, like, memorize where the actual pads are. But if you have one person going to a 7-second approach and the other person doing a spiral, and then both just getting to it and dropping out as quick as possible, yeah, the person doing the spiral will tend to get there about... Again, if you do a 3-second spiral, they will drop out of Super Cruise about 40 seconds before the other person will. Night vision. Lights. I probably should have gone to the orbital station first, to be honest. This gravity is slowing me down. Where is the other station? Okay, good. So, that'll work. Go straight from orbital station to orbital station there. I mean, hell, even my Anaconda, I can do a 4-second approach with my Anaconda. Which, I mean, is not that bad, considering that it is a exploration fit ship. You put some dirty drive A-class thrusters on that thing, and oh my god, it can actually turn pretty decently in Super Cruise. But you might also notice I'm kind of doing this weird diagonal kind of approach to it, too. That's one of those weird game bugs where one unit of pulling back and one unit of yaw together add up to 1.1 unit of degree change at a diagonal thing. It's kind of a weird thing. Speedrunners use that kind of game bug all the time. Alright, so... other side, where are you? Gotta find this pad. Going to pad 5, that's pad 4, there's pad 5. Landing gear. See, I'm trying to use the main engine to slow me down. It's a lot more powerful than anything else. So, yeah, when you see me do one of those weird maneuvers, that's usually why, is I'm using my main engine to do the majority of my braking. Washing out. Yeah, I saw a little bit of the CitizenCon thing. I actually fired up Star Citizen and ran it a little bit. Just the game just does things so weird that just does not make sense sometimes. Again, it's a little bit unfair to say that because it's not done yet. I know there's a lot of things that they're still working on. So,
Incoming
but again,
message.
I've still been watching it, paying attention to what they've been doing and everything like that, but
Incoming message.
Reputation ++. Reputation ++. Am I the chosen one? I hope not, because then I become evil at the end and become Darth Vader. That's bad. Alright, is that everything? Well, and see, and that's the really, really annoying thing, is that Star Citizen used to have VR, but then they removed it. I mean, in fact, Star Citizen having VR is the reason why I'm playing Elite right now. They had just come out with their Hangar module, and there was a thing where you could go into the game files, add in a couple things, and it would enable VR mode, and you could walk around the ship and look at it in VR. And I tried it, it was awesome, and then I was like, what other space games have VR? And that led me to Elite Dangerous. I've been playing Elite Dangerous ever since. Now the thing is that I've been watching Star Citizen. The things that they have been doing are getting ready to add VR back in. But yeah, they have definitely made some major changes to it. They're setting up the game engine to allow VR use. It's definitely a thing. So you can definitely see the way that they're doing things. I already love the way that they do the interfaces inside of it. You can change the interfaces. You can already see how those interfaces are already VR touch capable. So they're getting things ready. It's just they're not done yet. All right. After this one, where's my next system? Oh no, that's it. Cool. Awesome. See, okay, so my complaint with Star Citizen is that, as it stands right now, Elite Dangerous is to Star Trek as Star Citizen is to Star Wars. Star Citizen is not based in scientific fact. It's more of space fantasy. Right? Think of it as in Star Wars, when Han Solo landed the Millennium Falcon inside the space worm on an asteroid, did anyone question why the asteroid had 1 g of gravity? Right? Nobody ever questioned that. Or when you watch Star Citizen, when you drive on an asteroid, your vehicle...
I'm just here for the emojis.
Dude, Cannon Bait, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Appreciate that. But see, and that's the thing, though, Star Wars does not have scientific accuracy behind it. It is a space fantasy. And I mean, Star Trek, they kind of have a lot more scientific accuracy behind it. Right? But that's where Star Citizen is at. They even showed off, hey, we're driving our little ground vehicle on this asteroid. This asteroid is 200 kilometers wide. But they drove on it like it was 1 g. And then they fly down to the planet, which again, the planet is shrunk because it's not life planet size. And again, 1 g planet. So it's very space fantasy more than full-on accuracy. Now again, little asterisk in there. Do be aware the physics on that game are not finished. They have many, many times said that they... Oh, come on, you stupid Killback. Killback's taking my spot. Yeah, again, it's unfair to judge the game because it's not done yet. They might make changes. They might make it so an asteroid will have really, really low G, and maybe you have to have fuel to use thrusters to push the ground vehicle down to the ground. Who knows? At that point, maybe they will start leaning more towards scientific fact, but as it stands right now, it is very Star Wars fantasy sci-fi than anything else.
Docking request denied.
Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Got it. Good. Washing out, but that's the thing, is it looks like that, but it's not. All of the planets and moons and everything in Star Citizen right now are Kerbalized. Like, I mean, they've even said it many times. They're not realistic size. They're actually too small. Everything is like Kerbal Space Program. It's shrunk, so they had to artificially raise the gravity to make the gravity stuff work. So again, it's that again is Star Wars fantasy, not realistic. Okay, and I think we have an actual outfitting here. Oh yeah, the RP of Star Citizen is going to be pretty awesome. I love the thing that they're doing with the facial camera. I didn't like the fact that they were like, we're the first ones to do this. No, EverQuest 2 did it. So, I mean, Star Citizen does it better, but no, they were definitely not the first one to use a camera to do facial tracking and have it make your character in the game do the facial tracking. So, that kind of annoyed me a little bit, because they were like, we're the first ones. No, you were not the first ones. You're like many, many years too late to be calling yourself first. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting when they do get a second system, because right now it's all one single system. So, definitely going to be interesting to see how that works. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Good. Cool. Alright, actually, before we do anything else, I keep forgetting to do this. Oh no, never mind, we don't have livery here. Crap. I gotta find a place that has livery. Alright, let's see here. Where is the... Shoot, where's the one that I went to before? Oh, there it is, right there. We're going back here. Yep. Pretty much any stations that cannot do outfitting also cannot do livery. They don't have the outfitting for it. Cannon bait, yeah, I don't feel like logging out right now. Oh, I remember there was somebody that tried to make a point and it completely backfired on them when they talked about how Star Citizen is doing things twice as fast as Elite, right? And they said that, and the funny part was then math got involved, right? So the comment was, Star Citizen is doing things twice as fast as Elite. And I said, okay, cool. So let's see. If you have a 500-person team doing something twice as fast, that means a 100-person team, they're doing double the work. And the math added up, and you're going, okay, so you're saying that the Elite team is working twice as hard to do the same amount of stuff. And they were like, and they start getting all like, they couldn't come back from that. Well, at the time, the Star Citizen team was 200. It's about 500 people now, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, now it would be quintuple. But at the time, it was like, it would be double or something like that. It's been a few years. 500 but 2 games? When you say 2 games, you gotta be really, really careful with that. Because Star Citizen and Squadron 42, it's the same game, but one is single player and one's multiplayer. That would be the equivalent of if Frontier made a Elite game and a game based on Star Wars, and they're both using the same game engine, they're both taking in place in space, but there's different game assets. So, yeah, Star Citizen, I mean, they're making one game, they're just, yeah. Oh, we got another player here. Oh, he's taking the medium pad. Dang it. Now I gotta wait for them. Or they're making a game and an offshoot. Dunpeel, no, the Elite Dangerous team is 100 people. 75% of the team are focused on making the 2020 update. 25% are working on the current stuff. So now, I don't know if he realizes that there's someone waiting here.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Let him be aware that there is somebody here. This will definitely get his attention. Do I have any guesses on what it will be in the 2020 update? If I did, I couldn't talk about it. Again, NDAs and such. Lights. Oh, now he realizes. Nah, fleet carriers are supposed to be coming out second quarter of next year. And he's off. Waiting for that pad. Landing gear. Oh crap, it did the thing again.
Landing gear deployed.
There we go. Dunpeel, again, when I was invited to Frontier's headquarters, I got to see where the Elite Dangerous team is. There is 100 people, yeah, at least. Well, no, see, that's the thing, though, washing out. When I went to Frontier's headquarters, I saw stuff. Because I signed NDAs, though, I can't talk about it. Alright, so real quick, livery. So if you guys have not seen this new decal... Come on, please load. Decal. And the Galconda decal looks like... There it is. That is the Galconda decal. Federation Empire, Galconda in the middle. So that's the decal that you get when you land at Forrester's Rest. So let's get out of here. Oh. Alright, let's get out of here. Nova McCool. Lights. What do we have here? There we go. Yep, those stickers will be available until the 16th of this month. So as long as you go land at Forester's Choice, you will get it. Lay off the coffee today? What do you mean? What do you mean lay off the coffee? Engage. Actually, hold on. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Target Earth. What do you mean drink coffee? I cannot stand coffee. If you guys have not heard me talk about this before, I have a weird thing with my taste buds. It's one of the reasons why I don't drink alcohol. Alcohol, no matter what, tastes extremely bitter. I would rather pour salt on my tongue, or have you ever ground up aspirin? Pour that on your tongue. That's what alcohol tastes like to me. It's extremely, extremely bitter. Also, coffee, I cannot taste any of the flavor of coffee. Lance has tried to get me to try even his kind, and I can't do it. Coffee, to me, it does not matter what is done to it. I can taste the creamer. I cannot taste the coffee. Because, to me, you give me a full-flavored cup of coffee, I drink it, and I'm just like, this tastes like hot water. I cannot taste the coffee. Engage. That's why usually if I ever do coffee, for me to stand it, I have to mix chocolate into it pretty much. So I end up turning it into hot chocolate. The one and only Little Richie. No, my thing is just the level of bitterness. Alcohol can be bitter, but for example, wines, right? Wines, there are some sweet wines out there. Heck, if you go get one of those fruity drinks, right? The fruity drinks are supposed to be quite fruity. Well, if I try one of those fruity drinks, it tastes like I'm pouring powdered aspirin on my tongue. I don't even taste the fruitiness. The alcohol just totally neutralizes that, and it just whatever it is in, it makes it extremely bitter. Now, catch though, whatever that is making it taste bitter gets boiled out when you cook it in food. So I don't taste that bitterness whenever it's cooked into like beer battered something, or when you have like cooking wines. Whatever is making that bitterness is cooked away. So I don't know what causes that, but yeah. Is there a picture of my setup? Not really a picture. I can do a camera. Let me pull this entire thing backwards. That's my entire streaming setup. Streaming computers on top, game computers on the bottom. But the top view, there's the kind of controller that I have. I do have a set of pedals underneath my desk as well. That's what I use for the yaw control. Yeah, try not to run into the star. Running into star would be bad. There we go. But yeah, if you guys have never seen this setup before, let me try to explain this. Okay, well, I guess we're jumping to the next star. Give me a second. I'll pull the video back up as soon as I finish not crashing into a star. Oh yeah, well, you should see me when I fly through another star. I kind of yelp and scream and almost shit myself. But yeah, that's a whole another thing. How do I have my Oculus connected with 4 screens? Do I use a splitter, or does my 1080 support more than 4 displays at a time? Alright, so with this, let me try to explain this now. my game computer. Try to explain how this is working. Okay. So my game computer is connected to 5 different displays. So what I mean by that is, when I do this, there we go, you guys can see left screen, middle screen, right screen. This is my game PC, okay? That is a completely separate computer. So these are 2 different PCs. That PC is the one controlling all of the stream stuff. Now, I told you 5 displays down here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is my drawing tablet. This is what, if you look at it, that is literally what my chat is on. That is the monitor that I have for my chat, and this is the monitor that is duplicated in VR with me, because this is not a 1080p screen. This is like a 720p screen, right? This is, because it's smaller, the text is bigger, and I can read text easier, okay? However, then the Rift. So, center screen and the Rift are connected to the 1080. The drawing tablet and the 2 side screens are connected to a second video card. So I've got a 1080 running the Rift and the center screen for my video games, and I've got the a 980 powering this thing and the 2 side screens. So 2 video cards. Then the streaming PC, it's a Ryzen processor, and I believe right now it is running a 780 video card right now. Yes, not SLI. Yep, 2 different video cards, same PC, not running SLI, so yeah, don't have to worry about that stuff. Now, with this, I'm now going to have to go a little bit closer so you guys can actually see the mouse pointer. But if you guys have never seen this, I've got the mouse pointer right here, okay? You'll note that if I try to move my mouse up, it hits the edge of the screen and it doesn't go any further, right? But if I hold Control and move the mouse pointer up, the mouse pointer just moved to my streaming PC. So I can still use the same mouse and keyboard to control both PCs. So as you can see, mouse pointer's up there. Hold Control, go down. Now the mouse pointer's on this PC. So I'm using a program called Mouse Without Borders. It's a Microsoft Garage product. Synergy would be Synergy is a paid-for program, and it can also work on Mac. Mouse Without Borders is a Windows program and only works through Windows. It's completely free too. So that's the program that I use to control both PCs. I do have an extra mouse and keyboard tucked underneath the thing in case one PC's off and I have to control the thing. But using this, I can very seamlessly go between the 2 PCs to control whatever I need, right? It allows me to free up a little bit of space on my desktop, and I don't have to have multiple keyboards and all that kind of stuff. So it makes it really, really nice. But yeah, Synergy does the same thing. Synergy is just a program that you do have to pay for. And this kind of looks a little bit weird when it's like sitting next to me over here. That's just odd. But yeah. Is there one called Rats on Acid? If you want to make a derivative of it, I'm pretty sure you can make that. But yeah. What Wacom tablet is that? The one I have is it is a DTZ 1200W. So it was back when they had a 12-inch corner to corner. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. I think their smallest one now is like a 14-inch, something like that. Now, TT Nuge, which setting within Mouse Without Borders is that requires you to hit Control to go to the other computer? So the reason why I use the Control thing is because I didn't want to play a game and have it accidentally move from one PC to the other. So with that, if you have Mouse Without Borders, which, hold on, there it is. With mouse without borders, if you go into the other options setting, there is a bit here of easy mouse. So you notice mine is control. If you just change it to enable, okay? So at this point, I've now changed it from easy mouse being control to easy mouse being enable. And the thing is now, without me having to hit control, I can now go between the two PCs without hitting a button at all. Right? So by me using that easy mouse and enabling it and changing control, you can make it control or shift. So I, like, for example, the reason why I did that is years ago, when I first started using mouse without borders, that was back when Skyrim just came out. And the annoying part was, with Skyrim, mouse without borders broke everything because it kept changing computers when I tried turning around in the game. So I always had to keep on disabling it. I discovered by having easy mouse requiring you to have a button there, that got rid of the thing going off the screen for Skyrim and other games that do that kind of thing. Canon bait, yeah, I have lots and lots of cables everywhere. You really do not want to see behind my PC at all. Now, funny thing too, for those people that have no idea, the way that I'm having my really super complicated streaming setup, washing out Jones Station. So here's a deal. I have two PCs, game PC, stream PC. You want to see behind the computer? I'm warning you. This is just a taste. You can see some of the cables back there. I'm warning you. I can't get a camera back there. I don't have enough cable. I don't have enough cameras. That's just some. So with that, we're now going to move up over the desk again so you guys don't see that anymore, right? Yeah. There's cables all back there. And when I look over the thing, oh my God, yeah, you really don't want to see it. So the reason why it's the way it is right now is simply because, you know, as I've done things, I've had to reroute everything. My nice cable management ended up going away. However, here's where the problem is. I plan on, hopefully sometime within the next year, getting a house. And one of the things of me getting a house is going to involve, I want to make sure that I have a house that has a proper basement, and I want to make sure that that proper basement allows me to have a proper streaming room, so I can paint the floor green, and I can paint the walls green, and I can chroma key everything, right? But also, when I do that, I am going to, I plan on building a container to put all my PCs inside. So my PCs are going to be in a climate-controlled box with proper ducting that is filtered so no dust. No dust goes in, keeps it nice and cool. A exhaust system to pull the heat out, all that kind of stuff. I also want to place those up high, out of the way, run all my cables up really, really high, but then the reason for that is because when I get said house, I will then go back and get my cat. My cat loves to chew on cables. So because of that, I need to get the cables up and out of the way and then make sure that he does not chew on stuff. So, yeah. Aviator Geek never answered my question earlier about the classical music. Is this an attempt to avoid VOD muting? No. This VOD will be muted like crazy today on Twitch. So, if you guys have not, again, let's now talk a little bit about some technical stuff. And let me try to explain my stream. So, this is where things make it weird. Please understand, remember, I have two separate computers. I am not using a capture card. So I am getting video from one computer going to the other without a capture card. So the way that I have my computer set up is I have my game PC and I have my stream PC. I have my game PC sending all the video to the headset. I have the thing going to my screens. But yes, I am using OBS NDI. Upstairs, I have a router. And my network cable sends my video and audio through that network cable to the stream PC. Right? But here's where things get really weird, right? We're talking about the game audio sounds. So what happens with that is the game sound goes to the PC, my alerts go to the PC. The music you guys are hearing right now, pause music. The music you guys were hearing at that point, that audio is not, my music's running on my stream PC only. So over here we have Spotify. Yeah, that. Okay. Spotify is running on the stream PC. The weird thing is that I am now using, what is it called? Voice meter? Voice meter. So voice meter takes the music, sends that back to the network, back over to this voice meter, and this voice meter sends it to my headphones. Those are definitely headphones. And it sends it to my Rift with the googly eyes, right? Now the cool thing is that because it's sending it to those, but not to the game PC as a whole, my stream has the game audio. And because Spotify is running on this, when it comes to OBS itself, here's the game audio going into it, right? The music is a completely separate thing. And then the third audio coming in is my microphone. So I've got 3 audio inputs, and all 3 can be independently controlled. And then what happens is that copy of OBS to Twitch, it sends track 1, track 2, and track 3. But as I'm doing this stream right now, I'm also doing a recording. Now the thing is with the recording is I have the mic going to it, and I have the game audio going to it, but I do not send the music to it. So the recording that I am doing right now, it's going to do the entire stream minus the music. How does voice attack fit in the loop? Both computers are running voice attack. Both computers have their own thing of voice attack, controlling independent commands on that. So whenever I tell it, like, next track or whatever, voice attack on the stream PC is controlling it. When I ask it distance to Merope, that's voice attack running on the game PC. So, yeah, it's, again, if I started really drawing out all the different stuff, Pepe Sylvia, this is pretty much what we're building, right? Yeah. I could draw lines every which way, right? So, one day I might have to really sit down and do a nice graphical, color-coordinated, kind of guide sheet to how my setup is, but, and again, like, this is, again, one of these things, guys, I have not done a technical stream in a long while explaining the setup. I know some people have been asking me to do that. I might end up doing that this weekend. I might end up doing a stream where the entire stream is just going to be a just chatting stream, and in it I will include every single program that I use every single OBS plugin that I use, all that kind of thing. So then if you guys want to replicate it, it'll be there. And again, I'm just using my network. There is no capture card involved in my entire setup. Now, previously, I used to have it where my center screen, right, used to be where it went from the game PC to a splitter. The splitter went into the center monitor and to a capture card. That used to be how I did my stream. The problem was that the capture card that I had at the time, or the only capture card that I still have, is a older capture card. I bought it right before Grand Theft Auto 5 came out for the consoles, so you can kind of place it in time. It can do 720 at 60 FPS, or it can do 1080p at 30 FPS. So the reason why I converted to an NDI setup, the thing using the network, is I wanted to be able to do a 1080p at 60 FPS stream, and I wanted to spend as little money as possible. NDI is free. So as long as you have a network card or a wired network that can support it, I know that my router upstairs handles like up to a gigabit of network traffic. So I have more than enough space. And guys, if you've never heard of NDI, if you've ever watched Formula One, the NBA, NFL, any kind of European football kind of stuff, they all use a variation of NDI. It's a network protocol sending the audio and video through a network to whatever the main control thing is. My main control thing, it just happens to be OBS. So yeah, I used to, like, when I was running NDI version 2, I was having really bad buffering things. All that went away when NDI 4.0 came out. And yeah, it's much, much better. But yeah, if you've watched any kind of professional sport kind of deal, yeah, they're all using a variation of some kind of network transferred video and stuff. What router do I use? Some Asus router that came out like 3 or 4 years ago. Yes, so yeah, with that, when I did run a single PC setup, that was the reason why I moved to a dual PC setup, was to kind of offload some of that work away from the game PC to get a little bit of frames back. I wouldn't say an Asus Nighthawk. Give me a moment. Let me go take a picture. Hold on. Alright, so the router that I have upstairs is an Asus RT-N16. So I will put that in chat real fast. There you go. So that's the router that I'm using right now, and it works fine for my setup. I don't know how old that thing is now, but I'm pretty sure that there's newer routers that would be able to do a lot more than that one. So, but that's the exact one that I have. House tour someday? Yeah, when I actually have a house, yeah. Alright. Yeah, that would be awesome. Alright, let's see here. Oh yeah, I mean, and that was the problem, is that at that time, you got to think about it. I'm playing a game in virtual reality, which by itself, that's a hell of a graphical thing, right? But then I was trying to stream on top of that. So, yeah. Can you do an NDI setup with one PC? I would ask, what is the point? Because, I mean, the NDI setup is to send stuff from one computer to the other. So yeah, there's not really a point for NDI at that point. I'm using it primarily as a video transfer protocol to send it from one PC to the other over the network. Now, for example, I mean, the nice thing with NDI is that you could run a laptop as your stream PC, because again, it's just using CPU, right? If you have the laptop being the stream PC, as long as it's connected via a wire, your game PC could send the video to the thing, and it just does the hard number crunching, right? Oh, Dunpeel, everything on mine's wired. I'm not using, I don't use anything wireless for gaming reasons, right? Everything on mine is wired. I think the only stuff that is wireless in my house is my phone connecting to it, sometimes my Switch connecting to it, my car tuning laptop when I get home and it downloaded the data telemetry to Dropbox. That's about it. It's those. Oh, my Amazon Dot thing in the corner. I think those are the 4 things that I have that's wireless on it. Other than that, everything in my house is wired. Next track. Volume 30. Now, when I was running a single PC setup, because I am running dual video cards, I did have a setup where... Pause music. I did have a setup where I was using the NVIDIA thing to do the encoding. Do I have a Nest? No, I have one of these. It's a Dot. Oh no, the Nest is the temperature thing, right? No, I do not have one of those. Put my lens back on top of that thing. Okay, there we go. So let me try to explain this now. Hold on a moment. Shoot, what was I talking about? Sorry, I got super distracted there. What was I talking about? Oh, I know now. So let me show you guys this. So when I'm dealing with the OBS that's running on the game PC, okay? One of the deals with this is that in the settings, there was an option for output, and I can't change it right now because the thing is live, but there was an option. Let me see if I can open up a second one here. Hold on. Okay, give me a second, guys. Let me see if I can open up a second copy of OBS. Okay, so here's a second copy of OBS, which it might start freaking out. Let's double check that. Sweet. Okay, cool. So this is my second copy of OBS. This one is not outputting as NDI. So I'm going to open up the settings. I'm going to go into output, and I'm going to go into encoder. Now, the NVEC encoder, you'll note that in here, it has the option for what GPU to use, right? Now, again, this is one of these things that you got to be aware of. GPU 0 is the first GPU I've plugged in, and GPU 1 is the second GPU you have plugged in. So when I was using a single PC, I was having it use my second video card that I wasn't using for gaming to do the encoding. So be aware of that. That's how I was getting away with being able to run Elite Dangerous in VR and do a single PC setup, was because I had that second video card doing some work. Instead of it just being in there running the two side screens that normally don't do anything, I actually had that second GPU doing the streaming encoding. So that's how that worked at the time. Do be aware that if you're streaming to Twitch, make sure your keyframe interval is set to 2. You do not want it set to even auto, so because that will mess things up. But this is just an FYI. If you do have a second PC, what's the drawback of having the CPU encode? If the CPU has to encode things, it can't be used to play the game, and if it's being used to play the game, it can't encode things. So you have the kind of choice of, if it's doing something really graphically intensive in the game, your stream starts to suffer. But if the stream is doing something and then the game requires something, now your frame rate in the game suffers. So it kind of, yeah. Yeah. So that's why at the time I was using the GPU to try to offload as much as I could away from the CPU to try to have the GPU do some more work. But again, all that went away, and I got it to focus on CPU encoding, make it look as best as possible, and try to give you guys the best quality by getting that second PC. So again, it's one of those things. Everyone that's done donations and subs and everything like that, that's when people ask me what do I do financially with the money that comes in, anything that I get financially when it comes to the streaming thing goes right back into the stream. So that money coming in is what allowed me to get that streaming rig and get it set up and all that kind of stuff. Everything else that I've been trying to do, I try to do things as cheap as I can, but I still want quality, right? I don't like buying a thing only to replace said thing in a year. I try to get a quality product then and not have to buy another thing, a year or 2 years down the line. Does that make sense? So I try to make sure that if people are giving me money for donations and subs, it's going to go to something that is worth it rather than me just splurging on, hey guys, I'm going to get something that I'm going to throw away in a week or something like that, right? I want something that actually will work for a while. So that's where when it comes to software, I try to get some free stuff. So things like NDI, it's all plugins that you can download off of the OBS website. So yeah, it's super, super nice with that. Let's see. If I have a second video card, how does my PCI Express lane split? That's a good question. Ask me another. I have no idea. Next track. I have an X99A USB 3.1 motherboard, so take a look at that and then you tell me. I don't know what that motherboard's capable of. Yeah, I'm not running SLI. It's two separate video cards doing their own things. And besides, it's two separate video cards, two completely different. It's a 980 and a 1080. So it's not doing anything that uses SLI or whatever. I believe the second card is an 8X. But again, it's a 980. I think that's all it can do. The 980 never ever sees the games. So Yeah, it's funny how Earth is an Earth-like world. I mean, you got to think about it. The planet was ruined due to climate change and everything like that. It had to get terraformed to bring it back into being an Earth-like planet again. So it went from being the Earth-like to being unhospitable back to being an Earth-like after terraforming. Kind of sad, but yeah. Pad 23?
It's a pleasure to
11
have you as
o'clock,
the Federal
far.
Station, Commander. Okay, Commander, proceed to landing pad 2-3.
Landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Why didn't they terraform Venus? Because Venus is like impossible to terraform. They kind of have to start off with something that's close to start with. All right, let's see here. Why did I come here? Oh yeah, mission board. Federal Navy requires 54 units of progenitor cells. I don't want to do that one though. Do they only give me one? They do. Try to refresh that. See, I don't want to have to do something where I have to kill somebody. It's going to definitely be really difficult to terraform Uranus. Wow, I don't have a mission. No, it has no missions at all. Wait, oh, that's a data recovery, never mind. I was like, wait a minute, why is that 2 million credits? Black Box Navy Retrieval Mission. That one's easy enough. Rank progression, Admiral! Alright, so we are heading over to Bernard Star. No, the thing is that, I mean, if you're talking about, like, real life kind of stuff, Jupiter itself is a horrible, horrible, source of radiation. So pretty much all of Jupiter's moons are inhospitable because of the amount of radiation they get. So...
Clear of station perimeter.
you
Take care,
see
Commander.
Australia and India and Africa and Madagascar. There we go. Alright, let's find these black boxes. Rank up.
Mission objective detected.
Well, that was quick. Set signal source. Wait, where is it? Looking for the orange one. Orange one. Orange one. There you are. Somebody here? No. Time?
10:20.
Oh. Apparently there was someone in the system for a moment. Oh yeah, we gotta pick up 4 black boxes. It says threat 0, but we'll see. Mission relay, that's what the icon is. I'm now wondering why that dolphin was leaving this spot. But okay. There we go.
Mission objective detected.
Night vision. Cargo scoop.
Incoming mission critical message.
This music is a little bit tense for what I'm doing.
Mission objective complete. Incoming mission critical message.
Alright, that was easy enough. Let's head back to Sol. Set station filter. There we go. Mad Dog, it might be. Might definitely be. Happisack, the stream music today is actually from Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. So it's got a whole bunch of different genres. Apparently we're on the classical portion of that playlist. Volume 30. I mean, I'm quite enjoying it. It's a little bit different. Volume 50. night vision. Yeah, it does have like a Grand Theft Auto radio station style thing for sure. So now I got the pirate coming after me. Where is he? There he is. Let him pass me. Okay, and he's gone. Pad 11.
Alpha Lima. Submit
9
a
o'clock
docking request,
immediate.
and a landing pad will be reserved for you, Commander.
Landing gear.
Authorization cleared. Proceed to landing pad 1-1.
Landing gear
Okay,
deployed.
we'll just do that. There we go. Right?
Landing sequence completed. Disembark when ready.
Alright, cool. So, with that, I have 100% Allied, 100% Vice Admiral, and when I turn this mission in... Is that it? Am I done with my Federation rank? Volume 20?
Incoming message.
Apparently I made somebody pissed off. And that's it. I'm Admiral 100%. So that's it. I'm done. Right? What's after Empire? Or in the Empire, what is after Duke? How many more ranks do I have in the Empire? Huh.
Found anything yet?
We ain't found shit. Is it not like Duke, Lord, King, or is it just... Am I super close to getting full rank on Empire as well? Oh man, I got like hiccups. Or Wormer, what's up, dude? How you doing today? Lights. Duke, Prince, and then King. Okay, so Empire, I still have one more rank to go through. Okay. Was not sure. Alright, who else is here? Hapasak, you're here. I wonder, who's online? Yeah, sadly, I don't have a lot of friends that are out exploring. A lot of them tend to be in and around the bubble. Alright, let's see here. What was I gonna do? Alliance doesn't have ranks like that, so a little bit, yeah, can't use that same thing. Target Perico. That's where most of my stuff is. Code Red, no.
Go for departure.
You will never lose rank. Do not confuse rank with reputation. Reputation pretty much has no effect on anything, really. But no, you'll never lose rank. Once you have the rank, it's there. And Wormer, awesome dude.
Clear of station perimeter. FFC signing off.
Well, no, the Malik with a crown emoji is because in real life, my last name is Duval. So with that, it became like a running thing of, oh, so you're a legitimate heir to the Empire. Sure. So that's where the whole crown on my head thing came into play. Everyone's like, you should be the next emperor. Like, okay. If you say so. I was forced into making that crown emoji. I didn't want to do it, but everyone's like, no, you have to now. Sons of Sobek, that was one of the reasons that it kind of made me kind of go at them, because it was like, cool, my last name is the same as the ones that lead the Empire. I'm going to use that as part of my background and the reason why I go Empire. So, yeah, okay, so talking about the ranks and everything, your reputation, if you don't do anything for either superpower, over time, your reputation will fall down to 75%, but no lower. The only way to make your reputation go lower than 75 is to do something actively against the superpowers. But your rank itself will never go down. Once you have the rank, it's there. You'll never lose rank. Even if you, like, murderize the hell out of the Federation and your reputation goes down, you will still maintain your rank. Oh no, I still cannot stand Aisling. Lore-wise, like, reading the books, I cannot stand her. She is not a good person. Your insurance will never... Yeah. Your deductible will... Yeah, screw that stuff. Oh, we're in Perico. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. That way. And Wormer, yeah, I probably should, yeah. I'll probably go through the data that it gathered, and I know there was a couple duplicates, but people spelled it different ways, so one had Oculus Quest with a capital O, and the other one had Oculus Quest with a lowercase o, so I'll go through and try to consolidate those and add some more multiple choice options in there too. Need to switch GPU and sound card between the PCs? No problem, dude. And Wormer, thank you very much for filling that out, though. I will try to update it with some newer stuff here in the future too. All right, off to web station. The one and only Little Richie, yes, she, the one that frees the slaves, has like 10,000 of them now. So, a little bit worried about that, because she is known for mistreating them. Even in the books. Wait, where is this other guy going? Where are you going? Oh, what did I just knock over? Oh, God, I'm so glad that had a lid. Considering that this system has no planets, and Shadow Light, thank you very much for the resub, dude. How you doing this morning?
Show us some of those fancy flying moves. Air
I will
Wolf
try.
FTW.
I will try to. Wonder if the prismatic shields are so strong because an extra layer of slaves. That's what he's going to, the signal source. I'm saying, like, what is going on over here? Huh. Let me go check this one out. Now, I mean, MacGyver, there is the lore on how prismatic shields cause the people to go crazy. Ah, crap. Overshot that one. Oh, Shadowlight, dude, I have been dealing with that same crap the last few days myself. Super, super irritating. Yeah, it happens like I saw the name. Alright, got ourselves a private data beacon. What do we have here?
Incoming message.
Alright, cool, we got some stuff. Cargo scoop. Night vision. Mad Dog, give me a second. I will pull up the Galnet article on that so you guys... I'll read the entire thing, so... Minimize, minimize, minimize... Galnet... Open that. There we go. Alright, and... back to web station. Might as well scan these guys, because sometimes you can get some data off them. Chicken dips, right? I think I put that on YouTube. Oh, now he's going the other way. Milo Huckleberry Blake Stevens. I have a feeling that's a broken name. It's supposed to be 2 separate names, not 4. Night vision. The day that we actually get comets in the game, oh my god, Perico is going to be an area that everybody's going to want to come to for pictures, for sure. There's going to be a comet surrounded by all 6 of those stations. any other stations in view here? Nope.
Delay C, Mike Alpha Lima. We've prepared a landing pad for your arrival, Commander. Welcome to our station.
There's two that we know of, yes. The one that all the stations are orbiting is actually Perico Comet 2. We've never been able to find the actual Perico Comet 1. Now, sometimes we have combat zones show up around the other comet sphere of influence. The problem is simply we've never been able to find it, so we don't know. For all we know, that might be Perico Comet 3 that they're around. So, no idea for sure, though. Alright, so I'm going to turn in about 10 million bit of data here. Now, okay, Deacon, your question, is there a chronological book list for Elite Dangerous? There is for 2 of them that I know of. Make sure to read Drew Wager's Reclamation first, Premonition second. Other than that, read them in whatever order you want. I believe the majority of the books take place before the game was a game, but then Reclamation and Premonition are, one is before the game, one is like 2 years into the game. So those are the only ones that would be in order. Alright, 10 million. Now we try to only turn in 10 to 12 million credits worth of exploration data every 24-hour period. Because that, oh my god. 9.3 million for one page? What? That one system was 3.3 million credits. That's crazy. It's a lot of... Wait, hold on. I gotta look at this again. 1.7 million for that system. What did this one have different? Oh, that's the one that had 3 water worlds. Okay. That's what it was. Again, 3 water worlds. That's a big chunk of change. So there's 9 million by itself. There we go. Mitchcraft me right. Mapping and scanning will make you a lot more money than it used to, yes. So, again, because this is my home system, I'm turning in about 14 million today. Making sure that we get a little bit of a boost with the tick over point for today. I mean, we already control the system. We don't want it to go higher than 80, because then we'll expand into another system where we don't have enough people active to do BGS work in another system. But I don't want it to be low enough that another faction... Oh my... 11... Almost 12 million for this one page. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of... I must have had a whole bunch of water worlds. That's crazy. But, now, if you're doing Lost Souls 2 and you're doing a lot of data like that, Mitchcraft Me, myself personally, I would highly recommend take a look at that forum post. That is the forum post that got put together a while back that keeps track of all of the permits. I don't know if it's been updated recently, but I would recommend go to as many places as you can on that listing and unlock as many permits by giving them data that you can. I would recommend immediately go to Procyon and or Luton Star. I think it's Luton Star. Hold on. Give me a second. Target Sirius. Let me confirm here. Yeah, Procyon and Luton Star. I would highly recommend go there first thing and trade in about 10 to 12 million data to Sirius Corporation at one of their supporting stations so you can get the Sirius permit, because you're going to need that to get access to Sirius, to get Marco Quint unlocked, right? So yeah, I would do that first, but then after that, just go around and do stuff. Trying to think what else. But yeah, you're building up Colonia Council right now, but once I hit them, I'll go working on permits. It takes about 10 to 12 to fully go from neutral to allied. How does Star Citizen compare with this game? Yeah, it is kind of compare Ford and Chevy. I mean, it's again, like, Elite Dangerous. They try to do scientific accuracy. You've got, again, you also got to remember, Star Citizen is not out yet. It's still in alpha right now. In Elite, you've got a game, you've got the entire galaxy. If you see a star, you can go to a star. You've got every single... You see all these, you can go to all of them. Right? Right now, Star Citizen is limited to one single system, but it is a handcrafted system. So, again, each game is doing things a little bit different. Also, again, both games are still under development. We're getting a big update for Elite late 2020. We have no idea when Star Citizen is about to be released. So, I mean, again, both games are continuously getting updates. So, it's, yeah. But yeah, like in this area that I'm in right now, you can go to that black hole. You can go to that black hole, that black hole. There's a lot of black holes in this area. Black hole. Next track. Black hole, black hole, black hole, black hole, black hole, black hole. There's a lot of them in this area. Closest black hole to the bubble? Oh, shoot. There's, I'll tell you a couple really... I mean, I wouldn't say super close. There's... Okay. See how when I zoom out, see how there's a slight glowing bit right there underneath my 3D cursor? If you zoom in on that star, you will find the HIP 63835 system. This is a really popular one for people to go to because this system has 3 black holes in it. Has one right there, 2 right there. Those ones actually orbit each other, right? So I would recommend, this is a really cool system to go look at. If you want one that's a little bit closer, if you go to the HIP 1700 system, this is one that's in and around where the aliens are. That's only 5,000 light seconds from the main star. 7,000 light seconds, so it's relatively close to the drop-in point. Maya is closer, but it's farther. Maya might be physically light year closer, but remember that the Maya black hole is 200,000 light seconds from the main star, so by the time it takes you to fly from Maya, one jump to HIP 1700, you could have gone to 1700 and then jumped back to Maya, jumped back here, flown back to the black hole again, jumped back to Maya, flew to the black hole, done it again, by the one time it took you to fly to the Maya black hole in Super Cruise. It's extremely far enough away. So... Hampius, true, but you also got to remember, Star Citizen, they haven't even finalized their flight model yet. So, yeah. I know there's a black hole that's physically closer to the bubble, but I cannot remember where it is off the top of my head. I don't remember exactly where it was. It might... Hold on. It might be that one, HIP 343707. Problem is, I've never been there, so I can't tell you. I mean, that one is pretty close to the bubble, and I just found that just by guessing. Maya would be further than HIP 34707. Distance to Maya?
399.1 light
Yeah,
years
almost.
per mile.
Almost double. So. Oh, we got good music now. Volume 50. Well, Hampus, I mean, the thing is, I've been linked multiple times to someone, oh, look what someone did a canyon run in Star Citizen, right? And the part that's really annoying for me is that the video that they end up giving me is a video of them doing this. This is not a canyon run, okay? To go in a straight line and wiggle the ship back and forth is not a canyon run. And a canyon run to me involves, direction changes. So every time that anyone's ever linked me of, look at this guy doing a high-speed canyon run, no, you're doing a high-speed wiggle. You're going in a straight line and you're just wiggling the ship back and forth. That is not a canyon run. That's like, that's like someone going, look at me, and they're just doing that. To me, that is not a canyon run. That is like, you're just wiggling your ass end of your ship around. That's all it is. It's to me, it's an embarrassment, if you ask me. And that is not a canyon run. Oh, I'm sure someone will clip it and I'll delete them all. So, but that's the thing, is that kind of deal, no, canyon runs involve, direction changes. And I have fired up Star Citizen within the last week, and I have done canyon runs in that game. Clipped and converted to YouTube to live forever. Cannon bait, well, there's going to be some claims on your video, and it's going to be forced to be taken down there. What was it like again? I'm done with that. I'm not doing that ever again. But no, you can do canyon runs in the game, but, again, it's like, when you have a big ship in the game, the ships still feel weightless. It doesn't feel like, the ship has, it's really weird. Like, the ship, to me, it's the equivalent of flying a Type 9, but it's maneuvering like an eagle. Like, it feels wrong.
Detach confirmed. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Volume 10. Yeah, for the fighters react the way I expect them to. The problem is that when you're flying a big ship, it'd be the equivalent of someone going, oh, let's go back to Elite version 1.1 Python compared to what it is now, right? If you guys, for people that were not playing Elite Dangerous back in the day, the Python used to be more maneuverable than a Viper. So, it used to be the most maneuverable ship in the game, right? And yeah, when people used to get the Python, they were like, this is an amazing ship, it's the best ever, because it was more maneuverable than the Viper. But then it got reduced down to what we have now, right? Because it was never supposed to be that maneuverable. So, yeah, but at one time, the Python was a more maneuverable ship than a Viper was. And let's see, hold on, where's my other stations? That one's 485 kilometers away. Yeah. Let me see if there's... I want to see if there's a couple that are within sight of each other. Funny thing is, I actually turned that FSD countdown, the voice, off. Alright, here we go. Crown Orbital might be able to see the other few. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. This is like one of the only places in the game where you can see multiple stations from one. Due to their orbits, because the orbits are slightly different sizes, sometimes these stations get within 12 kilometers of each other. Due to the orbits. But yeah, you can go over to Neville Ring. It's only 266 away. I've got Spire Dock is currently 400. I mean, you can fly over there in normal space if you want to. But yeah, I've got some pictures a while back where 3 of these stations were so close to each other. Yeah. So cool to be able to do that. Oh, right? That would be pretty cool.
Access denied. Resubmit within
Oh,
7,500 meters.
This is one problem with Perico, is you got to make sure that you're actually targeting the right station. Because I've got both the stations on my thing. I can't request docking to Neville Station when I'm 250 light or kilometers away. Landing gear. Studs Turkle, are you absolutely sure? Because the way that the user interface has changed, some of the voices have multiple layers. So are you absolutely sure you're looking in the multiple layers? Let me pull mine up and I'll take a look. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So under livery, once I go into the garage. Yeah, I'll show you what to look for, and then when you get home, you can confirm or not. All right, so in this, select my ship. Go into voices. Now see how this one has like this. Okay, so see how this one has like this box shape, but this one has this kind of layer thing. In there, I've got all the different voices, right? So it is multiple layers. Same thing, like these are the default voices, but it's a layer in, right? So you might see that, but do be aware, go into it and you have more choices.
Bienvenue, Commandant. Ich grüße Sie, Kommandant. Dies ist Ger.
Saludos, comandante.
Bienvenue, Commandant.
So hopefully that will clarify it when you get your stuff. I didn't mean to actually pick that. Oh no, I did. No.
Greetings.
No, that is the one I wanted.
This
Okay.
is Alex, your
Yeah.
cockpit.
Alex is the one I use. All right, cool. So yeah, hopefully that answers your thing. And now again, for people that have not seen this yet, if you go land at the station that was built because of the Golconda community goal, you can actually get the Golconda decal, or the Golconda decal. Looks like that. Now again, it might be slightly different depending on what paint you have. Go back to this. Yeah, the color is slightly different depending on what paint you have. Kind of. There it goes. No, it's a pretty nice decal, yeah. I know there's a certain set of skins that kind of tint the decals. Yeah, see how... Okay, so the tactical paints somewhat tint the decal depending on what paint you use. Don't know why. It's an interesting thing, but yeah, for some reason the tactical paints do that. Do gold. I never understood why the flat black ones make the decals brighter. I thought you're supposed to be stealthy, right? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna go... Yeah, keep my paints, though. Let's see, what other stuff... Do I want to change any of my ship kit? I still don't have a bumper on this. I don't know if I want to run a bumper, though. See, I don't want to run that because it blocks the Frontier decal. I don't want to run that because it blocks my view. I don't want to run that because it blocks my view. And I don't want to run that because it blocks my view and my headlights. So, yeah, like, I don't want to run... The bumper's the only one I don't run. I'll tell you one thing I wish I could do. I wish I could combine multiple tails. I wish I could run my vertical fins off the bottom and have the spoiler go across over the engines. I wish I could have both of those. And maybe those. That would be kind of a cool thing. What about these? What is this? Oh, I want all four of them. Can I just give me all four of them? Let me layer all four of them on top of each other. I want all the extra extensions. Really make my ship different looking. I didn't realize that that's what that did. I want all four of them at the same time. Yeah, there are some Raider kits. Oh my god, let me I gotta go check that now. No, we gotta exit out. Menu. See, now I gotta do a check here. And the Benji, thank you very much for the bits, dude. I appreciate that. Alright, let's do a quick check here. Oh, no, I didn't mean to go into that. I need to actually go into the store. Let's see. Alright. Is the Black Friday paint skin still available, or did that end? Now I gotta double check. Hold on a minute, guys. Okay, yeah, those ended. Dang it. It is over. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sadly, hopefully they bring those back next year, because, God, those new paints, there are definitely are a whole bunch of them that look really, really nice. For example, I bought one for my Phantom, or not my Phantom, my Mark II crate. Let me find this thing so I can show you guys.
07.
And the Chris, thank you very much for the bits, man. I appreciate that. So yeah, I had bought... Now I gotta find it. Not chrome. Not the iridescent. Where is it? There it is. The Steigen. That almost black that catches the light on the edges looks so nice. There's a few other ships that I kind of wish that I had gotten them for, but yeah, that was a limited time paint. They come out with blue and red and a whole bunch of other different colors, but yeah. And Ted Stryker, thank you very much for the resub. Sons of Sobek, because they're not textures.
Wow. Time keeps on a rollin', but it doesn't seem all that long.
An interesting thing with the way that the skins on the ships are done, these are done with a vector system, from what I understand. So it's not an actual texture, like you're thinking, like it's actual pixels. It's a vector that is applied to the surface. And Gaia Alpha, thank you very much for the follow, dude. How you doing today? Yeah, it's like some kind of projection thing, from what I understand. There was a it was before they even did the Discovery scanners. It was before the game even came out. They had done a thing where God, it was a thing. It was a thing during the alpha of the game where they had the developers come on and explain stuff. But from what I remember, it was done using like a vector data thing. Like you have the points, and everything inside that point is this color. Everything is that color, and it can be scaled for the different ships and all that kind of thing. And yeah. Again, it's been a while since I watched that video, several years, so I can't remember the exact details about how it was, but it's part of the way that it does this animation too, because it's being like washed across the ship rather than, yeah, kind of a weird thing, but it's like, hey, however it works, it works. Alright guys, however though, at that point, I think that is where I'm going to be ending my stream here today. Oh my god, I've been live for 8 hours. This is going to be a hell of an upload to YouTube. So let's see who is live. I'm going to get you guys over to go see them. But I think guys, again, today I'm feeling pretty good. Again, I've been feeling really crappy this last week, so I'm hoping that I'm kind of getting over a lot of the sinus issues that I've been having. So hopefully, I think what we might do this weekend is we might do a just chatting stream where we do a stream dedicated to just explaining all the programs I use, all of my everything that I use for my stream. That way you guys can see how everything is done. We might even do some fancy artwork to do some nice graphical representations on the path that my video takes, the path that my audio takes, the path that all my stuff is done, and then, yeah. What experimental effect should I go for my dirty drive on the Mamba? Is that not drag drives, I believe? I think it's drag drive, Skymaster. So, dirty drive, drag drive. Alright, so, with this, guys, we are going to go raid the R4 Experience. He's currently 19,000 light years from the bubble, heading home, out exploring right now. We're going to go raid him, because I have not raided him in a long while. Why won't my thing paste? Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. For those that have never been here, when we've done a raid, let me explain how this works. I'm going to go into their channel and sit there and say, I'm engaging. I need you guys to get all your woos ready and get ready to fill up this chat. So with that, guys, thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me today. Like I said, we'll probably be doing a little bit of technical just chatting stuff this weekend. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or if it'll be Sunday. Understand that no matter what I do, I will be putting it all up on YouTube minus music. That way you guys can watch it at any time and everything like that, and it'll be there forever and forever and ever and ever and ever. And it won't be muted and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you have any questions about my setup that you want me to answer specifically, and you might not be able to make it to the stream this weekend, please go onto the Discord, ask me there, and then that way I will make sure that I will go through all those questions on the Discord and answer as much as I can. So with that, guys, that's where I'm going to end it today. Again, thank you very much for coming and hanging out. I will see you all later. So, whoa. And G Bison, dude, thank you very much for that Prime sub, man. How are you doing
Just
today?
under the wire.
Sadly, I am getting
29
off.
months.
I am getting off right now. Yeah, 29 months. That is crazy. I still like, I cannot believe sometimes that I've had my sub button for that long. That is insane. That's just crazy. But guys, again, thank you all very much for coming and hanging out. I will see y'all later. Take care. Let's get this raid going, and I will see you over there in just a little bit. So with that, later, guys. Night. It also might help if I push the right button. Let me try that one more time.